Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. Lena's passion for psychology began long before her formal studies. Growing up in a small town where whispers of legends and ghost stories filled the air, she found solace in understanding the human mind, its fears, desires, and dreams. Her parents, both psychologists, often shared tales of their patients' bizarre behaviors, the dark corners of the mind that people tried so desperately to hide. It was in these stories that Lena first learned how powerful the human psyche could be, shaping both reality and the world around it, often without the individual even realizing it. In the fall of her senior year at university, Lena stumbled across a subject that would consume her every waking hour: urban legends. There was something about them, how they persisted through generations, how they evolved, how they seemed so real despite their fantastical elements. She began researching them for her thesis, determined to understand why people continued to believe in them. But what truly fascinated her wasn't the legends themselves, it was the psychology behind them. What made people so willing to believe the unbelievable? What did these myths say about the collective trauma of a community, about repressed fears, about the mind's desperate need to make sense of the senseless? It was during one of her late-night library sessions that she first came across the story of the house at the end of the street. The rumor was strange enough to pique her curiosity. A house. People spoke of it as if it had always been there. Some claimed it was an old, forgotten mansion that had once belonged to a wealthy family, now abandoned and left to rot. Others whispered that it was a place cursed by a tragedy that had occurred long ago, something so horrific that it left a stain on the very foundation of the house. But the most chilling part of the story wasn't the house itself. It was the people who had gone looking for it and never returned. Some said those who entered the house were trapped inside, lost forever, their minds consumed by whatever haunted its walls. Others spoke of people coming back, but they were never quite the same. They would act differently, as if they had seen something that changed them irrevocably. And worse still, there were those who believed the house had the ability to choose its visitors, guiding them there like moths to a flame, drawing them in through an invisible thread at first. Lena dismissed it as another wild tale, no different than any other she had come across in her research. After all, urban legends were often nothing more than exaggerated stories passed down over time. But as she delved deeper into the myth, something about it lingered in her mind like a shadow she couldn't quite shake. The more she researched, the more intrigued she became. There was something about this particular house that felt personal. Her heart quickened whenever she read about it, a sense of inexplicable connection tightening in her chest. She visited the local library, searching for any records of the house, any mention of it in official documents.
But there was
nothing. It was as though the house didn't even exist in any official capacity. Yet the rumors persisted. The stories, too. Lena found herself growing more and more obsessed. She contacted local historians, old-timers who had lived near the street for decades, hoping they could shed light on the mystery. But whenever she mentioned the house, they would go silent. The elderly librarian she spoke to one evening had been the most unsettling. Her eyes widened when Lena mentioned the house, and she leaned forward, lowering her voice to a whisper. "You don't want to go there, dear," she said, her hands shaking as she held Lena's gaze. "You never want to go there." Lena felt a chill run down her spine, but that only fueled her obsession. What was it about this house that had such a hold over people? Was it truly cursed, or was there something more psychological at play? Here, something deeply rooted in the collective unconscious. Over the course of several weeks, Lena dug through every scrap of information she could find, piecing together fragmented accounts from people who claimed to have been near the house. The accounts were contradictory, vague, but the one thing they all shared was a profound sense of unease. Even those who spoke about it in passing described a feeling of something watching them, something that lingered in the air around the house. It was as though the house itself was aware, waiting for someone to come. It wasn't long before Lena began to feel like she was being pulled into the mystery of the house herself. She began to dream about it, dreams that were hazy and disjointed, but unmistakably real. In her dreams, she would find herself standing at the end of the street, staring at the house in the distance. The house always seemed to be just on the edge of her vision, never fully within reach, as if it were a mirage that faded whenever she tried to approach. But the sensation it left behind was undeniable, a gnawing feeling, deep in her gut, that told her she needed to know more. There were nights when she lay awake, her mind racing with thoughts of the house. She would find herself researching the same details over and over again, as though she were trying to uncover something hidden within the cracks of the story. But no matter how much she searched, she couldn't quite make sense of it. The more she dug into the legend, the more questions piled up, each one more unanswerable than the last. What was the house? Who lived there, if anyone? Why had no one ever returned from it? Lena's friends and classmates began to notice her increasing fixation. Her once pristine academic record began to suffer as she spent more and more time on the house, often skipping classes or staying up late to research. They tried to pull her away, suggesting that perhaps she needed a break from her thesis, or that she was taking this whole thing too seriously. But Lena couldn't stop. It wasn't just an academic interest anymore. It was something deeper, something primal. It felt like the house had already found her, even if she had never physically seen it. One evening, after another long day of research, Lena sat in her dorm room, staring at her computer screen. She had just read yet another cryptic story about the house, one that claimed the house only appeared on certain nights when the moon was full, when the air was thick with fog. The story hinted at a deeper connection between the house and the phases of the moon, but it didn't provide any concrete details. The more Lena read, the more she felt like the house was waiting for her, pulling her toward it like a siren's call. It was as though the house knew her name, and was patiently waiting for her to step inside. The thought startled her, and she immediately tried to shake it off. But as she did, something inside her, a nagging voice, a whisper, reminded her of something she hadn't considered. If the house had been waiting for her, it meant it had been watching her, even before she started researching it. The idea was absurd, of course, but the thought wouldn't leave her. The next night, as she walked back to her dorm from the library, her mind still reeling from everything she had uncovered, she found herself standing at the very street she had read about so many times. The street where the house was said to be. The moon hung full in the sky, casting a pale glow over everything, and a strange fog had begun to settle over the road. Lena froze. She didn't remember how she had gotten here. One moment she had been heading home, and the next she was standing at the edge of the street. Her heart began to pound in her chest. She didn't even have to look to know it was there. She felt it just like she had felt it in her dreams. She felt it pull her, an invisible force drawing her to the very place she had spent so much time studying. But now that she was here, standing at the edge of the road, she hesitated. Was she really going to do this? Was she about to step into the very myth that had consumed her thoughts for weeks? She felt a strange sense of peace settle over her, as if this moment had been inevitable. She had to go. She had to see it for herself. Without another thought, Lena began to walk down the road toward the house that had haunted her research, her dreams, and now her reality. As the fog thickened around her and the house came into view, something in her mind whispered the same words that had been circling in her subconscious. You've been here before. Lena had always been a firm believer in the scientific method. As a psychology student, Her approach to studying the mind was rooted in logic and evidence, not myth or superstition. Yet, the house at the end of the street had slowly been chiseling away at that rational core. Her mind, once clear and analytical, was becoming clouded by the mystery of it. The more she learned, the more questions began to flood her thoughts, and the more her own sense of self seemed to unravel with each passing day. After standing at the edge of the road the previous night, Lena had gone home in a daze. She hadn't entered the house. She hadn't even gotten close, but that feeling, the one that had whispered in her mind as she stood there in the fog, remained with her. It was a quiet certainty, an odd knowing that somehow the house had always been there, waiting for her. The next day, she buried herself in research, determined to separate fact from fiction. She began combing through local archives, newspapers, and old property records. There had to be something, anything, that would explain the house. But as she sifted through pages and pages of legal documents and town history, she found nothing. Not a single mention of a house at the end of the street. It was as if it didn't exist. Frustration gnawed at her. How can a house not be in the records? She muttered to herself as she flipped through the thick stack of papers. She glanced over at her desk, which was cluttered with books, articles, and sticky notes, fragments of information she had gathered over the weeks. Among the clutter was a small map of the town, pinned to the wall, with a red circle marking the street where the house was supposed to be. She had drawn the circle herself, after she'd traced the street on an old town map in the library. The house was supposed to be somewhere near the end of the street, hidden behind thick trees and fog that were impossible to ignore on those mysterious nights, but the map didn't help. There were no property lines to indicate an actual house, no building permits or tax records to suggest that anyone had ever owned the land. In fact, the last mention of the property was from nearly 60 years ago, when a fire had destroyed a building at the end of the street. After that, the area had been marked as undeveloped, with no further explanation. Lena sat back in her chair, rubbing her eyes. There had to be something. There had to be someone who could explain what was going on. She decided to visit the town's library. It was the oldest building in town, a relic of the past, with yellowing newspapers and cracked wooden floors that creaked underfoot. The librarian, an older woman named Ruth, had worked there for as long as Lena could remember. Ruth was a wealth of knowledge about the town's history. She knew every story, every legend, every odd fact. If anyone knew about the house, it would be Ruth. The library smelled of dust and old paper, a scent Lena found oddly comforting. She greeted Ruth with a smile, but the older woman's face was strained, her eyes flicking nervously to the stacks of books behind her. Lena had seen Ruth act like this before, but never so noticeably. "Can I help you with something, dear?" Ruth's voice was shaky, as though she wasn't quite sure how to handle Lena's presence today. "I'm still researching that house," Lena said, her tone casual, but her eyes narrowing slightly. "The one at the end of the street. I was hoping you might know something about it." Ruth's hands trembled as she adjusted her glasses, her eyes darting around the room. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "I'm not sure you want to go down that road, Lena. That house. It's not like the others you're studying. Some things are better left alone." Lena felt a pang of irritation. "You can't just tell me something like that and leave it hanging, Ruth. If you know something, you have to tell me. It's important for my research." The librarian hesitated, wringing her hands before letting out a long, ragged sigh. "There are things people don't talk about, especially in a town like ours. You've heard the stories, right? Of course, but I'm looking for something concrete, something real." Lena pressed. Ruth leaned back, her eyes heavy with reluctance. "The thing about urban legends is that they don't just appear out of thin air. They come from somewhere, from something real. The house at the end of the street wasn't always a legend. There was a time when people lived there, but then, one day, they all disappeared. Lena's pulse quickened. She'd heard whispers of disappearances, but never anything concrete. What happened? Ruth's eyes narrowed, and her voice dropped to a whisper. No one really knows for sure. People started talking about strange noises coming from the house. People said they saw figures standing in the windows when there was no one inside. Others said they could hear laughter late at night, but it wasn't normal laughter. It was off, like it didn't belong to anyone. It drove people mad, and eventually everyone just stayed away, but no one ever forgot about it. Lena swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. And then what? There were rumors of people going into the house. There were always a few, curious souls who thought they could handle it, but they never came back. And those who did, well, Ruth trailed off, shaking her head slowly. They weren't the same. Some said they looked as if they had seen something they couldn't describe. Some wouldn't speak at all, and others, they just disappeared again. It's a house that takes people, but no one talks about it. Lena felt a chill run down her spine, though she tried to remain composed. So, you're saying it's cursed? Ruth looked at her, her face pained. I don't know what to believe anymore. Some say it's cursed. Others say it's just the product of people's fears. But you're right about one thing, Lena. It's not just a story. It's something real. Lena's mind buzzed with the implications. She had heard stories like this before, tales of haunted houses, of cursed places, but this felt different. This felt real. The house was waiting for her, but why? And what had happened to those who entered? She had to know. Determined to continue, Lena returned to her dorm room, her thoughts in a whirlwind. She pulled out the map again, staring at the location where the house was supposed to be. It was only a short walk from the university campus. She had been so focused on the research that she hadn't thought much about it, but now she felt a strange compulsion. Something deep inside her was telling her to go there to see the house for herself. The next evening, after hours of fruitless searching through more documents, Lena set the map aside. She couldn't ignore the pull anymore. The house wasn't just a piece of her thesis, it was something she had to experience. She made her way out of the dorm, her footsteps quick and steady. The fog had begun to roll in again, thick and cold. As she walked down the street toward the end where the house should be, she felt the familiar weight of anticipation in her chest. Her breath came out in short bursts, the fog curling around her like fingers. When she reached the edge of the street, the house was there. But it wasn't just a house. It was a presence, a looming shadow that seemed to stretch across the street, filling her vision entirely. The windows gleamed darkly, as if something were watching her from within. She froze, standing just at the edge of the yard. For a moment, Lena simply stared at the house, her pulse quickening. There was a strange sense of déjà vu, as though she had been here before. She stepped forward, her legs moving of their own accord. As she approached the front gate, she could feel the air grow colder. The fog thickened around her, shrouding everything in a misty veil. The house seemed to breathe, the air pulsing with an energy she couldn't explain. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the iron gate. It was cold, colder than it should have been for such a warm night. Her heart beat faster, her thoughts scattered. Then, without warning, the door of the house creaked open. Lena stood frozen at the gate, the door of the house creaking open with a sound so eerie it sent shivers crawling up her spine. The fog swirled around her, thickening as if drawn into the gravity of the house. She hadn't planned to come this close. She hadn't expected it to happen like this. But something deep within her stirred a primal urge, perhaps, or a magnetic pull, and it urged her forward, past the threshold of reason and into the unknown. Her breath was shallow, every instinct telling her to turn around and run, but her feet betrayed her. The fog was getting thicker, pressing in from all sides, the streetlights casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to whisper as she passed. The gate, cold and rusted, seemed to dissolve into the mist as she stepped through it, the metal creaking softly under her weight. She had been prepared for this moment. She had imagined it in 100 different ways, always standing at a distance, always wondering what the house looked like on the inside, what secrets it held. But now that she was actually here, she realized that no amount of research had prepared her for the sheer presence of it. The house felt alive, breathing with a slow, deliberate rhythm that made her skin crawl. The door in front of her swung open wider, beckoning her inside. She hesitated for only a moment before her curiosity forced her forward. The wooden floorboards creaked under her steps, and the air grew heavier with each one, as if the house was absorbing her energy, drawing her deeper into its grasp. The entryway was dark, the only light coming from the distant moonlight filtering through broken shutters on the upper floors. Dust hung in the air like smoke, suspended in time. It felt as though this place had not seen a living soul for decades. Yet every corner seemed to hum with a quiet anticipation, as if something was waiting, something had been waiting for her. Pulse quickened, the silence around her pressing in like a thick blanket. She reached for the wall, brushing her fingers along the peeling wallpaper. The texture felt wrong, slick, unnaturally cold. There were no sounds of life here, no creaks of a house settling, no insects buzzing in the shadows, just a profound, unnatural quiet. She took a few more steps inside, her feet moving almost involuntarily. The air felt thick, damp, as though the house itself had been sealed off from the world for years. Each step seemed to reverberate through the entire structure, as if the house were aware of her presence. Her breath echoed back to her in the hollow silence, making her skin crawl. The hallway before her was long and narrow, stretching out into the murky darkness. From where she stood, Lena could barely make out the shapes of old furniture and forgotten objects, all covered in dusty sheets. But what struck her most was the feeling that she wasn't alone. There was something here, something watching her. From the darkness, she felt it before she saw Itan, oppressive pressure that weighed on her chest, an unseen presence just out of view. "Hello," her voice trembled, a whisper swallowed by the vast emptiness. "Is anyone here?" Her words hung in the air like a fragile thread, but there was no reply, only the silence, the deep, all-encompassing silence. The house itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for her. Lena felt an undeniable compulsion to move forward, to explore, to uncover whatever secrets this house held. She couldn't explain it. It was as though her body was no longer under her control, each movement driven by a force that was far more powerful than her own mind. She took another step, and then another. The air grew colder still, and the floor creaked louder with each footfall. It was as though the house was groaning in protest, reluctant to let her proceed, yet unable to stop her. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat loud and deafening. In the unnatural quiet, the hallway stretched before her, leading to a staircase that curved upward into darkness. Lena hesitated at the base of the stairs, her eyes scanning the dark space above. The walls here were covered in thick cobwebs, and something shifted in the shadows above her, a dark, subtle movement that made her freeze. For a brief moment, she thought she saw a figure standing at the top of the stairs, watching her. But when she blinked, the shape was gone, her breath caught in her throat, her instincts screaming at her to leave, to turn around and run. But there was something else now, an overwhelming pull that drew her toward the staircase. She couldn't explain it, but she knew that whatever she was looking for, whatever this house wanted her to find, was up there. With a deep breath, she began to ascend. The steps groaned under her weight, the old wood protesting the intrusion. Each step felt like it took her deeper into the heart of the house, deeper into the unknown. As she reached the top, she found herself in a long corridor, lined with doors that led to rooms she couldn't even begin to imagine. The darkness seemed to stretch out in all directions, as if the house itself was a labyrinth with no end. One door caught her eye, however. At the far end of the hall, a faint light flickered under a door that was slightly ajar. It was a soft, pale glow, the kind of light that didn't belong in a house like this, unnatural, almost otherworldly. The hairs on the back of Lena's neck stood up, and despite every rational thought in her mind screaming at her to leave, she moved toward it. The closer she got, the stronger the pull became. It was as if the house itself was calling her, urging her forward. When she reached the door, she stopped, her hand hovering over the knob. The light from the other side flickered again, casting strange, distorted shadows on the walls. It was at that moment that Lena realized something else, something she hadn't noticed before. The door wasn't just ajar, it was open. And it wasn't just open, it had been waiting for her. Her heart raced. She didn't remember the door being open before. She hadn't heard it creak open behind her. Yet, somehow, it seemed to have opened on its own, as though the house had anticipated her every move. Taking a deep breath, Lena pushed the door open and stepped into the room. The light inside was dim, casting long shadows across the floor. The room was small, and yet it seemed to stretch out, almost impossibly large, as though it existed outside the laws of space and time. It was furnished simply a bed covered, with a faded quilt, a dresser, and a single rocking chair in the corner. But there was something wrong with it all, something off. The bed looked like it had been slept in recently, the quilt rumpled and uneven. The dresser was cluttered with objects, old books, photographs, a tarnished mirror on the rocking chair. The rocking chair was moving. It swayed back and forth, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, as if someone or something was sitting in it, but the room was empty. Lena's pulse raced as she watched the chair rock faster, the motion unnervingly smooth, as if it had a life of its own. The air grew colder still, a biting chill that made her shiver as she stepped further into the room. She could hear a low humming now, a soft, almost imperceptible sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was soothing in a way, like a lullaby, and yet deeply unsettling. The closer she moved to the chair, the louder the hum became, until it was all she could hear. The sound seemed to wrap itself around her, pulling her in, pulling her closer. Without thinking, she reached for the chair, her fingers brushing the cold wood. The humming stopped immediately, and in that sudden silence, Lena felt a wave of nausea crash over her. She stumbled back, her heart hammering in her chest. Something was wrong. She had made a mistake. She wasn't supposed to touch the chair then. The room went dark. The lights flickered once more, and when they returned, the rocking chair had stopped. But something else had changed. The air was thick with a presence, and she could feel it in every fiber of her being. She wasn't alone anymore. A whisper echoed through the room. "Welcome home." Lena froze, her blood running cold. The voice was soft, like a breath on the wind, but it was unmistakable. It was the sound of something or someone watching her, and it wasn't just the house that was waiting for her. It was the house's inhabitants. The darkness in the room pressed in on Lena like a physical weight. Every instinct screamed for her to turn and flee, to break free from the oppressive presence that now enveloped her. Yet, despite the raw terror clawing at her insides, her feet remained rooted to the spot, unwilling to obey her commands. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest, each beat feeling like a drum of warning. But the whisper still lingered in the air, soft and insistent, like a memory she couldn't shake. Welcome home. The words weren't meant for her ears. The voice was distant, like it came from a place beyond the walls of the room, or perhaps from somewhere deep inside her own mind. For a moment, Lena felt as though she was floating in between two realities, one where she was standing in this dark room, and another where she had been here before. A memory, a fragment of something forgotten, but there was no time to reflect. The presence in the room was growing stronger. and Lena could feel the walls of her perception begin to warp and stretch, as though the house itself was bending the very fabric of reality. The hum from earlier had returned, low and steady, vibrating through the air like the pulse of some great, unseen machine. But it wasn't the hum that unsettled Lena now, it was the sense of being watched. The eyes, the weight of them, pressing against her like an unseen force. She took a slow, deliberate step back, her breath shallow and ragged, but as her foot shifted, the floor beneath her seemed to shift with it. The room swayed, just for a moment, but it was enough to disorient her. She reached out to steady herself, but the walls, the ceiling, everything seemed to dissolve into shadow. She blinked, and the rocking chair, once still and lifeless, was now moving again, slowly at first, but with a sudden, jerking momentum, like something trying to force its way into motion. It was then that Lena realized this wasn't just a house. The walls weren't merely constructed of wood and plaster. They were part of something much larger. This house, this place, existed beyond the physical realm. It was a construct of the mind, her mind. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear the confusion clouding her vision. The rocking chair's motion became more erratic, swaying violently back and forth now, as though something unseen was struggling to break free. Then it stopped. A heavy silence descended on the room, and the hum faded into nothing. "You've been here before," the voice came again, but this time it was clearer, more insistent, as though it was addressing something deep within. Lena, she felt a rush of warmth flood her chest, followed by a piercing cold that seemed to tear through her heart. She gasped, staggering backward, but her legs buckled beneath her. She crumpled to the floor with a sharp breath. Suddenly, the walls around her seemed to collapse inward, the shadows growing thicker, swirling like smoke. She reached out to steady herself against the floor, but the ground beneath her fingers felt wrong, slick, warm, almost alive. The room began to pulse in time with her heart, each beat pushing her deeper into a void that had no end. Then, in the silence that followed, the memories came flooding back, unbidden, like an eruption of old wounds long buried. Lena saw flashes, quick, fragmented moments from her past, moments she had tried so desperately to forget. A child's laughter in a sunlit garden, her mother's warm embrace, a family dinner, table crowded with laughter. But then it shifted. The garden became overgrown, the laughter replaced with screams. The warmth of her mother's touch was suddenly cold, and the dinner table was empty. The plates shattered, the air thick with a sense of loss. Her eyes widened as the pieces clicked into place. These weren't just memories, they were fragments. They were the pieces of her life that she had buried deep within her mind, locked away in a vault she thought was sealed tight. But the house set had broken open that vault. The walls of the room shifted, and before Lena could understand what was happening, she was no longer in the room at all. She was standing in the middle of a dark, endless corridor. The air was heavy here, suffocating, pressing in on her chest. The hum was gone now, replaced by a chilling silence. The corridor stretched infinitely in both directions, an endless maze of doors. Each door was different, some adorned with symbols she couldn't quite recognize. But it wasn't the doors that held her attention. It was the voices, low, indistinct murmurs that seemed to echo. From every direction, she strained to listen, but the voices grew louder with each step she took, overlapping and dissonant, like a chorus of forgotten memories. As she moved forward, she felt herself being pulled toward one door in particular. It was at the end of the hall, the furthest she could possibly go. The door was completely black, its surface smooth and featureless, like a void. No markings, no handle, just a silent, ominous presence. The door beckoned her, its pull undeniable. She couldn't stop herself from walking toward it. It was as if her very touch had triggered something ancient, something long dormant. The door creaked open, the sound reverberating. Down the hall, but what lay behind it wasn't a room as she expected. It was a mirror. The reflection staring back at her wasn't her own. It was someone else, someone she didn't recognize, but someone who felt far too familiar. The face was gaunt, hollow, eyes sunken deep into their sockets, their skin drawn tight over the bones. There was a cruel smile twisting their lips, and their eyes, those dark, hollow eyes, saw her. They weren't just reflecting her. Were watching her dot. Lena recoiled in shock, stepping back, her mind spinning. The reflection in the mirror began to speak, its voice echoing like a whisper in the back of her skull. You never escaped. Lena Dot, her heart skipped a beat, her breath catching in her throat. The words were not just an accusation, they were a truth. She had been here before. She had been here in this very room, in this very place. She remembered. A flash of a night, long ago, a night she had tried to forget, flooded her mind. She was a child again, standing outside a house that had once belonged to her family, a house at the end of the street. She was holding her mother's hand, but her mother was not there. She was standing alone in front of a burning house, flames licking at the sky, the windows shattered, her family gone. The reflection in the mirror smiled wider, and the words came again, softer, as if it were whispering directly in her mind. You never escaped. Lena stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth as she gasped for air. Her legs gave way beneath her once more, and she collapsed to the floor, her body trembling violently. The room around her shifted again, warping like smoke. The corridor vanished, the house twisting, contorting into something unrecognizable. She was no longer in the mirror room. She was back in the living room, or what used to be the living room. But now, the room was different. The furniture was overturned, the windows broken, the walls blackened by smoke. The once cozy space had become a nightmare of destruction. And there, standing in the middle of it all, was the figure. The same gaunt figure from the mirror. It was watching her, its eyes empty but full of intent. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Then it moved. It moved toward her, a slow, deliberate crawl that filled her with a horror deeper than anything she had ever felt. She tried to stand, to run, but her legs betrayed her, refusing to obey. The figure stopped just in front of her. Its cold, skeletal hand reached out, and in that moment, Lena realized it wasn't her fear that had brought her here. It was her guilt. Like a lullaby, you never escaped. Her mind fractured. And as the figure loomed over her, Lena's reality shattered completely. The ground beneath Lena's trembling body shifted, the weight of reality itself seeming to crumble under the pressure. The figure hovered above her, its hollow eyes drawing her into their depths, pulling her toward an abyss she could not comprehend. She wanted to scream, to fight, but her throat had turned to stone. It was as if the house had swallowed her entire being, her very essence lost in the fabric of its twisted architecture. You never escaped. The words slithered into her consciousness, again cold and insistent, like a poison creeping through her veins. The figure's hand stretched out, its long, bony fingers curling toward her face. The touch was icy, like death itself had reached out from the void to claim her. Lena's eyes fluttered, the weight of darkness closing in as she felt her soul, tugged, torn between her body and something far more sinister. For a moment, everything faded. The figure, the house. She was weightless, drifting in an infinite void, empty and alone. It was here, in this strange limbo, that she sought the truth, her truth. Childhood unfolded before her eyes, not as a memory, but as a haunting tableau. She was no longer an adult, standing paralyzed in the burnt remnants of her childhood home, but a little girl, agonisant, carefree, unaware of the dark road ahead. She stood in front of the very house that had once been her sanctuary, its windows bright with warmth, the air thick with laughter. It was a memory from years ago, one she had buried deep in the crevice of her mind, one she had wished never to recall. The house had been alive then too, but alive in a different way, warm, nurturing, like a living thing that cared for her, a place where love was tangible, like a soft blanket she could wrap around herself whenever she needed comfort. But now that house was gone. Now it was only a carcass, a decaying reminder of the past, with no trace of the warmth she once knew. The voice whispered again, and this time it wasn't from the figure. You buried it. You buried them. The void around her seemed to tighten, the edges blurring, and Lena's vision spun. She saw flashes of her family, her mother, father, and little brother, their faces radiant with life. But the images were fleeting, distorted, like broken glass pieces scattered in the wind. A sharp memory cut through the haze. It was late at night, the house full of warmth and laughter, a celebration of some forgotten joy. Her father had been there, smiling, his hands strong and sure as he held her tight. Her mother, glowing with love, had whispered sweet words in her ear as she tucked her in, and her brother, younger than her by 3 years, had played at her feet, pulling on her skirts and demanding attention. But something else lingered in that memory, a shadow that had always been there, lurking in the background. It was a quiet presence, something that felt wrong, something that was never fully seen but always felt. Lena had been too young to understand, too innocent to comprehend the darkness that was slowly seeping into their lives. That darkness had come in the form of an intruder, a force neither seen nor understood. It had planted its seed silently. While the family pretended everything was perfect, Lena's chest tightened as the memory deepened, twisting into something darker. She saw her mother's face, pale and terrified, her eyes wide with panic, as she reached for her. Her mother had been trying to tell her something. It wasn't a typical goodbye, not the kind of farewell a loving parent gives before tucking their child into bed. It was an urgency, a desperation, a plea that Lena had never fully understood until now. The house had not been their home. It had been their prison. Her father's face appeared next, his features warped and twisted by something unseen. He had not been the loving protector she remembered, but something else entirely. A shadow stretched across his face, distorting it into a grotesque mask of madness. He reached out to her, but his hand wasn't kind. His fingers were stiff and clawed, grasping her arm with a force that made her cry out in pain. She had struggled, had begged him to let go, but it wasn't her father, it was the house that had taken him. Her mind struggled to process it, to make sense of it all. The house had consumed them, body and soul, bending their realities until they had been no more than vessels for something darker, something ancient. The house had become their overlord, controlling their every thought, twisting their every intention. And Lena had been powerless to stop it. The final pieces of the memory fell into place. Her mother, terrified and broken, had tried to shield her from it all, but there had been no escape. In the middle of that night, everything had shattered. The walls had cracked, the windows had exploded, and the house had turned on them. The flames had consumed everything. Her brother had died first. He had been the closest to the fire, trapped under the weight of burning beams and the toxic smoke that filled the air. His screams still echoed in her ears, but the sound was muted, distant. Her father had fought against the flames, trying to pull him out, but he had failed. In the end, it was her mother who had carried him, her arms wrapped tightly around him as she fled into the night, leaving Lena to face the inferno alone. But her mother never made it out either. The house had kept her there, trapped between the realms of the living and the dead. It had consumed everything in its path, and Lena had forgotten. She had buried the truth in the deepest recesses of her mind, where it could never find her again. The figure in front of her, this gaunt, horrifying creature, was not a stranger. It was a reflection of her own guilt. It was the manifestation of the broken, shattered version of herself that she had tried to outrun. Her hand instinctively went to her chest, as if to hold herself together, but there was nothing solid beneath her fingers. Her flesh had become translucent, like the very concept of self was disintegrating before her eyes. The house was erasing her. It was erasing the woman she had become, and it was pulling her back into its endless nightmare. You buried them. You abandoned them. The voice came again, clearer than ever, filling the space in her mind where thoughts had once existed. She tried to speak, but no words came. She tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed by the blackness that surrounded her. The figure leaned closer, its face inches from hers, and its smile widened grotesquely. You can't escape this time. With a final, sickening realization, Lena understood. The house didn't just trap bodies, it trapped souls. And she was no different from the family she had abandoned so many years ago. The house had taken her mother, her father, her brother, and now it would take her. It had been waiting for this moment, waiting for her to finally remember. And the more she resisted, the more she fought against the truth. The more the house twisted, contorted, and bled into her mind. Each inch she tried to escape, the walls of her own consciousness closed in tighter, until she was nothing but a shadow, lost to the labyrinth of memories. There would be no escape. The silence that followed was not an empty one. It was heavy, a thick blanket of despair that smothered every ounce of air from Lena's lungs. She could feel the weight of it pressing against her chest, suffocating, as if the very walls of the house had reached into her soul and crushed it into oblivion. The figure before her, the creature that had once been her father, her mother, her brother, and finally herself, stood still, watching her with those hollow, all-knowing eyes. You can't escape. The words were no longer a mere whisper. They were a command, a binding incantation, woven into the very fabric of the house that surrounded her. The walls pulsed. The floor beneath her feet trembled, as if the house itself were alive, breathing, and waiting for her to fully succumb to it. Every inch of her being screamed to run, to flee from this nightmare, but she knew there was no running anymore in that moment. Lena realized the terrible truth. The house hadn't been after her body. It had been after her mind, her soul. She had been brought here for a reason to remember. The truth of her past had been buried deep, hidden from her in the recesses of her fractured mind. She had repressed it, all the fire, the screams, the loss, the guilt, but it had never left her. The house had only been a mirror, a reflection of the fractured pieces of herself she had refused to confront. Every corner of it was a manifestation of her deepest, most repressed emotions. Her fear, her anger, her sorrow, it was all there, echoing through the halls in every crack and crevice. She had come here, unknowingly searching for answers, hoping that the rumors, the legends, the stories would provide some clue to her fractured reality. But it wasn't the house she needed to understand. It was herself. Her eyes fell to the ground, and she saw her own hands pale, translucent, as though she had become a ghost of her former self. She wanted to scream, but her voice, too, had been stolen. The silence around her deepened, an oppressive void that threatened to swallow her whole. And then she saw it. A figure, standing at the edge of the room. No, not standing. Floating dot. Lena blinked, her vision blurry, but the shape became clearer, more defined. It was her. Before herself, this new Lena, this reflection, wasn't the woman she had become. No, this figure was something older, something more broken. Her face was gaunt, her eyes sunken, filled with a pain Lena couldn't even begin to describe. Her hair was wild, matted with something darker, something red. She was standing in the doorway of the room, looking out toward the hallway, where the whispers of the past lingered in the shadows. The house was full of them, full of memories, her memories. This reflection didn't speak, didn't move. She just stood there, watching Lena with the same hollow eyes that stared back at her in the mirror. But it was not an empty gaze. It was a gaze full of understanding. A gaze that knew the truth. A truth Lena had been too afraid to confront at. Was then that Lena knew. She had always known. This was not just a house at the end of the street. This was a house of her making. A house constructed from the fragmented memories of a broken mind. This place, this labyrinth of shadows and whispers, was an extension of her trauma, her fear, her guilt. This house was no more than a physical manifestation of the deepest, most painful parts of herself, the parts she had locked away and never let see the light dot. It was here to force her to confront what she had done and the reflection of herself. In front of her, she was the one who had died, but an echo of the girl who had once lived in that house. It was the part of her that had died in that fire, the part of her that had been left behind. Her childhood, her innocence, her sense of safety had perished that night. But the girl who had been left standing, the one who had escaped the flames, was not the same. She was broken, scattered. Lena stared at the reflection of her past self, her chest tightening with a mix of sorrow, fear, and something darker. Anger. Anger at the girl in the mirror. Anger at the fact that the truth had been hidden from her for so long. Anger that she had never been allowed to heal. The fire had not only burned the house down, it had burned her down. And in her place, she had built something else, something unrecognizable, something that had spent years running. From itself, the whisper returned, this time louder than before. You can't run anymore. The walls began to tremble again, the house groaning, its very foundation shaking beneath Lena's feet. The floor beneath her buckled, as if the very house itself were splitting in half. In the distance, she could hear the flames roaring, the crackling heat rising from the depths of her subconscious. She could feel it. The fire had never left her. It was always there, waiting for her to remember. Waiting for her to finally confront the damage she had done to herself. The house wasn't trying to trap her. It wasn't trying to keep her. It was trying to release her, but only if she accepted it. The figure in the doorway slowly moved toward her, its skeletal form drifting through the air with the grace of something ancient, something dead. Lena's heart raced in her chest. She could feel the warmth of the fire again, the heat creeping up her legs, licking at her skin like the flames that had once consumed everything she had known. The smell of burning wood and charred flesh filled the air, and Lena stumbled back, her mind screaming at her to run, to escape this nightmare. But she knew there was nowhere to run anymore. Lena's hand reached out, trembling, as the reflection reached her. The touch was cold, like the sting of ice water, and she gasped in shock. The mirror self stared at her with hollow eyes, no longer angry, but sad. So sad. Lena closed her eyes, tears flooding down her face, hot and heavy against her skin. She had done this to herself. She had buried it all. The guilt, the anger, the fear. But the house had forced her to see it, forced her to confront it, and now there was no more denying it. She had been the one who had left her family behind, the memory of her brother's terrified face, her mother's frantic cries, her father's desperate attempts to save them all. It rushed through her, a tidal wave of grief and loss. The flames, the destruction, the screams. She had been too young to understand, too scared to help. And in the end, she had turned her back on them, and it was too late. She had never escaped. The house roared with the flames of her repressed memories, the fire leaping higher and higher until it consumed everything. The walls buckled, the floors cracked, and the entire structure seemed to collapse in on itself. Lena closed her eyes one last time, ready to embrace the truth, to face the consequences. Of her silence, she had died that night, and now the house would finally let her rest. Lena awoke in darkness, not the comfortable kind of nothingness she had once imagined, but the suffocating kind, the kind that wraps its tendrils around you and makes you question whether you even exist at all. It was as though she had been torn from one world and thrown into another, and the remnants of her reality hung around her like ghostly fragments, too faint to touch but too strong to escape. She couldn't feel her body. She couldn't hear a sound. There was nothing, an endless void. A void that pulsed, like it had a heartbeat of its own. A void that knew her. Lena floated in it, drifting aimlessly, like a leaf caught in a storm of memories. The house, the fire, her family, their screams. But it wasn't the screams she remembered anymore. No, it was the silence that followed them. The dead space that had stretched long after the flames had died. It was the kind of silence that swallowed everything, leaving only the hollow ache of a life that had never really been lived. She tried to scream. She tried to call out to them. Her mother, her father, her brother, but no words came. The void seemed to drown her voice, stifling it before it could even form. And then, somewhere deep within the darkness, a faint flicker appeared. A light, a tiny, insignificant glimmer, like a star breaking through a stormy sky. It was weak, in and out, but it was there. Lena reached for it instinctively, drawn toward it like a moth to flame. She didn't know why, but something about that light felt important. It felt like it held the key to everything, the key to her dot. As she neared it, the darkness around her began to shift. The void grew restless, as though it was aware of her movement, aware of her desire to leave. The pulse quickened. The heartbeat of the universe, of her universe, became louder, faster, until it was all she could hear. And then she reached it. The light expanded suddenly, like a doorway opening, to a place that had never existed. Beyond it, only the endless stretch of white, pure, bright, blinding. It wasn't the kind of light she had expected. It wasn't warm, like the sun. It wasn't gentle, like a mother's embrace. It was harsh, like the light of a hospital room, sterile and uninviting. But she stepped through it anyway, and as soon as she did, the memories hit her like a wave crashing against a brittle shoreline. The house, the flames, the screams, but there was something new, now someone else. Someone she had forgotten, her brother, her mother, her father. Lena saw them before her, not as she remembered them, but as the house had shown them to Urbroken. Their eyes darkened with the remnants of their own pain. Her mother stood in the center of the room, her face gaunt and pale, as if she hadn't slept for days. Her eyes were distant, vacant, as though she hadn't truly been alive for years. Her father was next to her, but his form was different, no more monstrous. The contours of his face distorted, as if stretched by some unseen hand. And her brother, her sweet, innocent brother, lay on the floor, eyes open but unblinking, staring at something only he could see. The pain, the guilt, the horror, it all flooded back. Lena fell to her knees, unable to move, unable to breathe. She wanted to run, to escape this nightmare, but it was no use. The house had already claimed her. She was no longer a victim of her own past. No, she was the one who had shaped it. She had built this reality, crafted it out of the raw materials of her own sorrow and guilt. Her mother, her father, and her brother, they were all here because of her. The fire, the death, the destruction, it had all happened because of her. Lena's chest tightened as the guilt slammed into her with full force. Her brother, he had died first, trapped beneath the falling beams. He had screamed for her, but she had been too frozen, too terrified to help him. Her father had tried, oh God, how he had tried, but the flames were too fast, too unforgiving. And her mother had carried him out of the house, desperate to save him, desperate to save them, but in the end she had never made it. Out. Lena had been the only one to escape, but she hadn't escaped. She had run. She had buried herself in the lie, hiding her true self away in the deepest recesses of her mind. She had let herself forget. She had let the house take them all, because it was easier than facing the truth. The voice came from somewhere everywhere, but Lena didn't know where. It was her voice. It was their voice. It was the voice of the house. You killed them, and now you will never be free. The words weren't a threat, they were a fact. Shook her head, tears streaming down her face as the truth burned through her. She had been running her entire life, ever since that fire. She had blamed herself. She had blamed the house. She had blamed everything but what was most important. Her own heart. She was the one who had let the fire consume them, to trap them in the flames. But it wasn't just the house. It wasn't just the fire. It wasn't just the tragedy. It was her. Lena's hands trembled as she reached out toward her family, toward the broken versions of them that stood before her in this impossible place. She wanted to touch them, to tell them how sorry she was, to apologize for the life she had stolen from them. She wanted to forgive herself, but she knew she couldn't. The light around her began to shift, morphing into something else, something darker. The edges of the white space grew jagged, like cracks forming in glass. The walls of the space closed in, the air thickening with the weight of her repressed feelings, her unhealed wounds. She could feel it now. The house was no longer a physical structure. It had become her. It had always been her. The light twisted, shattered into fragments, revealing the house, again the house, that had been burned, broken, and abandoned. The house that had never left her. The house had never been just a building. It was a part of her guilt, her sorrow, her unresolved grief. Every room, every hallway, every crack in its decaying walls had been a manifestation of her fractured soul. And now it was time to face it. Lena stood up, her legs unsteady, her hands shaking as she faced the ruins of the house. There was no escape this time. She had no choice but to enter the house again, to step back into the flames, to confront the parts of herself that she had buried for so long. But this time, she wasn't running. This time, she would face it all. And as she crossed the threshold, she knew that it wasn't the house that would consume her. It was her own soul. And this time, she would burn. Lena stood at the edge of the ruined house, a figure too fragile to endure the weight of the world she had built. The charred remnants of the once grand home loomed before her, jagged walls and twisted beams rising like skeletal remains of a forgotten past. It was no longer a house, it was a prison, a memorial to the wreckage of her life. The air was thick with the scent of old smoke, burned memories, and the eerie sense that something or someone was watching. But the only one watching was her own reflection in the soot-covered windows, the girl she had been, the girl she had tried to forget. For so long she had run from this place, this thing, this truth that had lurked just beyond her conscious mind. She had denied it, buried it, convinced herself that she was free, but she had never been free. No one who hides from their own truth is ever free. Not really. Lena knew that now. With a trembling hand, she reached out to touch the broken frame of the door. The wood splintered under her fingers, its edges sharp, like the jagged pieces of her fractured mind. The moment her skin made contact, something shifted in the air around her. A low hum, like the vibrations of an old, forgotten song, filled the silence, reverberating through her chest. She could feel the house in her bones, feel its pulse, the rhythmic slow beating that mirrored her own heart. And now it was time to enter herself. The door creaked open with a hesitant groan, its hinges protesting the weight of the past. As she stepped inside, the house seemed to exhale a sigh, as if welcoming her home, but it wasn't a warm embrace. No, it was more like the kind of embrace one might receive from a long-lost lover, familiar, yet suffocating. The air inside was stifling, thick with the ghosts of 100 years' worth of sorrow. It was oppressive. Every corner of the room, every shadow that stretched across the walls, felt alive, watching her, waiting for her to make the next move. The walls themselves seemed to pulse, like they had once held life within them, life that had been consumed by the flames. They were not just walls, they were memories. Lena's mind was reeling. The house had never been a simple place, was a reflection of her own psyche, her own fears and regrets. The first time she entered this place, it had seemed like a mystery, a legend, an urban tale spun by the mouths of those who feared the unknown. But now she understood. This house was her. The darkness, the emptiness, the decay. They were all pieces of herself. The twisted architecture, the endless corridors, the rooms that seemed to go on forever. It was all a manifestation of the places inside her that she had hidden away, the parts she could no longer bear to face. As she ventured deeper into the house, her mind grew disoriented. The rooms twisted in on themselves, warping, stretching, and folding as though the house itself had become a labyrinth of her own making. She was lost, but she had been lost for so long. She had been wandering these halls in silence, seeking an answer that she had always known. She reached a room at the end of the hall, a room she had never seen before. The door was ajar, and behind it, the flicker of candlelight danced across the walls. As she stepped inside, the room seemed to familiar, to intimate, to personal. It was as though it had been waiting for her. On the far side, a small vanity table sat against the wall, its surface covered with dust and age, and beside it, a mirror. But this wasn't a mirror she had seen before. It was something different. It wasn't made of glass. The reflective surface was made of an oily black liquid, shimmering like the surface of a stagnant pond. When she gazed into it, the reflection wasn't just her own. The reflection shifted, rippling as though the very fabric of time had bent to allow another view. Her brother's face flickered before her. He was small, just a child, his eyes wide with confusion. His mouth opened, but no sound came. He raised his hand, beckoning her toward him. But the moment she moved closer, the face dissolved into smoke, and in its place, her father appeared, his figure distorted, contorted as though his body had been consumed by the flames. His eyes were dark pits of shadow, his mouth a gaping void. Lena gasped, stepping back. She tried to look away, but the mirror refused to let her. It held her captive with its otherworldly presence. The room began to spin, the air thick with heat, the scent of burning wood and flesh clawing at her senses. She felt as though she were drowning in it, the flames rising higher, licking at her skin. The heat was unbearable. She could hear the crackling of the fire, the desperate cries for help. They weren't her family. They were hers. It was her. She had been there. She had stood by and watched as the fire devoured them, her mind paralyzed with fear. She had run. She had fled the house, leaving them behind. Lena's knees buckled beneath her as the truth of that moment slammed into her chest. She had never really left. She had never really escaped. The house had followed her, and so had the memory of her guilt. It wasn't the fire that had destroyed them. It was her. She had let them burn, too afraid to act, too ashamed to try. Wasn't a choice, it was instinct. But that instinct had been wrong. So wrong. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she pressed her hands to her face, trying to wipe away the grief. The air around her shifted again, and the mirror's surface began to ripple once more, this time pulling her into it. The black liquid surged, lapping at her skin, and in an instant, she was there. She was back in the burning house, back in the moment that had shattered her life. Her feet sank into the soot-covered floor, her heart pounding as she looked around. The flames were rising higher now, the smoke thickening, filling her lungs, suffocating her. She could hear their voices, now her family's voices. They were calling her. Her brother's laughter echoed in her ears, followed by her mother's soothing voice and her father's gruff commands. But it wasn't real. It couldn't be real. this was a memory, a distorted memory. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she saw herself standing in the doorway, watching the fire rage, frozen in time. She was just a child, too afraid to move. And then, just as quickly, the scene shifted. The fire roared, and the room seemed to collapse around her. But this time, she wasn't running. She wasn't hiding. This time, she stepped forward. Her feet moved against the weight of her fear. She took one step, then another, until she was inside the inferno itself. She could feel the heat, feel the flames licking at her skin, but she didn't turn back. And then she saw it, the thing that had haunted her nightmares for years. Her brother, her mother, her father, they were there, standing before her in the flames, their forms now only shadows, half frail, half phantom. Their faces twisted in agony, their bodies burned to the point of unrecognition. But they weren't looking at her with hatred. They weren't angry. They were waiting for her. They were waiting for her to forgive herself. Lena reached out, her trembling hands brushing against the searing heat. She felt the burn, but she didn't pull away. She didn't have to. They weren't gone. They had never been gone. They had always been here in her. And with that final realization, the house began to crumble, its walls collapsing, its structure dissolving into ash. The fire died, the smoke cleared, and all that remained was the faintest trace of light, fading into nothingness. Lena's body dissolved, along with it her soul, finally freed from the chains that had bound it. In the end, it wasn't the house that had destroyed her. It was her refusal to remember. And now, in the silence that followed, she could finally let go and be free. Lena's consciousness emerged slowly from the ashes, as if dragging itself through an endless fog, unsure whether it had ever truly existed in the first place. The world around her had ceased to be defined by the physical. There were no walls, no doors, no tangible corners where the real could be separated from the imagined. There was only the vast expanse of nothing, a place between existence and oblivion, where time and space were irrelevant, and nothing seemed to matter, except for the deep, hollow feeling inside her chest. It wasn't a feeling of loss, but of being unmade, unraveled in ways she couldn't fully comprehend. She tried to move, but her body was foreign to her now, as though her hands and legs were no longer hers. They were simply things, objects adrift in an intangible ocean. She was not solid. She was not whole. She was something lost to the wind. It was as if the house had finally succeeded in swallowing her whole, like the blackness that had once beckoned her at the edges of her consciousness, the fire, the brokenness, the disintegration of self. But now she could see it. Something shifted at the edges of her awareness, a faint outline of something, like the pulse of a memory stirring deep within the fabric of the space she inhabited. A face, a form. It was blurry, shifting in and out of focus, but she knew it. It was her, the woman who she had tried so desperately to forget, but who had always been her, standing in front of her, distant and untouchable. She was dressed in white, a blinding, empty white, too pure, too clean. She held something in her hands, but Lena couldn't see it clearly. There was something unnatural about her presence, something haunting in her stillness. Lena could hear her voice too, though it wasn't the sound of her mouth moving. It was a whisper, threading its way through the fog that had become her reality. Quiet but persistent, like an echo that wouldn't stop bouncing inside her skull. Come closer. Lena wanted to reach out, to move toward this figure, but her limbs remained frozen in place. She had no strength, no agency. It was as though the act of moving would require her to become someone else, someone she didn't know. She didn't know who she was anymore. The figure's smile was almost imperceptible, a tightening of lips, a flicker of something too sharp to be human. But it was still her. It was her. And that's when Lena understood. This woman wasn't just a stranger, a specter, or some fractured memory. She was the mask that Lena had worn for so long, the face she had constructed to hide the truth from herself. She had built this woman to protect herself from the pain, to shield herself from the guilt, to forget the fire. The woman was not real. Lena's breath caught. The understanding hit her like a shockwave. All the years of running, of hiding, of pretending to be someone else had been nothing more than a way to keep the truth buried deep, to lock away the pain of the past in the deepest corners of her soul. She had built this version of herself, this perfect woman in white, as a way to escape the inferno inside her. The woman before her began to fade in and out of focus, a shifting, ghostly thing. Too much like her, too close, but not enough to be. Her Lena's heart pounded in her chest, and a wave of nausea crept over her as the memories flooded back faster now, like a floodgate that had been opened. The fire, the crackling, the screams, the faces of her family, their voices lost too, the flames, the terror, the helplessness, and then the truth. She could feel her body beginning to take shape again, as if the act of remembering was stitching her back together, piece by piece. Began to tingle, the air around her growing warmer. The woman in white flickered, her form disintegrating like a phantom dissolving in the light of a dying star. And as she did, Lena realized the truth that had been buried for so long. She had always known it. She had always felt it. She had set the fire. The house wasn't just a prison of guilt. It wasn't just a place to hide her trauma. It was a manifestation of the one thing she couldn't face, the responsibility of the destruction she had caused. She had been the one to leave the candles burning, to make the careless mistake that led to it all. She had been the one to watch the flames consume her family, her home, her entire life, and she had been too afraid to stop it, too afraid to face the consequences, too afraid to remember. But now, the house was asking her to remember. It was asking her to forgive herself. A strangled sob left Lena's throat as the truth consumed her, burning her from the inside out. She had been the architect of her own misery. The fire had been no accident. It had been a choice. A mistake, yes, but a choice. And she had lived with the guilt of it for years. The figure in front of her began to unravel completely, disintegrating into wisps of smoke that seemed to evaporate into the air. It was gone now, but its presence lingered in the pit of Lena's stomach. And in its place was something new, a door she had not noticed before. A simple wooden door, old and worn, standing in the center of the empty space. It was familiar, but distant. A door that had always been there, waiting for her to open it. Lena felt her body move toward it almost against her will. Her legs, no longer empty of purpose, carried her to the threshold. She didn't know why she was moving. She didn't know where this door would lead, but she had to open it. There was no other way. With trembling hands, she grasped the cold metal handle and turned it. The door swung open into nothingness, a void so dark it seemed to absorb every trace of light, every shred of existence. There was nothing on the other side, but as she stepped through, Lena could feel it. The weight had lifted for the first time. In the absolute silence that surrounded her, she could hear herself breathe. She could feel the weight of her body again, the steady rhythm of her heart. She was real. She was here. The door behind her creaked closed. And with it, the house, the ghosts, the memories, the guilt faded into oblivion. It was over. The reflection she had built, the mask she had worn, all of it was gone. She was standing in the center of a new reality, no longer shackled by her past, no longer held prisoner by the echoes of her mistakes. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, Lena could see herself clearly. She had been lost for so long, searching for something that had never existed. She had run, she had hidden, but now, standing in this strange, unfamiliar place, she could finally see that she was whole. the pieces of herself that she had scattered, the parts of her that had been torn apart by fear and shame. They had all returned to her dot, and in the distance, beyond the dark void that had once been her prison, she saw something. A light dot. It was not the light of salvation. It was not a light that would rescue her. It was her light, the light of her own soul, and it was funnily enough. Lena stood at the precipice of everything she had ever known, and everything she could never fully understand. The light, though faint, beckoned her forward an invitation, a promise. But as she took one tentative step, the air around her thickened, and the world seemed to hesitate, holding its breath. It was as though time itself was suspended, caught in a moment too fragile to sustain itself. The light flickered, dimming, as if unwilling to reveal too much of itself, and yet it called. This was no longer about the house, the fire, or the trauma that had kept her locked in its grasp for years. The house was gone, reduced to dust in her mind, its walls now little more than crumbling memories. The fragments of her family, the echoes of the past, they had all dissolved into silence. But this light felt different. It was neither a promise of resolution nor an escape. It was something more intimate, something that would demand from her what she had not yet given. Lena's breath was shallow, her fingers trembling at her sides. She was no longer sure of herself, unsure of who she had become in this strange, new existence. What had she been before the mask she had built? Could she even recognize the girl who had once been so full of life and possibility? She had carried the weight of her guilt for so long. It was suffocating, but it had defined her. It was the shadow she could never outrun, the echo she could never quiet. But now she was free, or at least she thought she was. And yet the question remained. What would freedom mean if she had nothing to anchor her? If all she had left was a collection of shards, pieces of herself broken and scattered like glass on the floor? The light flickered again, but this time it held its intensity. It became brighter, more insistent, as if daring her to cross its threshold. She knew, instinctively, that it would not wait forever. There was something undeniably final about this. Taking a deep breath, Lena stepped into the light. The world shifted around her. It wasn't a shift of geography, not in the traditional sense. There were no walls to walk through, no rooms to cross. Instead, the light surrounded her, engulfing her, and with it came the sensations of endless space. She could feel the weight of the world lifting from her shoulders, as if the very air itself was lighter here. She floated unbound, untethered to the earth, yet grounded in some impossible way she couldn't understand. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, she was weightless. She stretched her hands out before her, feeling the texture of the space around her, a texture that defied description, yet felt undeniably familiar. It was as if the air itself was made of memory, but not her memories. The room, the space, the light, it wasn't about her. It was about everyone. She felt the presence of countless souls, all adrift in this strange, endless place. They were not present in the way people were present. It wasn't their faces or their voices she could feel, but their awareness, like her own, was flickering, struggling against the void. Suddenly, from within the soft, glimmering haze, Lena heard the faintest whisper. It was a voice, a soft, haunting whisper that seemed to carry the weight of an eternity with it. But it wasn't speaking to her directly. It was speaking through her, in a language she didn't understand, but one that was as old as time itself. You've come far, but you cannot stay here, not yet. The voice swirled around her, its presence both comforting and terrifying, as though the very air itself were trying to hold her, but release her at the same time. The force of it pressed against her chest, her ribs, her breath. You are not done. There is still one final shard that remains, one final piece of you. Yet To find, Lena shuddered as she felt the truth of the words ripple through her. The voice spoke of something, someone, she had yet to confront. She tried to focus on the voice, to anchor herself in its presence. But the words were fragmented, fleeting. You cannot leave until you find the one piece you have always avoided, the one piece you fear the most. The air around her thickened, once again becoming heavier, more oppressive, as though the weight of this final, elusive shard was pressing down on her like the walls of a tomb. Her body, so light just moments ago, now felt as though it were sinking, becoming heavier with each passing second. She was still floating in the light, but now the light seemed to be pulling away from her, retreating into the distance. She reached out her hands, grasping at the fading strands of it, but they slipped through her fingers like sand. The light was leaving her, slipping away as she sank deeper into the void. You cannot outrun it. Lena, it is already within you. You cannot hide anymore. The voice was louder now, its echo growing stronger. The light had nearly disappeared, leaving only the barest outline of the space she occupied. And then, as if the very darkness itself had materialized from her deepest fears, something stirred. In the shadows, a figure, a shape. Lena's heart thundered in her chest as the figure stepped into view, its form barely distinguishable in the gloom. The figure wore a dark, tattered cloak, its features obscured by the hood. But Lena knew who it was. She knew that it was her. The version of herself that had been lost. The girl she had tried so desperately to forget. The girl she had hidden away. In the farthest recesses of her mind, she stood before Lena, staring with eyes that were too dark, too empty. The shadow in front of her was the part of herself she had been avoiding, the part she could never accept. This figure was not a version of her that had been shaped by trauma. This was something older, something darker. This was the part of her that had always existed, the one that had never been allowed to grow, to become who she could have been. The part of herself she had killed with her guilt, a soft rasp that barely cut through the silence. I am the one you destroyed in your haste to forget, but I have always been here, in the shadows. I am the shadow of your soul, the part you have hidden from yourself, and I will not let you leave without confronting me, without acknowledging me. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she took a step back. She knew that she could not outrun this part of herself. She couldn't ignore it. It had always been there, waiting for the moment when she could no longer hide. I am the one who burned, the one who fled, the one you cannot save. The darkness around her seemed to press in, the figure growing taller, more imposing, as though it were slowly enveloping her in its own suffocating presence. Lena could feel the weight of its gaze, its emptiness, its rejection of everything she had tried to become. The moment was crushing. Every breath she took felt heavier than the last, as though she were drowning in her own inability to reconcile the things she had buried. She had run from this, from the shame, from the darkness. That had followed her, but it was here now, in front of her. It had always been here. Lena couldn't run anymore. You cannot leave without me, the shadow whispered. And in that moment, Lena knew. This was the last shard, the last piece of herself, the one she had never allowed herself to acknowledge, the part of her she had buried in the wreckage of that night, the part of her that had died with her family in the flames, and it was time to bring it back. I am you, and you are me. The truth was harsh, unforgiving, but it was the only truth left. With trembling hands, Lena reached out, and as she did, the figure dissolved, and with it, the darkness faded, leaving behind only the light. The final shard had been found. She had reconciled the two halves of herself, and at last the light remained. Lena stood at the heart of the light, her arms outstretched, her hands trembling as they hovered just beyond the surface of an impossible calm. The shards, the broken pieces of herself that had once scattered like glass, had finally come together. But the weight of their reconciliation had left her feeling hollow, empty not in the way she had once felt, lost within the house, but in a quieter, deeper way. The pieces didn't fit together perfectly. They never would. Within her, rippling beneath the surface like a dark tide. But now, it was different. The pain had been folded into her very bones, each crack and fracture smoothed by the revelation of truth. She was not whole in the way she had once dreamed of. There would never be a perfect restoration. There would only be acceptance, the light. Around her pulsed, and for a moment it felt as if the very essence of time was bending, curling inward like a snake devouring its own tail. She could feel something deep within her soul, a stirring like the wind before a storm. Something was coming, something else. She didn't know how she knew, but she felt it, a distant hum, like a warning. The light flickered, it grew brighter, almost blinding in its intensity. The shadows, once a soft and distant threat, began to recoil, as though they were being pushed away by the force of the radiance. But the radiance wasn't simply light, it was presence. It wasn't the end. It was not salvation. It was something older, something far more ancient than she could comprehend. And then it spoke. The voice wasn't like any voice Lena had heard before. It wasn't human. It wasn't familiar. It didn't belong to anyone or anything. It was a pulse of vibration of thought, of pure essence. The words didn't come from a mouth. They seeped directly into her mind, filling her with a sense of vastness, of something that could swallow her whole, yet leave her with nothing but the echoes of its presence. The journey has only just begun. The light quivered, splitting, into 1,000 tiny fractals that seemed to dance around her, each one a star, a flicker of some cosmic force that felt both comforting and terrifying. Lena's heart raced, and she wanted to reach out for something solid, something to hold onto, but there was nothing. There was only this vastness, the absence of everything except for this force that was now part of her. You've stepped beyond the threshold. You've embraced the darkness and the light. Now you must walk the path of silence. The words hung in the air, their weight pressing down on her as though the very fabric of the universe was holding its breath. Silence. What did it mean? She had spent her whole life searching for answers, for the truth buried beneath layers of trauma. She had chased the light, ran from the darkness, and confronted her past, but silenced. The air seemed to thicken around her, and she felt an intense pull towards something, an almost magnetic force drawing her into the center of the light. She couldn't resist it. She moved forward. The ground beneath her feet disappeared entirely, and she was floating once again, weightless, disembodied, as though her entire existence was being sifted through an endless sieve. In the distance, she saw it. It wasn't a thing of flesh and bone. It was something older, something more ethereal, a presence that seemed to absorb the light around it, like a shadow cast upon the light itself. It was the figure she had seen before, the one who had whispered to her in the dark, "You cannot outrun me," it had said. The figure began to take form, the swirling light coalescing into a form she recognized all too well. It was not her, not exactly her, but a reflection, a shadow. It had no features, no eyes, no mouth, but Lena knew what it was. It was her, the self she had hidden, the self that had been buried, the fractured pieces that had not yet been healed. The shadow stepped forward, its form becoming clearer with every step. Its outlines seemed to distort, as if the light itself could not fully define it, could not fully contain it. "You think you've escaped," the voice said, as cold and distant as the empty space between stars. "You think you've reconciled, but you cannot undo what has been done." Lena's throat tightened. She felt the pull of this shadow, its gravity, its suffocating presence, and yet there was a strange sense of stillness in it as well. This figure, this ghost of her past, was neither angry nor vindictive. It was simply there, a reminder that some things could never be changed, never be erased. I am not your guilt. I am not your shame. I am simply what you left behind. I am the truth you have refused to face. The words seeped into her bones, each one a shard, a splinter that burrowed deeper with every passing moment. The silence, the endless stillness around her amplified each word, each realization, until Lena thought she might collapse under its weight. She had tried to hide from it, but it was always there, just beneath the surface. The fire, the death, the lives that had been snuffed out by her own carelessness, by her own hands. She couldn't forget. She couldn't run. She couldn't escape. But the more the figure spoke, the more she realized something. This wasn't about undoing the past. This wasn't about changing what had happened. This was about acceptance. She couldn't erase what had been done. She couldn't turn back time, but she could stop fighting it. She could stop running from it. The shadow reached out. She let it touch her, let it pass through her, through the very center of her being. It wasn't painful. It wasn't violent. It simply was. And in that moment, Lena understood. The shadow wasn't something to be destroyed. It was a part of her. It was a memory, an experience, a moment in time that had shaped her. She could no longer deny it. She could no longer pretend that it wasn't there. The shadow had always been her, and she had always been it. She had reached the point where she could no longer remain divided, where she could no longer carry the weight of her own denial. It wasn't a matter of forgetting. It was a matter of accepting. The shadow faded, dissolving into the light, leaving. Lena standing in the vast, empty space, the silence now not deafening, but almost comforting. The light had not dimmed, it had not abandoned her. It was still there, surrounding her, filling her with a peace she had never known. The battle had ended, the reckoning had come, and she had survived. But now there was only one thing left to do. She took a step forward into the light, knowing that this was not the end, but the beginning of something new, a life, a future, not defined by guilt, not defined by fear, but by the simple truth of who she was. She was whole, but not perfect. She was healed, but not unscarred. She was not a victim, nor a villain, but simply a person who had lived through the storm, had walked through the fire, and who had learned to walk again. And as she stepped into the light, Lena realized that the path she was about to walk was hers to shape. She was no longer bound by the house, no longer held captive by the past. She was free, not because she had outrun the shadows, but because she had learned to live with them. Lena felt the weight of the silence settle over her like a blanket. It wasn't oppressive, not like the darkness had been before, nor was it hollow. It was rich, full of possibility and stillness, where the universe stretched out in all its infinity, waiting. It was the kind of silence that gave room for reflection, for growth, for new beginnings. She had reconciled with the past. She had made peace with the fragments of herself that had scattered and cracked. But there was still something stirring within her, a quiet pull, deep in her chest, tugging her toward something she couldn't yet name. She took a breath, and the air felt different now, thicker somehow, yet lighter. The tension in her body, the ache in her soul, began to fade, replaced by a sense of openness, like she was learning to breathe in a new way. She could feel the pulsing energy of the light around her, soft, yet powerful, a presence that was more than just a place. It was a state of being. For the first time in years, Lena didn't feel afraid, not of the house, not of herself. Terror had faded with the last remnants of her guilt, her shame. There was no longer any weight holding her to the ground. The past no longer chained her to its shadow, dragging her through the same nightmares over and over again. She had found her peace, not an escape, but a realization. And yet, even in the stillness, there was something that hadn't yet been answered, something she hadn't understood. The silence began to shift. like a whisper carried on the wind, slipping. Beneath the surface of her thoughts, her mind, once so clouded with confusion, now began to clear. A faint memory lingered, one that had been hidden away beneath layers of self-protection, something so simple yet so vital, a moment that seemed insignificant at the time, but was now becoming the cornerstone of everything that had led her here. Lena closed her eyes, and the memory rushed forward, sharp and vivid. She was sitting in a room, a small room, tucked away from the rest of the world. The house had been normal then before the fire. Her parents were there too. She was just a girl, younger than she had been when the accident happened, before everything had become a blur. They were talking to her about her future, her dreams. Her mother's voice was warm, reassuring, full of life. "I know you're scared," her mother had said, "but you have to face it. Whatever it is, you'll get through it. Just never forget there is always a way forward, even if you can't see it yet." Her father had nodded, his hand resting on her shoulder. "You're strong, Lena, stronger than you know." The memory was so sharp it almost hurt. She could feel the warmth of the room, the soft hum of the house's quiet life. The world had felt whole then. She had been whole. And then the memory cracked, splintering into fragments that scattered in all directions. A sharp, sudden pain, the sound of shuffling feet, the shrieking of sirens outside the window. Her mother's scream loud, desperate hand, then silence. Lena opened her eyes. She had thought she had dealt with it, thought she had reconciled everything in the house, the fire, the loss. She had thought she had faced the truth, but the truth was a deeper thing than she had realized. Her parents had warned her, had told her that the path ahead would be hard, but what they hadn't told her was that the path forward could be so much more than what they had prepared her for. That wasn't the moment that broke her. No, it was what happened afterwards, the blank spots in her memory, the gaps where time seemed to collapse into itself, folding in on the edges, like a map that had been torn and forgotten. She had never fully understood the moments that had followed. The fire, the house, the bodies, the smoke, the aftermath had been too much to bear. She had learned to forget too well, but now she was beginning to see it. Just running from the house, from the fire, from the memories. She was running from herself. Lena's breath quickened. The realization was terrifying, but freeing. For all these years, she had believed she was escaping the trauma of the fire, but she hadn't realized that what she was truly running from was the truth about what had happened after, the truth that had been buried beneath her own confusion and fear. The fire had not been an accident. Her mind recoiled at the thought. The fragments of the past began to swirl around her again. Too many pieces, too many unfinished images, her parents' faces, their smiles, the way they had looked at her with such hope before everything had burned to the ground. Lena had been younger, but not too young to remember the fear, the uncertainty in her father's eyes. He had known something he had never told her. The darkness was not just in the house. It had always been inside of her. Her hands trembled as she reached for the light. This wasn't the end of her journey. It was only the beginning of the truth she had never dared to face. The silence she had embraced was not the absence of everything, it was the beginning of understanding. Understanding the pieces that had once been shattered. Understanding the gaps in her memories. Understanding the weight of the choices made long before the fire. Long before the house had even become a place of terror. She felt a pull deep within her, the whisper of something distant but familiar. Something she had been unwilling to recognize. The truth was calling her, and it was not going to wait. The light around her shifted once again, swirling with intensity, pushing her forward. The space she stood in was no longer the quiet sanctuary she had embraced. The air now felt charged, crackling with energy, the very fabric of reality seeming to bend under the weight of the truth that was about to be revealed. She could feel the presence of someone else in the space with her, standing just beyond her reach. The figure materialized slowly, but it wasn't the shadow she had faced before. This was something else. It was not a memory, not a version of herself. It was something alive, something that existed beyond the physical. A voice rang out, the same haunting whisper she had heard before, but now it was clearer, stronger. You cannot escape. Not anymore. Lena's heart raced, but she didn't turn away. The figure stepped closer, and she could see it more clearly now. It was a reflection of her, but twisted, distorted. This was the part of herself that she had been unable to confront, the version of her that existed in the aftermath, the one that had chosen to bury the truth. The figure reached out a hand, and Lena didn't pull away. "You thought you had buried me," it said. Its voice no longer a whisper, but a firm statement. "You thought you could forget what you did, but it's time to remember." Lena took a deep breath. She knew this moment would come. She had been running from it her entire life, but it had always been a part of her. The past, the fire, the choices. She had blamed herself for so long, but now she understood. It was about how she had lived. With it, how she had let the weight of guilt and trauma consume her. But now, in this strange space between light and shadow, she realized something else. She was no longer afraid. She was no longer running, and she was ready to face the truth, to face herself. "I am you," the figure said, its hand closing around. "Hers and you are me. Always have been, always will be." The light flickered once, and for the first time in Lena's life, she felt whole. The truth wasn't just something to be faced, it was something to be embraced. And as the light pulsed around her, Lena finally understood. She was not defined by the house, nor the fire, nor the guilt that had once claimed her. She was defined by the choices she made, now the willingness to walk forward, to move beyond the past, to build something new. The echoes of tomorrow would not haunt her, they would guide her. The house had never felt so empty. Lena's feet moved cautiously across the threshold, but it wasn't the same house anymore. It was no longer the crumbling, decaying mausoleum that had haunted her dreams for years, the place that had carried the echoes of her greatest mistakes. The walls, though still peeling in places, didn't seem oppressive. They didn't breathe with the same heavy, oppressive weight they once had. They were simply walls, the floors, the dark wood that had once creaked and groaned under the strain of secrets, were now still, almost serene. It felt more like a shell of a place, a distant memory wrapped in familiar stone. And yet, the air seemed to hum with something electric, faint but undeniable. There was a presence, but it wasn't the shadows she had fought. It wasn't the remnants of the house's haunted history. No, it was something new. Something that had been born out of her own will, out of her courage to face what had been buried for so long. The silence, the stillness that enveloped the house wasn't cold. It wasn't devoid of life. It was filled with a different kind of energy, a quiet hum of peace. The house had always been a prison to her, both physical and emotional. But now, with each step she took, it felt less like a place of torment and more like a place of reflection. Lena paused, standing in the center of the living room, her gaze sweeping over the familiar space. The fireplace, where so many nights had been spent in warmth, was cold now, its hearth empty. The furniture, though worn, was exactly as she remembered it, as though the house itself had frozen in time, waiting for her to return. She could almost hear the laughter of her parents, the soft murmur of voices in the background. But it was gone now. Their warmth had faded, their presence nothing but a fleeting whisper in the air. And yet, she wasn't alone. The house was filled with memories, so many memories. There were times when she thought she had let go of it. All the house, the fire, the guilt, the trauma. She had taken those steps out of the darkness and into the light. But now, standing here, the pieces of her past hadn't fully left. They were still scattered, still lingering in the corners, still echoing through the walls. It was as though the house, though quiet, was asking her to return, to look once more at the fragments, the pieces that had never been fully understood. But this time, Lena knew she wasn't here to conquer it. She wasn't here to battle the ghosts of her past. She had already done that this time. She was here to understand. Her fingers traced the edge of the mantelpiece, the wood smooth under. Her touch. Her parents had once stood here, just as she had, sharing quiet moments after the world had fallen asleep. She could remember them vividly, as though they were still standing beside her. She could feel their love, their hope, and their dreams. For her, she could almost hear her mother's voice again. So clear, so gentle. "We believe in you, Lena. You are capable of great things." The words stirred something in her chest. They were the same words she had heard so many years ago, but they felt different now. Different because, at the time, she had been unable to believe them. How could she, when everything had crumbled? Around her, how could she, when she had been swallowed by guilt and shame, when she had buried the truth so deep that it had nearly consumed her? But now, as she stood in the center of this empty house, Lena understood. She wasn't just here to visit the past. She was here to finally live it. She wasn't going to erase the trauma, the pain, the ghosts. They would always be a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. But she could choose how to carry them. She could choose to accept them, to learn from them, rather than allowing them to define her. She could choose to honor the memory of her parents, to honor the love they had given her. The hum in the air deepened, and for a moment, Lena thought she could hear it clearly now. A voice not from the house, but from within herself. A voice she had long silenced. A voice that had been too afraid to speak, too lost in the shadows to be heard. "You are enough." The words were simple, but they carried the weight of a lifetime. They carried the weight of everything she had learned, everything she had fought through, everything she had become, and for the first time she believed them. Lena turned, her gaze drifting to the staircase, to the darkened hallway beyond. The house stretched out before her, so many rooms, so many memories waiting to be explored. The past was still here, lingering in the corners, but she was no longer afraid of it. She was no longer running from it. She wasn't here to fix it. She was here to accept it. The light from the window caught the edges of the dark wood, casting long shadows across the floor. But the shadows didn't frighten her anymore. They weren't monsters waiting to leap from the darkness. They were simply parts of the whole, part of the house, part of her Dot. She was just human. House had stood as a monument to her pain, to her past, but now it would stand as a monument to her survival. It was a place of healing, not a prison. It was a reminder of where she had come from, but it no longer had the power to control her. She had the power now, and as she ascended the stairs, Lena could feel something else's shift, deep within the house, within herself. The light around her seemed to glow brighter, but it wasn't harsh. It was soft, like the first rays of dawn, gentle and warm. She wasn't done with her journey, not yet. There were still fragments to piece together, still questions to ask, but she was no longer afraid of the answers. The house had witnessed her fall, and now it would witness her rise. The silence stretched out again, but it was different. This time, it was not an absence, it was an invitation. An invitation to continue, to move forward, to live fully without fear of the past, without fear of the future. And as Lena moved deeper into the house, she smiled softly to herself. There was no longer any need for haste, no urgency. There was only the steady rhythm of her own heartbeat, echoing through the empty rooms, growing louder with each step. She had found her peace, and it had always been within her reach. The house was still, its walls holding secrets long buried. But beneath that stillness, beneath the familiar creaks of the floorboards and the occasional groan of the ceiling beams, there was a pulsing, quiet, subtle rhythm that seemed to align with Lena's own heartbeat. It was as though the house was alive, responding to her presence, to her acceptance, to her willingness to face what had once been buried in shadow. As she walked deeper into the heart of the house, the air grew heavier, but not with dread. No, this weight was different. It was the weight of history, the weight of things long forgotten that now sought to be remembered. Every step she took seemed to echo back to her 1,000 memories. But instead of feeling overwhelmed by them, she felt a strange comfort. They were pieces of a puzzle she had once feared to touch, but now they called to her not with malice, but with a gentle beckoning. The hallway stretched ahead, dimly lit by the soft glow of the moonlight filtering through the dust-covered windows. Dust motes danced lazily in the air, glittering in the pale light. The hallway felt endless, its walls adorned with photographs that once captured moments of joy and love. Now they seemed distant, ghostly, as if the people in them no longer existed in the same world she inhabited. Lena paused in front of one photograph, a picture of her and her parents on a family vacation. They were standing on a beach, the ocean in the background, laughing, their faces bathed in sunlight. She remembered that day so clearly, her mother's laughter, her father's steady hand on her shoulder. They had been so full of life, so full of promise. She had wanted to hold on to that moment, to freeze it in time. But time had a way of slipping through your fingers, no matter how tightly you grasped it. With a slow exhale, she touched the photograph, her fingers grazing the glass. The picture was warm beneath her touch, as if it still carried the heat of the day it had been taken, the warmth of their smiles. "You are enough." The voice whispered again, the same voice that had spoken to her earlier, the voice that had seemed to come from within, but was now something more, a presence that wasn't just part of her, but part of everything. The house, the past, the world itself. It was a voice of acceptance, a voice of truth. Lena turned away from the photo and continued down the hallway. The floor creaked underfoot, but it wasn't the haunting, unsettling sound she had once feared. Now it was the sound of the house, welcoming her, acknowledging her presence. The darkness around her didn't feel threatening anymore. It was a mere backdrop to the quiet strength that she had discovered within herself. She reached the end of the hallway, where a door stood ajar, barely visible in the dim light. It was the door to her parents' room, the room that had once been a sanctuary, a place of refuge from the world. Now it seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, as though the room itself was holding its breath. Waiting for her to step inside, Lena hesitated. She hadn't been in this room since the fire. It was a place she had purposely avoided in all the years she had spent running from the house, from the memories, from the truth. Just an intense, overwhelming pull, as if the room itself was calling her home. With a deep breath, Lena pushed open the door. The room was exactly as she remembered it. The bed draped in soft linens, the old oak dresser, the vanity where her mother would sit and brush her hair before bed. But there was something else in the room now, something that wasn't there before. It wasn't physical, but it was palpable, an energy that seemed to fill the space. The air was heavy, but not with the suffocating weight of grief. This was something different. It was the presence of something alive, something that had never truly left, something that had been waiting for her to return. Lena stepped inside, her heart pounding in her chest. The door clicked shut behind her, and for a moment she was lost in the silence. But then she heard a faint sound, like the rustle of fabric, the soft creak of a chair moving slightly, as though someone had just shifted in place. She froze. "Mom." The word slipped from her lips before she could stop it. It was a whisper, fragile and unsure, but it held all the yearning of a daughter who had lost her mother too soon. The room was still. Lena stepped forward, her bare feet silent on the carpet. The air felt thicker here, heavier, like stepping into another world altogether. Her eyes scanned the room, but it was impossible to see much in the dim light. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally across the walls, as if they were moving of their own accord, stretching to meet her. The voice, the one that had whispered her truth, spoke again, but this time it was different. It wasn't her own voice anymore. It wasn't even the voice she had been hearing in the house. This was something more ancient, more powerful. It was a voice that reverberated through her bones. "You have come to understand." Lena's breath caught in her throat. She knew that voice. It was her mother's. It was never about escaping the past, my love. It was about accepting it, embracing it, letting it make you whole. Lena felt the tears come then, sudden and hot, but they weren't tears of sorrow. They were tears of release, of catharsis. Her mother's words, spoken so many years ago, finally made sense. They weren't just words. They were a call to heal, to move forward, to find the strength within herself to confront everything she had left behind. For so long, Lena had been running not just from the house, but from the memory of her mother's death. But now, in this room, in the place where it had all begun, she finally understood. Her mother had never blamed her. Her mother had never wanted her to live in fear, in sorrow. She had wanted her to live, to grow. To be Dot, Lena sank to her knees, beside the bed, her hands trembling as she gripped the edge of the mattress. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." "There is nothing to forgive," the voice said softly. "You are my child, and you are enough." The weight of those words lifted something from her chest. She could feel it, a lightness, a freedom, like a door finally opening after years of being locked. She wasn't just forgiving herself. She was forgiving the house, the fire, the memories that had haunted her. She was forgiving the very part of her that had been afraid to move forward, afraid to let go of the past. The room seemed to shimmer around her, the shadows lifting and scattering like mist in the sunlight. The familiar smells of her mother's perfume, the warmth of her father's voice, everything was returning, not in the painful way it had before, but in a way that was gentle, that was accepting. She was not being asked to forget. She was being asked to remember, but to remember with compassion, with understanding. She had come to this house with the intention of confronting the past, of confronting her fear, but she had learned something. More important, it wasn't about confronting. It was about embracing. And as Lena sat there, the weight of years of grief, fear, and trauma began to fall away, leaving something new in its place: peace. The presence in the room seemed to fade, not in a way that meant it was leaving, but in a way that meant it had always been a part of her. The house, the memory of her parents, the fire, it was all a part of who she was now. But it was no longer controlling her, Dot. It was simply another chapter of her story. Lena stood, her heart light, her eyes clear, and with one last glance at the room she had once feared, she stepped into the hallway. She didn't look back. There was nothing left to fear. The house was empty no longer, and neither was she. Lena moved through the house with a newfound clarity, her steps measured and deliberate. The air, though still thick with the past, no longer felt like a burden. It felt like a canvas, waiting to be painted anew. Each room she passed whispered a story she had once been too afraid to uncover. But now they were no longer threats. They were pieces of her. The house had always seemed like a labyrinthine maze of memories, of grief, of guilt, but it was different now. There was no longer the overwhelming sense of being lost. Each corner, each hallway, each creaking floorboard had meaning. She had come full circle, she realized, not to escape, but to reconcile. She reached the old study, where her father had spent hours poring over old books, his mind lost in ancient philosophies and theories. The study had always been a sanctuary for him, the one place where he could retreat from the chaos of the world. His old chair, the leather cracked from years of use, still sat near the window. The sunlight filtered in through the blinds, casting thin shadows on the worn carpet. Lena stood at the threshold, her fingers resting on the doorframe, gazing at the familiar scene. Her father had been a quiet man, thoughtful, often lost in his own mind. But she remembered the way his eyes would light up when he spoke of his research, the way his hands would gesture wildly when he was excited about a new discovery. He had always been a man of ideas, of intellect, but he had been so distant from her in his own way. She had never fully understood him, never been able to bridge the gap between them. Now, standing in the doorway, Lena felt as though she could understand him for the first time. His study, his sanctuary, was now empty, but it wasn't barren. It was filled with the remnants of his thoughts, his dreams. The bookshelves were still lined with dusty volumes, their spines worn and cracked, their pages yellowing with age. But to Lena, they were not relics of the past. They were a legacy, a connection to a man who had shaped her. Even in his absence, she stepped inside, her fingers brushing across the spines of the books. Some titles were familiar, others unfamiliar, their content lost to time. She ran her hands along the surface of the desk where her father had once scribbled notes, his handwriting a chaotic scrawl that only he could decipher. She smiled softly, remembering how she would sit across from him, silently watching him work. He had never asked her to join him, but now she wished she had. The thought lingered in her mind, an unspoken question that hung in the air like a whisper. But there was no answer, just the soft rustle of paper as she shuffled through the notes scattered across the desk. One paper, in particular, caught her eye. It was a sheet of yellowed paper, torn at the edges. A page from one of his journals. Perhaps she unfolded it carefully, her fingers trembling slightly as she read the scribbled words. The mind is a labyrinth. It bends and twists in ways we cannot always follow. But somewhere in the deepest recesses, there is an understanding waiting to be discovered. We must listen to the silence, for it holds the answers. Lena's breath caught in her throat. She had heard those words before. We must listen to the silence. It had been her father's voice, years ago, speaking to her in the quiet of the night, his words drifting like a dream through her memory. It had been so long since she had remembered them, so long since she had truly listened. The silence, she closed her eyes, her mind racing as the weight of his words settled in. She had spent so much of her life running, hiding from the silence that threatened to consume her. But now, in the stillness of this room, in the quiet of the house, she felt an undeniable pull. The silence wasn't something to fear. It was something to understand. Lena sank into the chair her father had once occupied, the worn leather creaking beneath her weight. She sat there, letting the silence wash over her, filling the room with a stillness that was both comforting and unnerving. For the first time in years, she didn't feel the urge to fill the quiet with noise, with thoughts, with distractions. She simply allowed herself to exist in it, to breathe in it. What have I been running from? The question floated in her mind, unbidden but undeniable. She had been running for so long, hadn't she? Running from the fire, from the guilt, from the grief, running from the memories that she had tried to bury, tried to escape. She had never stopped to listen. She had never stopped to understand. But the house had been asking her to listen. It had been speaking to her all along, through the creaking floorboards, the rustling of the wind through the windows, the whispers of memories in the walls. And now, Lena was finally ready to hear it. The air shifted around her as she sat there, lost in the quiet. It wasn't oppressive, but it was heavy with meaning. There were things the house wanted her to understand, things that had been hidden beneath the surface for far too long. Silence wasn't empty. It was filled with the weight of her own thoughts, her own memories, and the stories the house had tried to tell her all these years. She closed her eyes again, letting the stillness engulf her. And this time, when the whispers came, they weren't from the house, they weren't from the past, they were from within her. It was never your fault. The words were simple, but they were the ones she had been waiting to hear. The ones she had needed to hear all her life. Her mother's voice, her father's voice, her own voice. They had all been speaking to her, guiding her toward this moment. Lena opened her eyes, her gaze drifting back to the books on the shelves. Her father's books. She was his student, and he had taught her more than just facts and theories. He had taught her how to understand the mind, how to navigate its labyrinth, how to listen to the silence. The silence was not something to fear, it was something to embrace. It was the key to unlocking the parts of herself she had buried so deep that she had forgotten they existed. The fire, the trauma, the guilt, they were not her burden to carry alone. They were pieces of her story, and now she could finally see them for what they were. The past could no longer hold her captive. Lena stood, the weight of the realization settling into her chest. She didn't need to run anymore. The house had no more power over her. It was merely a vessel that had carried her through her darkest times, and now, a vessel that would carry her forward. The house was not a prison. It was a foundation, and now it was time to leave. With one last glance at the study, Lena turned and walked toward the door. The hallway stretched ahead of her, familiar yet new. The house, once a symbol of everything she had lost, now felt like a place of understanding, a place of beginnings rather than endings. As she stepped into the hallway, the light from the window caught the edges of the walls, bathing everything in a soft glow. The house had changed, just as she had changed. Just as she had changed, there was nothing left to fear here. Lena had found her way out of the labyrinth, and for the first time in her life, she felt free. The moment Lena stepped into the hallway, she felt something shift in the atmosphere, as though the house itself had exhaled a long, forgotten breath. The air was lighter now, not oppressive, but liberating. The oppressive heaviness that had once weighed on her, suffocating her with each step, was gone. In its place was an eerie, almost sacred quiet. She stood at the threshold of the hallway, her gaze resting on the winding staircase ahead. The house seemed to hum with a pulse of its own, soft, almost imperceptible, but undeniable. It wasn't the silence of abandonment. It was the silence of completion, of the past finally being put to rest. Lena's footsteps were tentative as she crossed the threshold, her heart still heavy, but no longer with grief. There was something else now, something more profound. She could feel it inside her, like the weight of a truth finally unlocked. She glanced to her right, at the shadowed corner where she had once seen glimpses of movement in the periphery of her vision. The place that had always given her the chills, but now, as her eyes swept across it, she felt no fear. The darkness there no longer seemed ominous. Instead, it seemed familiar. Her breath caught. It wasn't just the house she was seeing anymore. It was everything that had shaped her, every moment that had led her here. The fragments of her past, of her childhood, her mother, her father, the fire were all swirling together in a way that made her feel simultaneously grounded and weightless. She had spent so much time focusing on the pain, the tragedy, the terrifying unknowns, but now she understood. It was all a part of her. The house, the memories, the whispers, threads woven into her life's tapestry. And the tapestry was not unraveling. It was being stitched together. Her footsteps echoed as she moved toward the stairs. Each creak beneath her feet felt like a reminder, like a soft nudge pushing her to embrace the next step. As she reached the foot of the stairs, she turned to look back toward the living room, where the fire had once started. The house had stood witness to her terror, to the unimaginable loss, but it had also borne witness to her healing. She no longer saw it as the site of her trauma. It had become a symbol of her journey toward peace. Lena ascended the stairs, her fingers brushing lightly against the worn banister. The staircase had never felt like a path to safety before. It had always been a route to fear, to uncertainty. But now, it was a path leading her to understanding. The higher she climbed, the more she felt connected to something ancient, something enduring. It was like the house was a living entity, one that held the memories of everyone who had passed through it. Their lives imprinted upon the walls, the floors, the very air itself. And it wasn't just the house that had changed. Lena had changed. To Dot, as she reached the top of the stairs, she stopped in front of a door she hadn't seen in years. The door to the attic. It had always been locked, or so she thought. The memories of her childhood had blurred around the attic, a place that had been shrouded in mystery, in fear, in the unknown. The door had been forbidden, kept sealed, and Lena had always wondered what lay behind it. The key had been lost after the fire, her parents' things scattered to the wind, and the attic had become another symbol of the house's mystery, a place of untold stories. But now, with her heart steady and her mind clear, she found herself standing before it once again. The door, which had once seemed so imposing, no longer held any power over her. She reached out and gripped the old handle, her fingers brushing the cool metal. It was worn with age, like everything in the house, but it still felt sturdy, like it was meant to withstand whatever might come. With a deep breath, Lena turned the handle. The door creaked open with a low groan, and a wave of cold air rushed past her, making her shiver. The attic was darker than the rest of the house, the shadows thick and heavy in the corners. She stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath, her weight as she moved cautiously into the space. The room was large, cluttered with forgotten things, old furniture covered in dusty sheets, boxers filled with photographs and mementos. Books stacked in disarray had been left untouched, like a time capsule of a life she had once known. But there, in the center of the room, was a trunk. It stood alone, untouched, its brass locks dull from years of neglect. Lena felt a chill run down her spine. The trunk, it was familiar. She had seen it before, in her dreams. In the flashes of memory that had surfaced in the house, the fire had taken everything from her ex. This trunk, it had survived. It had been preserved, locked away, just as she had locked away the darkest parts of her mind. Her breath quickened, but there was no fear, just a quiet determination. She knew what she had to do. She moved toward the trunk, her fingers trembling as she reached down to unfasten the locks. Each click echoed in the quiet attic, and as the final lock came undone, the lid creaked open. Inside, there was nothing but a collection of papers, letters yellowed with age, their ink faded, some illegible. But there was one letter on top that caught her eye. It was addressed to her. Her name, written in a familiar script, filled her with a strange sense of déjà vu. The handwriting was unmistakably was her father's. She unfolded the letter, her hands shaking slightly as she read the words. My dearest Lena, if you are reading this, it means that the house has not let you forget, that you have returned to face what you have long buried in your heart. I know you must be confused, and you may feel as though you have been pulled into something beyond your understanding, but you have always been stronger than you believe. You must understand that the house has not been holding you captive. It has been waiting for you. I have written this letter to help you understand something that I could never say aloud. The fire, the tragedy, the loss, we could not stop it. But what we could stop, what we could control, was how you would choose to remember it. I know you have suffered, but it is time for you to see that the suffering was never yours to carry alone. It was always a part of something bigger, something you were always meant to understand. The house, your mind, your memories, these are not prisons. They are the key to your freedom. You have been running from yourself, my love, from the pain, the grief, the fear, but you need not run anymore. It is time to face the truth. The house is not what you think it is, and neither are you. You are enough, Lena. You always were. Father Lena's breath caught in her throat. She felt the weight of the letter in her hands, the finality of her father's words pressing down on her chest. She hadn't realized it before, but the house, the fire, the grief, these things had been part of her healing process, not her destruction. She had been terrified of facing the past, of opening herself up to the pain she had buried so deep. But now, as the dust of the past settled around her, she saw the truth. The house had always been a mirror of her mind. The maze, the silence, the creaking floors, it had all been reflections of her inner world. She had locked herself in, just as she had locked away the darkest parts of herself, and now she was free. With a final glance at the trunk, Lena closed it gently, the letter resting against her heart. She had faced the past, and it was time to let it go. The silence in the attic was different now, softer, like a sigh of relief. She felt lighter, as though something had been lifted from her shoulders. She wasn't running anymore. She was standing in the light. The house had shown her the way, and now it was time to leave. The air in the attic felt colder now, an unsettling shift in temperature that sent a slight shiver crawling down Lena's spine. It wasn't the kind of cold she had expected, the kind that gripped you with fear, freezing you in place.
No, this
Was different. It was a stillness. Waiting for something to happen, Lena stood with the letter clutched in her hands, her father's words heavy in the silence. She had come here seeking answers, seeking a way to put her fractured past back together. But she hadn't expected to find this haunting clarity. It wasn't just the house she had come back to. It was herself. She had been running from her own reflection for so long, locked away in the labyrinth of her mind, and now the mirror had shattered, leaving only fragments of the truth to stare back at her. Her fingers trembled as she set the letter aside, gently folding it and tucking it into her pocket. She looked around the attic, the clutter of forgotten things casting long shadows against the walls, the objects, the old furniture, the dusty bookset. All felt like a dream now, as though it existed on the edge of her perception, barely real. But it was real. It was all real, and it was a part of her. Every broken corner, every cobwebbed corner, was a reflection of the chaos she had carried inside her for years. The house was not just a structure. It was a living entity, one that breathed with her, that responded to her, that whispered to her. In the language of memories and forgotten moments, it had been the keeper of her grief, her trauma, her loss, and it had been the guardian of her healing, her understanding, her transformation. And now, it was time to leave. Lena walked slowly toward the attic's narrow staircase, her footfalls light against the creaky wooden steps. As she descended, the house seemed to shift around her, the air growing thicker with each step. It was as though the house was trying to speak to her, to call her back, but she could hear it now. She could understand it, and it no longer held any power over her. The weight of the past had finally been lifted. When she reached the ground floor, the house felt different. The oppressive weight of memory was gone, replaced with a quiet serenity. The walls no longer seemed to close in on her. They opened up, inviting her to step beyond the door and into the world outside, a world she had abandoned so long ago. But there was one last place she needed to go. She stood in the hallway, her gaze drifting toward the front door, the threshold that had once been so terrifying. The door had always symbolized the outside world, the world she had shut herself away from for years. But now it wasn't a barrier. It was a passage to something she had long forgotten how to embrace. The sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a soft glow across the hardwood floors, warming the space. It wasn't just the light of day. It was the light of a new beginning. Lena stepped toward the door, her heart pounding with anticipation, her fingers wrapped around the doorknob. and as she turned it, she felt the weight of everything that had come before the fire. The grief, the isolation pressed down on her one final time, but this time it wasn't a burden. It was a testament to how far she had come, how much she had learned. She was ready to face the world again. As the door swung open, the world beyond greeted her with an almost surreal calmness. The sun was high in the sky, casting long shadows across the lawn, the trees gently swaying in the breeze. It was the same world that had existed when she first entered the house all those years ago, but now it felt unfamiliar. It felt new. And then she saw it at the end of the driveway. Standing in the distance like a ghost from another time was a figure, a woman, her long hair flowing like the wind itself. She was standing perfectly still, her silhouette outlined against the horizon, her features indistinct. Lena froze. She knew that figure. She had seen her in the back of her mind, in the fragmented memories she had pushed away for so long. It was her mother. Her heart raced, her breath catching in her throat as the world around her seemed to blur. The woman at the end of the driveway didn't move. She just stood there, waiting. Lena felt a pull, a deep magnetic force drawing her toward the figure. Without thinking, without questioning, she took a step forward. Then another, and another. As she walked, the world around her seemed to grow softer, the edges of reality blurring into something almost dreamlike. Her feet barely touched the ground. She was moving toward her mother, toward the woman who had once held her in her arms, the woman who had burned with the house in the fire, the woman who had left her behind. The distance between them seemed endless, and yet it was nothing at all. Every step she took felt like 1,000 years passing in a single breath. Her pulse quickened, her skin tingled with anticipation. She didn't know why she was walking toward her mother, only that it felt like something she had to do. When she was just a few feet away, the woman finally moved. Slowly, gently, she turned to face Lena. Her expression was soft, serene, as if she had been waiting for her all this time. Lena stopped in her tracks. There was a strange calm in her chest now, an overwhelming sense of peace that she couldn't quite explain. The air was thick with unspoken words, emotions that both terrified and comforted her. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. She didn't need to say anything. She had nothing to prove. There was no anger, left no resentment. There was only an understanding, an acceptance, and in that moment, Lena understood. She understood everything. Her mother had never truly left her. She had always been with her, in the deepest corners of her mind, in the shadows of her memories. She had been a part of Lena all along, as much a part of her as the house, as the fire, as the pain. Her mother's absence had never been the tragedy. It had been the catalyst for Lena's transformation, her journey toward healing. Lena reached out a trembling hand toward her mother, and the figure before her smiled softly, a silent invitation. She was no longer afraid. The silence, the void, the echoes of everything lost didn't matter anymore. She was whole. And then, without another word, Lena stepped forward, closing the distance between them. The moment her fingers brushed against her mother's outstretched hand, the world around her shifted once more. The house, the memories, the past, they all faded, slipping away like dust in the wind. The figure of her mother, once so distant, now felt real, solid, like a presence that would never leave her. And with that, the silence enveloped them both. Lena stood there, hand outstretched, her fingers brushing against the cool, ethereal hand of the woman before her. The figure was familiar, and yet it was not entirely her mother. It was something more, something less. It was a reflection, a manifestation of every unanswered question, every unshed tear, every sorrow that had been buried so deeply that even she, in her own mind, had failed to grasp its true weight. The moment their fingers met, the world around Lena seemed to shudder. the landscape distorted, like a vision rippling on the surface of water. The sunlight bent and fractured, throwing fractured colors across the open space, swirling together in a kaleidoscope of half-formed images. There was a sudden pressure. In her chest, a tightening, as though the very air was being sucked out of her lungs. But Lena didn't step back. She didn't retreat. For the first time in her life, she embraced the suffocating pull of this strange connection. She was pulled into the vortex of the vision, her body weightless, as though she were floating above the earth, above the boundaries of time. Everything she had ever known, every single memory, was unraveling before her eyes. This house loomed in her mind's eye, but it wasn't the one she had left behind in her waking world. This was the house before the fire, before the cracks began to appear, before the walls started to bleed secrets into the night. The air was different here. There was life in it, laughter, warmth. It felt like she had walked back in time, back to the moments that had once seemed so normal, so full of promise. The figure before her, the woman who was her mother, and yet not moved closer, her presence filling the space. The air shimmered as she spoke, her voice soft but clear, reverberating through Lena's mind rather than her ears. "You've been afraid of the truth for so long, Lena," the voice said, almost tenderly. "But the truth is not your enemy. The truth is the key to your freedom." Lena wanted to speak, to ask why. Why had she been abandoned? Why had her mother left her alone in the fire? Why had the house become the nightmare that it was? But the words wouldn't come. She was locked in the quiet, suffocating space between the answers she desperately sought and the realization that she already knew the truth. The woman, her mother, smiled gently, as though understanding the depth of Lena's confusion, and then, slowly, the surroundings began to shift again. The house dissolved, like smoke in the wind, replaced by an image Lena had not expected. A hospital room, sterile, white walls, cold floors, a rhythmic beeping sound in the background, the smell of antiseptic, a scent that instantly made her stomach turn. There, in the bed, lay a younger version of herself. She looked fragile, pale, barely breathing, but alive. Alive in a way that Lena had not felt in years. And then, beside her, there was her mother. But she wasn't the same woman Lena remembered. She was thin, haggard, her eyes hollow with exhaustion. Her face was strained, twisted with grief. She was holding Lena's hand, and in that moment, Lena could feel the weight of her mother's despair, the helplessness that had consumed her. "This was the night," the voice whispered again, and Lena's heart slammed painfully against her chest. "This was the night it all began. The night you died." Lena's breath caught in her throat. Her heart pounded in her ears. The room swirled with a disorienting energy, and for a moment she lost her grip on everything she thought she knew. The images shifted and flickered like memories tainted with trauma leech, one more violent and distorted than the last. The fire, the crash, the sirens, the screams. Her own voice calling out, but no one listening. But this time, the vision was not hazy. She could see the truth, the details. She could hear the crackle of flames, the heat that had scorched her body, leaving only ash behind. She could smell the burning timber, the acrid scent of destruction. She had not known how close she had come to dying, how close she had been to being consumed by the flames. Her body left unrecognizable, her mind locked in the throes of unconsciousness. Her mother had saved her. She had pulled Lena from the fire, but it wasn't just the flames that had threatened to destroy her. It was what happened after. It was the fractured mind, the broken psyche, the memories that twisted and splintered into jagged pieces. The trauma had been too much to bear, and Lena's mind had shut it out, retreating into a place of safety, a place where nothing was real, where everything was an illusion. The house, the visions, the whispers, the truth was that Lena had died that night, or at least a part of her had. She had never truly come back. She had spent her whole life running from this moment, from the trauma, from the reality of her survival. She had never been the same after the fire, not entirely. And the house had been her sanctuary, a place where she could bury the pieces of herself she didn't know how to fix. The attic, the letters, the fragmented memories, the haunting feeling that she was living someone else's life. She had thought it was the house that was haunted, but it was her. The vision shifted once again, pulling Lena deeper into the fog of her mind. The room around her warped, the sterile hospital bed dissolving into shadows. She was no longer a child in a hospital room. She was something else, something older, something broken. Lena's breath came in ragged gasps as the vision spun faster, the shadows stretching and writhing, pulling her deeper into the abyss. She could feel her body convulsing, her limbs jerking in spasms, as though she were being torn apart from the inside. But she didn't resist. She couldn't resist. The truth was too strong now, too undeniable. In the midst of the chaos, something solid appeared, a single thread of light cutting through the darkness. She reached for it, her hand trembling as she grasped it. The thread was warm, a steady pulse of energy that seemed to resonate with her heart. And as she pulled on it, the darkness receded, the chaos began to quiet, and the world around her settled into a soft, peaceful glow. The house reappeared before her, but it was different now. The shadows no longer twisted in unnatural ways. The walls were no longer suffocating. There was a stillness to it now, a calm that she hadn't felt before. She was standing at the doorway again, the front steps leading into the wide open world outside. But this time, Lena felt no hesitation, no fear. She was no longer a prisoner in this place. She had faced the truth. She had confronted the things that had haunted her for so long. And now she was ready to move on. The figure of her mother stood beside her, no longer a ghostly presence, but solid, real. Her face was gentle, loving, understanding. "You're free, Lena," the voice said. But it wasn't just her mother's voice anymore. It was the voice of everything she had ever loved. Of all the parts of herself that she had left behind. Lena nodded, her heart swelling with an emotion she had never expected to feel. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't acceptance. It was something deeper. It was the release of years of pain, of grief, of guilt. It was the knowing that she had lived through it all not just to survive, but to grow, to transform. "I'm ready," Lena whispered. And with that, she stepped forward, into the light, into the world, and the house behind her faded. The sun had begun its quiet rise, painting the sky with hues of purple, gold, and soft, shimmering amber. It was a morning like any other, and yet everything had changed. The world outside the house itself Lena no longer recognized. Them in the same way. The air smelled fresher, the earth beneath her feet more solid. She was no longer lost in the labyrinth of her memories, caught in the web of her own mind. She was here now, alive. She blinked against the sunlight, adjusting to the clarity that had come rushing back into her life. The weight that had burdened her shoulders for so long, the trauma, the confusion, the haunting dreams had been lifted. It was as if a veil had been pulled back, and she could finally see everything as it truly was. The world around her felt crisp, sharp with reality. She could hear the soft rustling of the leaves in the trees, the distant chirp of a bird, the faint hum of life that had always been there. But she had never been able to hear before. But there was one thing that hadn't changed: the house behind. Her dot she turned slowly, her gaze sweeping over the front porch, the weathered wooden steps that led into the fading structure. She could almost feel it still, the house pulling at her, beckoning her back into its embrace. It was familiar. It was comforting. But it was also suffocating. And it was no longer her refuge. She had outgrown it. As Lena stood there, her hand gently resting on the doorknob of the house she had once called home, something deep inside her stirred. The past, everything she had fought so hard to leave behind, still clung to her like a shadow. But now, it didn't feel like something she had to run from. Wasn't a monster lurking in the darkness, waiting to devour her. It was part of her. It was something she had survived. She had always been afraid of what lay beyond the house, beyond the confines of this world she had created in her mind. The world outside had been a mystery, a place of uncertainty. But now there was only possibility. With a deep breath, she pulled the door open and stepped back inside, the floorboards creaking under her weight, their familiar groans almost comforting in their own way. She didn't know what was waiting for her, what new revelations or challenges lay ahead. But she had learned one thing in all of this. She couldn't continue to hide from the truth, from the life she had left behind, from the world that was hers to shape. Her mother's face appeared in her mind, not as the tragic figure she had once believed her to be, but as something more complex, something she had never fully understood. A woman who had been shattered by the same tragedy, the same fire, but who had never given up on her, who had never given up on herself. She closed her eyes and let the memories flood her. The scent of her mother's perfume, the warmth of her embrace, the sound of her voice telling her everything would be okay, even as the world around them burned. But the fire hadn't just burned the house. It had burned through them both, leaving behind nothing but scars. And yet, Lena knew now that it was not just the fire that had destroyed her family. It had been the years of silence, the years of pretending, of avoiding the hard truths. The years spent locked away in a house that had become a prison of memory. Now, as the morning sun stretched across the sky, casting golden light over the landscape, Lena understood something else. She was free. Free from the grip of the past, free from the chains of guilt and sorrow. But freedom came at a cost. It came with the weight of knowing, the weight of understanding that the world wasn't just black and white. It was full of gray, full of contradictions, full of pain and love, loss and healing. The house had been both her torment and her salvation. It had been the place where her mind had sought refuge, but it had also been the place where she had found herself again, where she had confronted the trauma that had shaped her life and learned to let it go. Lena took one last look at the house before she turned and walked away from it, her feet steady on the ground beneath her. The door behind her creaked as it slowly swung shut, the house fading into the distance as she moved further into the world outside. The air was different now, alive with possibility. It was a world she had forgotten existed, a world she had once been afraid to live in, but now it felt like a promise of new beginnings, new memories, new chances. She had walked through the fire, she had faced the darkness within herself, and she had survived, and now she was free. Lena's footsteps echoed through the streets, a soft rhythm in the quiet of the early morning. The sun had now fully risen, the light spilling over the landscape with a tenderness that made her heart ache. It was the light of a new beginning, or so she thought. The world around her seemed different now, somehow more vivid and alive, yet hauntingly familiar. The streets were the same ones she had walked 1,000 times before, but now they felt like strange territory, as though she were an alien in her own life, a specter in her own skin. She had escaped the house, the nightmares, the suffocating memories, but something lingered in the corners of her mind, something she couldn't quite place. A gnawing feeling in her gut that told her the journey wasn't over. She turned her face up to the sky, letting the warmth of the sun wash over her. There was a moment of peace there, a feeling of relief, as if she could breathe again after years of suffocation. But even as she tried to hold on to that feeling, her thoughts wandered back to the house, back to her mother, back to the fire. The fire Lena hadn't truly left it behind. She had thought she had faced the truth, that she had come to terms with the fragments of her past. But it wasn't just the house that had haunted her. It wasn't just the trauma of the blaze, the flames licking at the edges of her memory. No, it was something deeper, something darker, something that had always been with her. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. You've been afraid of the truth for so long, but the truth is not your enemy. Lena had thought she understood, that she had grasped the meaning of those words. But there was something she hadn't fully seen, something lurking in the depths of her mind, something her mind had cleverly tucked away for years, and now, as she walked through the familiar streets, it began to claw its way to the surface. Wind picked up, swirling around her as if to remind her that the world was not as simple as it seemed. It tugged at her hair, whipped against her skin, pushing her forward, and yet she felt rooted in place. She had been running for so long, but now she wondered if she could ever truly escape. She reached the corner of the street and paused, her eyes drawn to the small park across the road. The park she had walked through countless times during her childhood, where she and her mother had picnicked on sunny afternoons, where laughter had filled the air before everything had turned to ashdot. And there, sitting on a bench near the old oak tree, was a figure. Her heart skipped a beat as she recognized the silhouette dot her mother. But how Lena's pulse quickened. She knew it wasn't possible. Her mother had died in the fire, hadn't she? But this figure, this woman on the bench looked so real, so alive. She was wearing the same worn leather jacket Lena had once seen her wear, the same tired expression etched across her face. The woman's eyes met Lena's, and for a brief moment, everything stopped. Time, the world, the thoughts racing through. Her mind, it all came to a halt. The woman's eyes were filled with sorrow, but also something else. A depth that Lena couldn't explain. A pleading, as though asking her to understand something that Lena had never been able to grasp. Breath caught in her throat, and she took a step forward, instinctively, as though drawn by an invisible force. She felt the ground beneath her feet, felt the weight of her own body, yet she felt as though she were moving through a dream. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as though the world itself were holding its breath. With every step closer to the woman on the bench, her mind raced. Could this be some trick of her memory, a figment of her fractured mind? Or had she, in some way, been reunited with the part of her mother that had always been there? She had searched for this connection for so long, for something to tether her back to the world of the living, to her family, to the comfort of the past. But the closer she got, the more she felt something shifting. It was subtle at first, a faint, tingling in her chest, but then it grew stronger, more insistent. The woman, her mother, smiled at her, a soft, knowing smile that made Lena's heart ache. And then the smile faded, replaced by something darker, something ... wrong. The world began to warp around her again. Just like before, when she had been trapped in the house, the sunlight flickered and bent unnaturally, the trees around her twisting into grotesque shapes. The park, her childhood park, melted away, replaced by the smoke and ash of the fire. No, Lena stopped, panic seizing her chest as the world around her splintered. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. And yet, it felt too real. Too solid. Lena ... The voice, her mother's voice, whispered her name, but it wasn't comforting this time. It was hollow, distorted, like a cracked record playing over and over again. Lena, you haven't faced it. You haven't faced me. The park disappeared entirely, and in its place, the charred remnants of the house reappeared, its blackened walls, the skeletal remains of what had once been a home. The fire wasn't gone. It was alive, still burning in her mind. The ghosts of the past were not finished with her. You ... You died, Lena, the voice said again. Only it was no longer her mother's. It was a chorus of voices, all converging into one, her voice, her mother's, the voices of the people who had never returned. The fire took you, and we were the consequence. Lena's head spun, the overwhelming surge of voices, of images, of pain crashing into her. She staggered back, her mind unable to handle the weight of the truth crashing down on her. She had never left the house. The fire had taken her, just as the voices had said. She had died that night. The Lena standing here, walking in the daylight, was not the Lena who had been pulled from the wreckage. This was a construct, a falsehood her mind had built to survive, her breath caught in her throat, and for the first time in her life, she knew. The terror, the disorientation, it all made sense now. She had been living a lie. The house had not been a prison of the past. It had been the prison of her own mind, a place where she had woven together the reality she could bear. "Let me go," Lena whispered. Her voice trembled, but there was strength in it now. She was no longer running. She was facing the truth. The real truth. The fire. The death. The house had all been a way for her fractured mind to escape the unbearable truth. Running anymore. The world began to collapse around her. The park dissolving into ash. The house fading into nothingness. The voices of her past, the ones who had never truly left, whispered in her ears, but they were growing fainter, their power slipping away as she stepped forward into the light. And just as the final piece of her world shattered, she exhaled and woke up. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in, the terror continues. Story 2. The cabin stood at the edge of the wilderness, a weathered structure hidden in a remote forest, its silhouette barely distinguishable against the backdrop of a thick snowstorm. From the distance, it seemed more like a forgotten relic than a home. Its wood was worn and cracked, its chimney crooked and unused. The snow around it was undisturbed, almost as if nature itself had willed the place to remain hidden from the eyes of man. Yet, for all its isolation, it seemed the perfect refuge for him. The man, whose name no longer seemed to matter, stepped from his battered truck and into the biting cold, wrapping his scarf tightly around his neck. He breathed in the crisp air, feeling the way it stung his lungs, the chill tightening his skin. His gloves were thin, barely enough to shield his fingers from the frigid air. But it didn't matter. He wasn't here for comfort, or warmth, or even the company of others. He was here for peace, a rare commodity in the world he had just left behind. The city had suffocated him, its constant noise and the endless thrum of people moving in all directions like ants. His job had worn him thin, its demands stripping him of his patience and will. His personal life, a tangle of relationships that had grown more complicated by the day, had come to a dismal end. So he'd retreated, gone in search of silence, away from the clamor of everyday existence, to find solace in solitude, to reconnect with the parts of himself that had been lost amidst the chaos. As the heavy door of the truck slammed shut behind him, he felt the last remnants of his old life fade away. The wilderness welcomed him with its haunting silence, the kind of silence that could only be found far away from civilization. He stood for a moment in the falling snow, taking in the vastness of the forest around him. It was so still, so eerily quiet, that he could hear his own heartbeat thudding in his ears. The ground was thick with snow, deep and untouched, and the towering trees, stripped of their leaves, swayed gently in the wind. He pulled his suitcase from the truck and made his way toward the cabin, the crunch of snow underfoot the only sound that broke the silence. The house loomed ahead, and as he reached the porch, he noticed the heavy wooden door was slightly ajar. A soft gust of wind pushed it open just enough to reveal the faintest glimmer of light within. He frowned. It seemed odd for anyone to leave the door open, especially with the temperature dropping as it was. Yet, there was no immediate sense of danger, no sense of an intruder. He pushed the door open fully, stepping inside. The air within was stale, the faint scent of dust and age. Hanging in the corners of the room, the floor creaked under his boots, and as he looked around, He could see the faint outlines of forgotten memories etched into the wooden walls, the faint stain of old furniture, the grooves in the floorboards from years of footsteps long gone. The cabin had clearly been abandoned for some time. The fireplace, though intact, was cold, and the furniture, though sparse, was functional. It was small, smaller than he had imagined, but it would do. He set his suitcase down near the door and took a moment to look around. The front room had a single window on the far wall, and through it he could see the snowstorm beginning to grow in intensity. Flurries whipped against the glass in thick sheets, making the outside world appear as though it were dissolving into a white oblivion. A world that was, for the time being, out of his reach. It was perfect. He moved through the cabin, exploring the small, simple rooms, a small kitchen with an old-fashioned stove, a single bedroom with a bed covered in a faded quilt, a modest bathroom with a clawfoot tub that looked like it had seen better days. Everything was old, but in a way that felt reassuring. There was a sense of permanence hereof, a place that had survived time and weather, untouched by the demands of the outside world. Here he could live simply. No distractions, no obligations, just the endless snow and the haunting silence that surrounded him. After a few minutes, he decided to start a fire. There was enough dry wood stacked by the hearth, and he quickly gathered a few logs, arranging them carefully in the fireplace. The match flared to life with a sharp strike, and he held it to the kindling. The flame caught quickly, and soon the fire roared to life, casting dancing shadows across the room. He could feel the warmth begin to spread, slowly at first, then growing as the fire took hold. He sat in a worn armchair by the fire, pulling his boots off and propping his feet up on the hearth. The warmth seeped into his bones, and he let out a long, relieved sigh. It had been a long drive, hours of nothing but endless snow-covered highways and the low hum of the truck's engine. He needed this rest, needed the stillness. As the fire crackled, he closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the peace. For the first time in what felt like years, he could let his mind go blank. No calls, no emails, no one needing anything from him, just the quiet and the promise of solitude. It was perfect. The night deepened quickly, and with it came the eerie silence of the wilderness. The fire crackled in the hearth, but the cabin had grown still, unnervingly still. He glanced around, the room taking in the shadows that stretched across the floor and walls. The snowstorm outside had grown fiercer, the wind howling in gusts against the windows. But inside, the cabin was a warm cocoon. Yet, even in the warmth of the fire, something felt ... off. He shifted in his chair, the floor creaking beneath him. The silence outside seemed to have penetrated the cabin in a way that wasn't quite right. The stillness was almost unnatural, as if the world outside had been frozen in time. He could hear nothing but the steady crackle of the flames and the soft rustling of the wind against the wood. Then a sound broke the silence. At first it was so faint that he wasn't sure if he'd heard it at all. A whisper, just on the edge of hearing, like the murmur of wind across the snow. He stiffened, his mind racing. Perhaps it was just the storm, the way the wind twisted around the cabin, making strange noises. But then the whisper came again. He stood up abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and he moved toward the window, his eyes scanning the swirling snow outside. The night was a blur of white, the trees nothing but dark, twisted, shapes against the sky. No movement, no sign of life. But then the whisper came once more, louder this time, as though it were right outside the door. "Let us in." His heart skipped a beat. The voice was faint, almost drowned by the storm, but it was unmistakable. A soft... It sent a shiver down his spine. He moved toward the door cautiously, his mind working quickly. He hadn't heard anything before he'd entered. Had he missed something? Or had the wind been playing tricks? On him, he opened the door slowly, half expecting to see a person standing there, face obscured by the heavy snowfall. A beggar or traveler seeking shelter. But there was nothing. The snow, untouched and unbroken, lay thick and soft against the ground. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone having been there. The snowstorm had obscured the world beyond the door, but there was nothing there. He closed the door, the sound of the wind howling in the distance, the only sound to greet him. He stood for a moment, still caught in the grip of unease, his fingers gripping the doorframe. It was nothing, he told himself. Just the wind, just his imagination running wild. But the whisper had been so real, so clear. Let us in. He locked the door with a soft click, the sound somehow final. And then, for the first time that night, he allowed himself to breathe. The fire continued to crackle, the only warmth in the room, and the storm raged on outside as the man settled back into his chair. He looked at the flames, but the quiet, gnawing sensation in his chest refused to let him rest. The silence had returned, but something lingered in the air, a quiet pressure, the weight of something unseen. The whisper was gone, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it had never really left at all, and that was only the beginning. The wind had been steadily picking up as evening settled into the cabin, but now it was no longer a gentle breeze teasing at the edges of his thoughts. Now it was a roaring force, howling through the trees like an ancient creature seeking to devour the land. The snowstorm had escalated. Great, furious sheets of snow swept across the earth, blotting out any trace of the world beyond. The cabin, once so still and comforting, had begun to feel like a fragile island, caught adrift on a vast, empty sea of white. Inside, the man found himself pacing, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, casting long, distorted shadows. Against the walls, his earlier unease had settled into a vague disquiet that tugged at him, unbidden. He sat down at the small wooden table, running his fingers through his hair, a sigh escaping his lips as he stared into the dancing flames. Happened. Had he really heard something? Had he imagined the whispering voice outside? He couldn't say for sure. The wind had sounded odd, sure, the way it twisted through the trees, moaning and rattling the wooden beams of the cabin, as though it were searching for something. But voices, people outside, begging to be let in. He frowned, shaking his head. Was ridiculous. He had come here to find peace, to distance himself from the noise and chaos of the world that had left him feeling hollow and disconnected. There had been too many demands, too many voices shouting for attention, and he had retreated here to escape it all. The cabin, the cold, the silence, it was supposed to heal him, not twist his mind further, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't deny it. The voice had been there, soft and plaintive, almost as if it were pleading with him, let us in. A strange thought, but that's all it had been, a thought. Nothing more. With a huff, he stood and grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the small kitchen counter. He poured himself a generous glass, the amber liquid catching the light from the fire as it sloshed into the glass. He downed it quickly, the warmth of the alcohol spreading through him. A second glass followed, then a third. The fire roared, and he found himself lost in the crackling sound. The storm outside grew louder, the wind whistling like an animal, crying out in the night. A sudden gust of wind slammed against the cabin, rattling the windows in their frames. He startled, the glass of whiskey almost slipping from his hand. The noise echoed in his ears, sharp and jarring, followed by the sudden, deafening silence that pressed in from all sides. The fire's crackling seemed almost muted now, as though the entire cabin had been swallowed by the cold night outside. And then, there it was again. The whisper. It was so faint at first that he couldn't be sure if it was real. But as he stood, frozen in place, it came again, closer this time, as though it were coming from the very walls of the cabin. Let us in. The voice whispered again, clearer now. It was unmistakable. His heart thudded hard against his chest. This time, there was no mistake. It was no longer a trick of the wind or his mind. The voice was here, within the cabin itself. He spun toward the door, his mind a jumbled mess of confusion and fear. He could hear it now. The soft scraping sound, faint like nails against wood. His first instinct was to reach for the door, to fling it open and confront whatever had been outside. But a sudden sense of dread gripped him, and his legs froze in place, unwilling to obey the command of his mind. The whisper came again, louder, closer. "Let us in, please." His hands trembled as they reached for the door handle, the wood cool and solid beneath his fingertips. There was something primal in that whisper, something that tugged at the deepest corners of his mind, urging him to unlock the door, to give in to whatever it was on the other side. He could almost hear their voices, a chorus of pleading souls, begging for entry, for warmth, for life, for him. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end as the sound of their voices low, sorrowful, yearning echoed inside his skull. He took a step back, shaking his head, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone, something, was waiting for him. Waiting at the threshold. With a sharp breath, he backed away from the door, his pulse racing. His hand was still clutching the door handle, but he wrenched it away, as though releasing it would free him from whatever force had gripped him. His mind screamed for him to run, to get away from the door, from the voices, from the storm outside. But then came a sharp knock, a single knock, firm and quick. He froze. He could feel the cold air slip through the cracks in the door. The storm had intensified, and the air was thick with the howl of the wind. Yet the knock, that knock had been too deliberate, too measured to be a part of the storm. The knock came again. Knock, knock. It was rhythmic, like a drum beat. His pulse quickened, and his hands clenched into fists. The air around him grew heavier, suffocating. Something, somewhere deep inside him, told him that he had to open the door. It was a compulsion, a gnawing certainty that he couldn't ignore. And yet, his legs refused to move. He had to open the door. He had to know what was on the other side. But he didn't. Single quotes he. His breath came in ragged gasps, his thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. He felt as though he were teetering on the edge of some vast, unseen abyss, and any movement, any decision, could send him plummeting into its depths. Then came the voice again, this time loud enough to pierce through the fog of his fear. "Please, let us in." He stumbled back, his back hitting the wall with a dull thud. His hand brushed the window pane beside him, his fingers curling round the cold glass as he glanced out into the swirling storm. The wind was relentless, howling as if the very sky was alive, bent on crushing the cabin beneath its fury. The snow was thick, a blur of white that obscured any trace of movement beyond. The trees were mere shadows in the distance, their branches bending under the weight of the storm. The night had swallowed everything, everything except for the voice. He shook his head violently, trying to dislodge the sound from his mind, the whisper, the pleading. But it didn't stop. It never stopped. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the voice was gone. The silence returned, but it was not the same silence he had felt earlier. This silence was thick, oppressive, like a pressure on his chest. His breath seemed louder now, each exhale like a jagged rattle in the otherwise dead stillness of the cabin. And then there it was, the sound of something moving. His head snapped toward the door. He could hear it now, the faintest sound of something sliding along the floor, slow and deliberate. It was the scraping of something against wood, something soft, almost like the drag of a cloth. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. With trembling hands, he turned, eyes scanning the room, desperate to find the source of the noise. The room was empty. There was nothing there. Nothing but the walls. the fire, and the deepening darkness that seemed to cling to every corner. The wind howled louder outside, rattling the windows as if urging him to retreat into the shadows. But he couldn't. He couldn't move. The scraping sound continued, and his eyes darted around the room, but there was no movement, no sign of anything unusual. The cabin, like the storm outside, had swallowed him whole. He was alone, wasn't he? Then came the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, measured. His heart lurched in his chest, and the blood drained from his face. His legs refused to move, his body frozen in place. The footsteps were coming from inside the cabin, soft, almost gentle, as though someone were walking just behind him. He could feel them, every step echoing in his ears, reverberating like a drumbeat, steady and sure. He turned slowly, the fear clawing its way up his throat. Nothing but the footsteps had not stopped. They were still there. Step, dot, 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 dot. Step, dot, 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 dot. Step, dot, dot, dot. He spun around, his eyes wild, desperate. There was no one behind him. The air grew cold. He could feel it, a chill that ran deep in his bones, seeping through his skin like ice water. He could feel it like a hand brushing against him. But there was no one, and yet the footsteps continued. Step, dot, 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 step, dot, dot, dot. His eyes locked onto the door. The whisper had returned, softer this time, but there just beyond the threshold. Let us in. The footsteps continued their steady rhythm, drawing closer and closer, and the air around the man grew thick, as though the very atmosphere was pressing in on him. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, each thud more urgent than the last, a frantic counterpoint to the eerie, relentless march of the unseen presence. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow longer, stretching and curling as if they were alive, beckoning him toward them, toward whatever unseen thing was moving in the cabin with him. His breath came in shallow gasps, his hands clammy and slick with sweat despite the cold. His eyes darted from one corner of the room to another, desperate for any sign, any clue as to what was happening, what had happened. The cold in the air intensified, seeping into his bones, deeper than the storm outside. He could taste it on his lips, the bitter chill, the sour sensation of dread. It felt as if something unseen was wrapping around him, squeezing the very life out of him, each passing second pulling him deeper into the vortex of his terror. He turned toward the door once again, his feet heavy, as though moving through water. The door, the very threshold of his isolation, had become a symbol of his torment, a barrier between him and whatever was lurking just beyond. He had never been one to believe in supernatural forces. Never in his life had he entertained the notion of ghosts or spirits. But now, with the wind howling outside, the storm waging war on the world, and the whispering voices pleading for entry, his skepticism was slipping away, replaced with a gut-wrenching certainty. Something was here. The scraping sound, deliberate, like fingers dragging across wood, came again, and it was no longer coming from the door. It seemed to move, shifting around the room, circling him. There was a heaviness in the air, as though something was pulling him toward the center of the room. A chill ran down his spine as he turned, half expecting to see something, anything, but there was nothing. No visible shape, no presence to pin. His fear on, and yet he could feel it. Let us in, dot, dot, dot. The whisper seemed to come from behind him this time, and without thinking, he spun around, eyes wide, his breath hitched in his throat. The room was empty, yet the footsteps, those soft, measured steps, still echoed in his mind. They were closer now, right at the edge of his consciousness, stepping into the very air he breathed. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms, as if the pain might ground him in reality, might pull him away from the nightmare that was slowly unfolding in that moment. The air was heavier now, denser, as if the walls of the cabin were closing in. The light from the fire flickered wildly, casting long, jagged shadows that twisted and writhed, threatening to swallow the cabin whole. Something was moving in the room. The weight of it was undeniable. He could feel its presence. On him like a physical force, crawling into his skin, burrowing into his mind. The air tasted different now, colder, thicker, more suffocating. His vision blurred, and for a moment he could have sworn he saw something, a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye. A fleeting shape. With a sharp, involuntary gasp, he turned to face the corner, but the instant his eyes locked onto it, the shape vanished, leaving nothing but the dim light of the fire and the endless shadows that seemed to stretch beyond the walls. Trapped in a place that had once felt like sanctuary, now suffocating him with its oppressive stillness, with its weight, with its presence. The door seemed so far away now, too distant, as though the space between them had expanded into an impossible chasm. Every part of him screamed to flee, to escape, to run out into the storm, into the cold, but the footsteps, those slow, purposeful steps, held him in place. They paralyzed him. The whisper came again, this time not from the door, but from all around him, echoing inside his skull. Let us in, let us in, ... His head spun. The walls seemed to close in tighter, the shadows thickening. He stumbled backward, his legs unsteady as he tried to make sense of what was happening. There was no escape, no way out. He was at the mercy of whatever was inside with him, and the furor and primal seized him with a force that almost knocked him to the ground. His knees buckled, and he sank to the floor, unable to stand, unable to move, as the weight of it all pressed down on him. Let us in. The voice was louder now, coming from all directions. It was not one voice, but many, whispering in unison, pleading, begging. The cold in the room was unbearable now, the temperature plummeting as though the fire had been extinguished, though it still burned brightly. The flames, once warm and comforting, now twisted and warped in the hearth, reaching toward him like long skeletal fingers. The shadows seemed to deepen further, stretching unnaturally along the walls, twisting and undulating as if alive. His breath came in ragged gasps, and a shiver of pure terror raked through his body. The voices no longer whispers, but full guttural pleas grew, louder, more frantic, and now for the first time he could understand what they were saying. Please, ... let us in, let us out, ... The words echoed in his mind, spiraling into madness. He clutched his head in his hands, the sound of those desperate cries reverberating within him. The walls of the cabin seemed to pulse, as though the very house itself was alive, breathing, in sync with his rapid heartbeat. He could no longer tell what was real. The air felt thick, like the cabin had transformed into a prison, and he was the inmate, locked inside with an invisible force that was growing stronger by the second. Something was moving again, not outside the cabin this time, not in the snowstorm, but inside with him. The scraping had returned, louder, more frantic, and then the unmistakable sound of someone dragging itself across the floor toward him. He snapped his head to the side, eyes wild, searching for the source. Nothing. There was nothing there, but the movement. The was too real, too close. Let us in, ... The voice came again, but this time it wasn't just a whisper. It was a scream, a desperate, tortured scream that raked across his mind like nails on a chalkboard. His entire body convulsed with fear, and he could feel his heart thudding painfully in his chest. The urge to fleet to run was overwhelming, but he couldn't move. The air was thick, heavy, suffocating him. He was not alone. He wasn't alone anymore. The fire crackled violently, and a burst of hot ash shot from the hearth, scattering across the floor, but the man barely registered the heat. His eyes were fixed on the far corner of the room, there, in the shadows. Something was taking form. It was just a shape at first, an indistinct figure, but as it solidified, it became clearer. It was humanoid, but its form was distorted, like something that had been twisted by the weight of the darkness itself. Its limbs were elongated and misshapen, its features barely visible, but the darkness seemed to cling to it, wrapping around it like a shroud. It stepped forward, dragging itself across the floor in an unnatural way, its movements jerky and broken. Each step left a faint trail in the dust, an imprint of its presence. The man wanted to scream, to cry out, to run, but his voice was lost, stolen by the terror that surged through his veins, paralyzing him where he sat. The creature, it wasn't entirely solid, flickering in and out like a malfunctioning shadow, but it was real enough to send chills through him. He could see its eyes, two glowing orbs of white light, staring at him with an unnatural intensity. It moved closer, dragging itself slowly, methodically toward him, its movements jerky, like a broken marionette dot. And then, with a sudden, sickening lurch, it lunged at him. The man screamed, his mind shattering into fragments, but the sound was swallowed up by the overwhelming roar of the wind outside, the cacophony of the storm, and the insistent, pleading voices that seemed to grow louder and louder. Let us in. The air was freezing, unbearably cold now, as if the walls themselves had become a prison of ice. He could feel the cold seeping into his very soul. His thoughts were fractured, slipping away from him like sand through his fingers. The fire flickered, again, but it seemed far away, almost as if it too were part of the nightmare. The thing in front of him was not alone. Out of the shadows, from every corner, from every crevice, other shapes began to emerge. They crawled forward, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. These creatures, these twisted, malformed things, dragged themselves toward him, their movements erratic and unnatural. The cabin had become something else, something alive, something hungry. And the voices, they begged, let us in. The room had changed. What had once been a simple, quiet cabin in the midst of an unforgiving storm now felt like the belly of a beast. The walls, once sturdy and familiar, now pressed inward with a suffocating force. The air grew thick with an oppressive cold that clung to every surface. The fire in the hearth burned erratically, its flames sputtering and twisting like desperate hands reaching for escape. Shadows writhed across the walls, creeping and stretching, defying the natural order of light. It was as though the very fabric of the world had warped and unraveled. Within this cabin, the man couldn't move. The creatures, those grotesque, disjointed forms, advanced, their bodies contorting in unnatural ways, dragging themselves closer. With slow, deliberate motions, each movement was a grotesque mimicry of life, like puppets jerking on invisible strings. Their hollow eyes glowed faintly, an eerie light that cut through the darkness like the pale reflection of death itself. The stench of decay clung to them, a sickening sweetness that burned his nostrils, making him gag. Their limbs twisted and snapped with every inch they moved, as if they were not meant to exist in this world, as if they were born of some twisted nightmare that had no place in the waking realm, and yet they were here. He could hear the voices again, the same pleading whispers that filled his mind and heart with dread. They came from everywhere, from within the creatures, from the walls, from the very air he breathed. It was impossible to tell where they began and where they ended, as though the cabin itself was alive, breathing, pulsing with their hunger. Let us in. The words were no longer just words. They had become a part of him, a symbiotic presence that moved through his thoughts like a parasite. His mind was unraveling, fraying like the tattered rope of a shipwrecked vessel. He could feel his grip on reality slipping, like sand through his fingers. He had to open the door. The thought, once a distant whisper, now clawed at him relentlessly. He had to let them in. He had to. The creatures were closing in on him. He could feel their presence now. He could feel their intended desire to consume him, to pull him into their unholy fold. But it wasn't just their hunger that terrified him. It was the knowledge that they were not the true threat. The true danger was the voice, the presence behind them, a force greater than anything he had ever known. The air itself felt alive with it, the thing that whispered, the thing that begged. And yet, as he stood frozen in place, the man realized something more chilling. He had heard that voice before. It was his own voice. The realization hit him like a slap, and for the first time since he had heard the whispering, a surge of clarity washed over him, only to be quickly consumed by a deeper, darker realization. This wasn't happening to him. This was happening because of him. The room twisted around him, the shadows deepening into endless voids. His hands trembled, his breath coming in short, shallow bursts as he tried to understand. The creatures, those aberrations, they were not real. Not in the way he had thought they were. They were reflections, mirages born of his own fractured mind. They were manifestations of his own terror, his own guilt, his own overwhelming sense of isolation. The voices were his own thoughts, his own subconscious calling out to him, begging him to face what he had run from. "Let us in." The whisper came again, but this time it was not a plea. It was an accusation, a demand, and then a sharp snap, like the crack of a whip, pulled him back into himself. His chest tightened as the oppressive weight of realization descended upon him, heavier than the cold that suffocated the room. The wind outside screamed against the walls of the cabin, a violent, unrelenting cry that seemed to echo his own spiraling thoughts. But the storm outside was nothing compared to the tempest inside his mind. His entire life, all the pain and isolation, the fractures and mistakes, the burden of years spent hiding away from his past, came rushing back in waves. Each moment felt like a shattering blow, each breath heavier than the last. The cabin was a reflection of his psyche, a physical manifestation of everything he had tried to escape. The storm outside had been his own storm, his own self-inflicted tempest. The creatures, the voices, they were the ghosts of his own conscience, the memories of his past sins, clawing their way to the surface, demanding he face them. You wanted peace. You wanted silence. You wanted to be alone. But now, he was not alone. Now, his mind had come alive with everything he had tried to bury. His sins, his regrets, the dark things that had been festering inside him, hidden away in the corners of his thoughts, now reached out with grotesque hands, pulling at his soul, begging him to acknowledge them. He had thought the whispers had come from outside, from something other than himself. But the truth was far worse. The voices came from within. The creatures, they were not some external threat. They were him. His breath came in short, desperate gasps. He could feel the weight of their presence. Pressing down on him, they were inside him. They were his fears, his guilt, his paranoia, all the things he had tried to escape. His hands shook uncontrollably as the realization grew clearer. The thing that had whispered his name in the snow, the thing that had called him to open the door, it had been him. It had been the fractured pieces of himself, scattered in the void of the storm. His mind, shattered by years of isolation, had manifested this nightmare. The ghosts, the creatures, they were not foreign. They were a part of him. They were the pieces of his soul that he had tried to escape but could not. And now they had. Him, he could feel the weight of it all. The guilt, the shame, the loss, the loneliness. It had been so easy to blame the storm, to blame the isolation, to blame the world outside. But the truth was that there was no escape from himself. No escape from the things he had buried deep inside. The creatures circled around him, their movements slow but deliberate, as if savoring the moment. Their eyes, those cold, glowing orbs, bore into him, reading his every thought, his every fear, as though they were the very embodiment of his soul's torment. And in their eyes, he saw it, his own reflection, the broken man, the one who had tried to run away, the one who had failed. He wanted to scream. He wanted to lash out. He wanted to do something, anything, to stop it. But he couldn't. His mind was trapped. Trapped in this cabin, trapped in his own past. The whisper came again, louder now, a chorus of voices rising in unison. It was no longer one voice. It was 1,000 voices, all of them his, all of them begging, pleading, let us in, The walls of the cabin seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the whispers. The temperature dropped even further, until the air was thick with frost, until his breath crystallized in front of him. The floorboards creaked, and the fire flickered, casting strange, writhing shadows across the walls. It was then that he understood. The door was never meant to be opened. It wasn't an entrance. It was an escape. He wasn't meant to let anything in. He was meant to face what had been there all along. He had been running from himself. The wind howled outside, but it was no longer a sound of nature. It was the cry of a man trapped inside his own mind, a soul torn apart by the weight of his own conscience. The creatures, they were not the threat. They were the manifestation of his guilt, his torment, his endless fears. The door was not the key to freedom. It was the key to facing the one thing he had been avoiding for so long, his own soul. The silence that followed was deafening. The creatures stopped moving. The shadows ceased their writhing. The air grew still, cold but still. For the first time since he had arrived, there was no sound, no voice, no whisper, just the thick, suffocating silence. And in that silence, he understood. The silence was unbearable, a thick and oppressive fog that settled over the cabin like an uninvited guest. It smothered everything: the air, the shadows, the very essence of the place. The creatures that had once moved so freely, they're twisted. Bodies contorting in the dark were still now, their empty eyes fixed on him with an intensity that bordered on hunger. Yet there was no sound, no scraping, no whispering, only the faint, eerie crackle of the fire, struggling to stay alive as the temperature plummeted further. It was as though the world had paused, holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, waiting for him to do something. He stood there, motionless, his body frozen with the weight of the realization that had hit him like a physical blow. The creatures, the voices, the storm outside, none of it had been outside of him. It had all been inside him, a manifestation of his deepest fears, his guilt, his desperate isolation. And now, standing in the heart of it all, he was forced to confront the thing he had run from his entire life: himself. It was as though the walls of the cabin had become mirrors, reflecting his every thought, his every regret, all the things he had buried deep within himself. The isolation, the loneliness, the rejection, the abandonment, it was all there, swirling in the shadows, feeding off his fears. And now it had come to a head, this twisted dance between him and his own psyche, and he was at its center. Let us in. The whisper came again, a soft, insistent plea, but this time it wasn't just a voice. It was 1,000 voices, all of them overlapping, filling the cabin with a constant, unnerving hum. It was as if the very fabric of the house itself had become a vessel for these voices, their words seeping into the walls, the floors, the air. He closed his eyes, trying to block it out, but it was impossible. The voices were his own, his thoughts and regrets made flesh, and they swirled around him, suffocating him in their relentless chorus. Let us in. A rush of panic flooded his chest, and he staggered backward, his feet tripping over the floorboards. He had to escape. He had to get out. He had to break free of this nightmare, this endless cycle of torment. But no matter how far he moved, the voices followed him. They were inside him, inescapable. He could feel them creeping into his mind, wrapping around his thoughts, drowning him in their insistent call. His fingers gripped the door, his knuckles turning white, the cold metal of the handle pressing into his palm. But as he reached for it, the room around him seemed to shift. The walls closed in, the shadows stretching like dark fingers, pulling him back. The temperature had dropped to an unbearable cold, and his breath came out in visible puffs, but still, the cold wasn't enough to freeze the terror coursing through his veins. He turned back toward the fire, hoping for some semblance of warmth, some comfort, but the flames were flickering wildly now, their light distorted and twisting like something that was dying. It was as if the very essence of the fire had turned against him. Each flicker an accusation, each burst of flame a reminder of his failure. "Let us in." The voices had grown louder now, so loud it was impossible to ignore them. They were his voice, a twisted echo of his own thoughts, his own inner turmoil, and yet they were also something more. They were the reflection of all his darkest fears, the fragments of his soul that had been shattered and scattered across time, now clawing their way back to him. He stumbled away from the door, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he tried to grasp at the edges of his sanity. The creatures were moving again, their grotesque bodies shifting, their eyes glowing with an unsettling, unholy light. But they weren't just creatures anymore. They were the embodiment of his pain, his guilt, his own fractured self. Each one of them represented a part of him, a piece of his shattered identity that had come to life in this twisted dreamscape. He could feel it now, the suffocating weight of their presence, pressing in from all sides. The room felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls were closing in on him, trapping him in this nightmare. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. "Let us in." The whisper was deafening now, a constant hum that filled his ears, vibrating through his very bones. He sank to his knees, his hands clutching his head, as if he could somehow stop the madness, as if he could shut out the voices that were drowning him. He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't live with this torment, this endless spiral of fear and guilt. The realization crashed down on him like a tidal wave. He had to open the door. The thought was simple. It was as though something inside him had finally broken free, and the floodgates had opened. He had to let them in. He had to face them. He had to open the door, and in doing so, he would finally be free of the suffocating weight of his own mind. But even as the thought took root, he hesitated. What was behind that door? What would he find? Would it be the peace he so desperately longed for, or would it be his ultimate undoing? The voices continued their chant, relentless, unyielding. "Let us in." The creatures circled around him now, their twisted forms moving with a sickening fluidity, their eyes locked on him, their gazes empty and all-consuming. He could feel their presence closing in, like the walls were narrowing, pressing in on him, squeezing the air from his lungs. He reached out for the door once more, his hand trembling as he touched the cold, hard surface of the handle. But as his fingers made contact, something changed. The room began to shift. The shadows thickened, the darkness growing deeper and more intense. The temperature dropped even further, the cold seeping into his very bones, as though the house itself had become a part of the storm outside. He could feel the wind howling, shrieking against the cabin, but it was distant, faint. Like a memory he couldn't quite grasp, the door wasn't the escape. The door was the answer. With a shaky breath, he turned the handle, the sound of the lock clicking in his ears like the toll of a bell. And when the door opened, there was nothing but a vast, endless sea of white dot. It was the snow, the same snow that had been falling outside for days. But this snow, it was different. It wasn't just a storm. It was a void, a blank, featureless expanse that stretched on forever, an infinite ocean of white. The wind howled, biting and fierce, as if it had been waiting for him. The storm, the snow, the cold, it all crashed in on him at once, a violent force that seemed to reach out from the abyss. He could feel the snow, the biting cold cutting into his skin, freezing his flesh, but still there was nothing. No figures in the snow, no shadowy forms lurking in the distance, no creatures or voices. There was only the endless white dot. It was then that he understood. The door had never been a way out. It had been a way in. The snow wasn't the storm. The storm wasn't the world outside. The storm had always been inside him. The snow, the cold, the isolation, it was the reflection of his own soul, a frozen wasteland where nothing could grow, nothing could survive. He had opened the door, but in doing so, he had opened the gate to his own mind. He was no longer trapped in the cabin. He was trapped in himself. The wind howled louder, the voices screaming now, their insistent chant rising to a deafening crescendo. The creatures, his own creations, had vanished, leaving only the snow, the cold, and the endless void, the storm. His storm was all that remained. And in that moment, he understood. The door had never been a way out. The door had been a mirror to his soul, a mirror that reflected everything he had tried to escape. The snow was blinding, a suffocating, endless blanket of white that stretched on forever, swallowing everything in its path. There was no horizon, no distinction between sky and earth, just an oppressive, infinite whiteness that pressed in on all sides. The cold cut through him like 1,000 knives, each gust of wind feeling as though it were stripping the flesh from his bones, exposing the raw, vulnerable core of his existence. But it wasn't the cold that paralyzed him. It wasn't the snow or the howling wind. No, it was the silence. The silence had returned in the cabin. He had heard the voices, had felt the creatures circling him, their twisted forms and grotesque eyes closing in with terrifying intent. But now there was nothing. No whispering, no pleading. The storm outside raged, but it was a distant, hollow roar that seemed to emanate from some faraway place. Not the gnashing teeth of the nightmare he had experienced in the cabin. Out here, in the vast, featureless expanse of snow, there was only the wind, the cold, and the maddening silence. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Hours, days, or perhaps mere minutes' time had lost all meaning here, in the void. The snow clung to him like a second skin, its icy tendrils crawling into his clothes, his hair, his very being. It filled his lungs with each breath, making him choke, suffocate. But still he walked. He had no choice. Each step felt like an eternity, yet he continued, driven forward by something he could neither understand nor escape. The voices had stopped. The creatures had faded away, as if they had never been there at all. But deep within him, something was changing. The man's mind, already fragile and broken from days of isolation, was beginning to fracture even further. He felt his thoughts, unraveling the threads of his sanity, slowly slipping away, one by one. He had always known that his mind had been broken, that the isolation had slowly worn away at his mental state. But now it was as though something inside him had snapped, completely undone. The whisper returned, but it wasn't from the creatures. It wasn't from the outside. No, this whisper, this voice, it was coming from within him, his own mind, his own fractured soul, calling out, pleading with him. But what was it asking? For what was it that he had to let in? His feet continued to move, though they were no longer his own. It was as if he were being carried by some unseen force, dragged forward by an invisible hand. And yet, every step took him deeper into the snow, deeper into the storm. There was no escape, no reprieve, just the suffocating whiteness, the freezing wind, and the never-ending whisper, "Let us in." It was louder now, filling his mind with a constant, insistent hum that drowned out all other thoughts. He couldn't escape it. He couldn't escape. Them, the voices, The echoes of his past were closing in, surrounding him, choking him from the inside out. He wanted to scream. He wanted to shout, to fight back. But there was no one to hear, no one to help him. In the distance, a shadow appeared. At first, it was so faint he thought it was a trick of the wind, a trick of his broken mind. But then, it grew larger, more defined. It was a figure, a man-shaped silhouette standing just at the edge of the whiteness, as though waiting for him. It was him. The man saw it with a clarity that made his blood run cold. The figure was a mirror image of himself, standing there in the distance, waiting, motionless, as though beckoning him to approach. He didn't know how he knew it was himself, but he did. The reflection of his own soul, standing in the snow, unmoving, staring back at him. The man's heart thundered in his chest, his breath coming in frantic gasps. The presence of the figure, a darker version of himself, something twisted and wrong, pulled him forward, compounding the madness that was slowly consuming him. It was as if the storm itself had coalesced into this dark reflection, a harbinger of the reckoning he had been running from. "Let us in," the whispering returned. Only this time it wasn't just the voice of his conscience. It was the voice of the figure, the thing that stood waiting in the snow. And yet, even as the man stood there, trembling in the frigid cold, he realized that this voice wasn't an external force. It was an invitation. It was a call to face something he had been running from for far too long. It was a call to let himself in. He hesitated. His feet were frozen to the ground, his body stiff with the cold, yet his mind was frantic. He wanted to move, to approach the figure, but fear paralyzed him. The voice, the whispering it, was not some foreign entity trying to break into his mind, no. It was his own soul, his own deepest, most repressed parts calling to him. It was his own fractured psyche, desperately trying to reintegrate itself. The figure stood motionless, but his eyes burned with a cold, unyielding intensity. There was no warmth in those eyes, only the hollow, unforgiving gaze of a man who had lost everything. The reflection was not a savior, not a guide. It was a part of him. It was the darkness he had buried, the guilt he had hidden away. It was the very thing that had driven him to this place. To this moment, it was the truth of who he was. With shaking hands, the man reached up to his face, brushing the snow away. His skin was ice cold, his breath coming in ragged gasps. But still, he could not tear his eyes away from the figure in the distance. He could not pull himself from the whisper, the insistent call that echoed through his mind. "Let us in." The words were a final plea, a final invitation. An invitation to face what he had feared most himself. The figure began to move, slowly, deliberately, its limbs stiff and unnatural. Its gaze never left him, its eyes locked on him with a piercing intensity that felt like a weight pressing down on his soul. Each step it took was a step closer to him, and with each step, the world around him seemed to shift. The wind howled louder, the snow grew thicker, the silence, that crushing silence, began to stretch out, suffocating him. And then, in a flash of pure understanding, the man realized what he had to do. He had to face it. He had to face himself. The figure, his shadow, his mirror reached out. To him, its cold hand stretching forward. The man closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable. He couldn't escape it. There was nowhere to run, no way to avoid it. The storm outside was nothing compared to the storm inside him. With a final, shuddering breath, he stepped forward. And as his foot sank into the snow, the world around him fell away. The blinding white faded into a deep, endless black. The howling wind became a distant memory, and the whispering the voice stopped. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was nothing. No voices, no shadows, no creatures, just the cold, empty void of his own mind. He had opened the door, and now he had stepped through it. Only the endless darkness that awaited him on the other side. But even in the dark, something whispered. It was him, and now it was time to finally let himself in. The man felt the pull of the darkness as though it were a physical force tugging at his very essence. He couldn't see anything, couldn't feel the ground beneath his feet. Yet it was as though the void itself was absorbing him, swallowing him whole. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to be lost, not simply lost in space, but lost in time, in thought, in the very core of his being. He had crossed through the door, he had stepped beyond the threshold, but instead of the freedom he had sought, fractured and splintered into 1,000 pieces, he felt as though the very essence of his identity was being eroded, stripped away by the relentless tide of silence. It wasn't even an oppressive silence. It was something more subtle, more insidious, a silence that didn't allow him to feel, alone because it drowned him in its endless nothingness. Time had lost all meaning here. The boundaries of past and present blurred together, and the very act of thinking became an impossible task. His mind, once sharp, once able to form clear thoughts and decisions, was now a disjointed mess, a series of fractured images and dissonant noises that collided with one another. The harder he tried to make sense of it, the further it slipped away from him, like sand through fingers. The once clear thoughts were now mere fragments, splintering off into incoherence. And yet, there was something there, something lingering at the edges of his consciousness, a faint sensation, like the fluttering of wings in the distance. A sound soft, barely perceptible, was whispering at the very periphery of his mind. Let us in, the whisper, the voice that had tormented him through the cabin, through the snowstorm, through the depths of his own soul. It had always been a presence, an invitation, or perhaps a demand, depending on how he looked at it. But now it was different. Now it was familiar. His heart, frozen in place by the crushing weight of the void, began to beat faster. The whisper was no longer an external entity. It was part of him. It had always been part of him. His breath caught in his throat as he realized the true nature of the voice, the torment he had been running from, the endless cycle of fear and guilt. The creatures and shadows, they were all fragments of his mind. His psyche had been shattered, disassembled, but it was still him. His mind, fractured and broken, had manifested all of these horrors in an attempt to force him to confront the one thing he could never face, himself. Let us in, the whisper, now louder, more insistent, reverberated through the void, echoing around him. The voice was not just asking, it was demanding. It was not merely a beckoning, it was a command, pulling him deeper into the recesses of his own subconscious. He tried to move, but his body refused to obey. His limbs were stiff, unresponsive. It was as though the very act of movement was beyond him, beyond his ability to control. The darkness around him pulsed with an almost tangible energy, a force that seemed to grasp at him, to claw at his insides, pulling him toward something. Toward them, the creatures were there, his creations, his fears, his deepest regrets waiting just beyond the edge of his awareness. He could feel their presence, their cold, hungry eyes fixed upon him, their bodies shifting in the darkness like broken marionettes. They were the manifestation of all his pain, his insecurities, his guilt. But now they were silent. They no longer whispered. They no longer clawed or tugged at him. They simply watched, waiting for him to make the next move. And then, in the midst of the silence, a faint light appeared. At first, it was so small, so distant, that he almost mistook it for a trick of the mind. But then it grew, spreading outward, filling the void with a dull, sickly glow. The light was not warm nor comforting. It was cold, sterile, and unyielding. The man felt a pull, a deep magnetic force drawing him toward it. The darkness, which had once felt like his own, now seemed to recoil from the light, as if it feared it. The creatures in the dark shifted, uneasily, their twisted forms squirming at the edges of his vision. They did not want him to go toward the light. They wanted him to remain in the darkness, in the cold, in the place where they could control him. But he had no choice. Slowly, his feet finally able to move, again carried him forward. Each step felt like 1,000 pounds pressing down on him. His body was heavy, his limbs exhausted, as though every movement drained a little more of his soul away. But still, he moved as though the light were the last hope, the only thing left that could save him from the abyss. As he drew closer to the light, it began to take shape, forming something he couldn't quite comprehend. It was not a person, not an entity, not anything that made sense in the way he understood the world. No, the light formed a vision, a reflection of his life, twisted and distorted in ways he couldn't process. It was a Hassa cabin, but not the one he had stayed in. This was a different place, one that felt both familiar and alien. It was filled with shadows, memories, things he had long forgotten or buried deep within himself. The walls were cracked and decaying, the windows shattered, the air thick with dust and decay. It was a place of loss, of brokenness, and at the center of it all, there was a figure dot. The figure was small, hunched over, its back to him. It was a person himself, but distorted, twisted, broken in ways he couldn't fathom. It was the reflection of the man he had been, the man he had tried so hard to leave behind. But now, this distorted version of himself stood at the center of his life, surrounded by the wreckage of everything he had tried to escape. The figure turned slowly, its face hidden in shadow. The man's heart skipped a beat as the figure's eyes, the same eyes he had seen in the reflection in the snow, met his dot. It was himself, but not the man he had become. It was the version of him that had been lost, the man he had once been, before the isolation, before the darkness. The distorted figure smiled, its lips curling into something that was not quite a smile, more a grimace. The light grew brighter now, blinding him, but the figure did not flinch. It reached out its hand, slowly, and the air around it shimmered with an unsettling energy. "Let us in." The whisper came again, and this time, the man realized the truth. The figure was not asking for entry. It was offering something, a choice, a chance to finally face the thing he had tried to avoid for so long. The man reached out, his hand trembling as it moved toward the figure. But before he could touch it, the light exploded, filling the void with an overwhelming surge of energy. The darkness recoiled. The creatures screamed in agony as they were torn apart by the brilliance. And then, all was still. The man stood alone, his hands still outstretched, his mind spinning with the impossibility of what had just happened. The world around him was gone, vanished as if it had never existed. There was no snow, no storm, no creatures, only the cold emptiness. He had crossed the threshold. He had faced the darkness. But now, in the silence that followed, he was left with only the bitter realization the door had never been about escape. It had always been about acceptance. And now, standing in the void, the man understood that the only way to truly escape the horrors of his mind was to stop running. The void had a taste, the man realized, a bitter, metallic taste that clung to his tongue, every breath filled with the staleness of forgotten things. The space around him was nothing and everything, a fractured reality suspended in midair, held together by the sheer will of something that no longer resembled him. The snow, the cabin, the figures, the voices, they had all melted into a single moment. A surreal dream, an illusion designed to fracture the mind that had wandered too far into the wilderness of its own darkness. There was nothing left now, and yet the silence, it was no longer suffocating. It was the silence of acceptance, of finality, a deep, all-encompassing quiet that spoke louder than any sound. The man could still feel his own pulse, each throb vibrating through the stillness of his body. Yet it was as if his body itself was drifting apart from him, Was he even alive anymore? Or had he been swallowed by the storm long ago? His physical form only a ghost trailing behind him. The answer came as a whisper, familiar, like an old friend, but one who had been buried under layers of time and suffering. Let us in, the voice again. It had always been there, hadn't it? Begging, pleading, demanding. The voice had echoed through the cold, through the cabin, through the endless stretch of snow. It had called to him, each time a little more desperate, a little more insistent, but it was never outside. No, this voice had never come from the wind or the creatures or the fractured shadows of the forest. It had always come from within him, creeping like a parasite into his thoughts, his dreams, his very soul. The man's eyes, if they still could be called, eyes sifted through the fog of his mind. He could see fragments now, flashing, fleeting moments from a life he barely remembered. A house, a familiar place. The room was dark, a single light bulb swinging gently overhead, casting long, jittery shadows across the floor. There was a figure, sitting in the corner, hunched and shivering, its back turned toward him. The voice familiar, aching, almost pleading, whispered through the haze. I never wanted this. His own voice, but altered, different, desperate. The figure in the corner, his reflection, his shadow, turned its head. Its face was pale, twisted, something not entirely human. Eyes that looked like mirrors stared back at him. His eyes. He staggered backward, hands raised to ward off the darkness. But the figure didn't move. It stayed there, watching him, waiting. The walls of the house began to crack, splintering like dried wood. Through the cracks came the snow, cold and suffocating. It flooded the room, but it didn't fall from the sky. No, it came from within, as though the very walls of the house had turned to ice. He was trapped again, trapped in the same prison, and the whispering started, soft at first, like the sound of wind through trees. But then it became louder, clearer. Let us in. The figure in the corner opened its mouth, and the sound was a scream, but no sound escaped its lips. Instead, the words formed on the walls, burned into the wood like fire. Let us in, let us in, let us in. The man fell to his knees. His head spun as his mind fought to piece together the puzzle. But all he could see were broken images, fractured memories that didn't align. He could hear the voices now, so clear, each one so close to him, each one clawing at him. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The silence returned, but it was no longer a comfort. The silence had turned into a suffocating weight that pressed against his chest, threatening to crush him under its intensity. He could feel it now, his mind. Not just the landscape, not just the hallucinations. His thoughts were splintering, breaking apart into pieces too small to reassemble. In the distance, through the fog of his unraveling mind, something flickered, a light. It was a soft, warm glow, like the soft amber of candlelight, flickering. In a dark room, he couldn't help but be drawn to it. One step after another, he moved toward the light. Each step felt heavier, as though the air itself was thickening with each movement. The whispering followed him, crawling along the edges of his thoughts. Like a distant memory he couldn't escape. The light grew brighter as he drew near, and then there it was, a mirror. A simple mirror, hanging crookedly on the wall. The frame was made of dark, weathered wood, its surface scratched and worn with age, but the reflection it held was not what he expected. He looked into the mirror and saw himself, but not the man he had become. No, the man in the reflection was someone else entirely, a twisted version of himself. His eyes were hollow, his skin cracked and rotting, his mouth twisted into a cruel, mocking smile. The reflection grinned at him, its eyes gleaming with something he couldn't comprehend. We've been waiting for you. The voice was not his own, but it felt like his own. It was the reflection of everything he had been, every sin, every fear, every moment of guilt, and regret that had followed him here. It was the culmination of his own fractured soul, the thing he had tried to escape, the thing he had buried deep within himself. The man reached out a trembling hand toward the mirror. His fingers hovered just above the surface of the glass, and as they drew closer, the air around him grew colder. He could feel the touch of something on the other side, a presence that was not his own, but he was still trapped within it. Let us in, the whisper again, louder now. It wasn't asking him to open the door. It wasn't begging him to open the window, no. This time, the whisper was demanding something far worse. It wanted to merge with him, to become him. He recoiled, his hand pulling back as though burned by the very surface of the mirror. But the figure in the reflection didn't move. It stood there, smiling, waiting for him to make the inevitable choice, the choice that had always been his to make. Let us in. The voice was louder now. It wasn't a whisper anymore, it was a roar, echoing through his mind, shaking the very foundation of his thoughts. His mind fractured even further, pieces of his identity scattering like broken glass. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. The mirror pulled at him, its surface shimmering, rippling as though it was alive, a dark pool of endless depths. He could see the figure now more clearly than ever, its smile growing wider, its eyes gleaming with malicious glee. It was him, but not him. It was everything he had been, everything he had hidden away. Let us in. The whispering became deafening. The mirror began to shimmer and pulse with light. The figure reached out, its twisted hand extending beyond the glass, its fingers stretching toward him. And in that moment he knew, he had always known, the reflection wasn't just a vision. It wasn't just a distortion. It was the truth. He was the one who had been waiting to enter. He was the one who had been locked outside all this time. The man closed his eyes and let the darkness consume him. The darkness swallowed him whole. There were no sounds, no flickers of light to guide him. His body, his very soul, was adrift in a space so vast that even his own thoughts seemed too small to exist. In the depths of the void, there was no distinction between time and eternity, no division between reality and illusion. Everything blended together into a singularity, a point where all things collapsed into nothingness. For how long he drifted there, he didn't know. It felt like moments, yet centuries could have passed. All that remained were echoes of himself, ghosts of his former thoughts and regrets, whispers of the life he had tried to leave behind. The silence was almost unbearable, but at the same time, there was a strange comfort in it. No more whispers, no more creatures, no more voices calling to him from the darkness. But even in this suffocating silence, there was something else, something waiting. He didn't know how he knew it, but it was there, faint, but undeniable. It was as though the void itself, grown sentient, aware of his presence, aware of his mind wandering aimlessly through its endless reaches. And in that awareness, something stirred. He could hear it now, faint at first, like a murmur carried on the wind of voice, but not a voice. Something deeper than words, a sensation that crawled through his very bones. It was a presence, a force, that felt like it had been waiting for him, watching him fall deeper and deeper into the pit of his own despair. The man tried to speak, but no sound left his lips. His throat was dry, the sensation of his own body feeling increasingly distant. His arms were heavy, and his legs, if they could be called legs, were stretched out in the formless dark, trapped in the haze of a dream that he could neither escape nor fully comprehend. The voice came again, and this time it felt as though it had substance, as if the very air vibrated with it. Return. The word was simple, yet its meaning was far too complex for his shattered mind to grasp. The word hung in the air, slowly wrapping around him, like a noose. Return to what? To where? He had no memory of any place to return to, no memory of anything that could pull him from this endless void. But then, a flickerous spark of light. At first it was so small, like the tiniest star in the dark sky. The man couldn't focus on it, couldn't truly see it, but it was there just beyond his reach. The light, faint but persistent, seemed to beckon him, as though it were offering a way out of the darkness. And then, the voice again, softer now, but still demanding Dot return. His heart, or what was left of it, fluttered. There was a moment of fear, of hesitation, but then a deep, primal urge to obey a call to move, to go toward the light, to return. He didn't know what that word meant anymore, but he felt it in his bones, a desperate compulsion that overwhelmed all else. The light grew brighter, pulling him toward it. His body, unbidden, moved forward. There was no sense of walking, no sensation of movement, just a magnetic pull that sucked him into its orbit. The closer he got, the more he began to see the edges of the light. It wasn't warm, it wasn't inviting, and yet it was all that he could focus on. The light stretched out like tendrils, twisting and shifting, as though it were made of something living, something that wasn't quite light at all. Returned the word again, this time closer, more urgent, the whisper now a command rather than a request. And then, with a sharp clarity that felt like a jolt of electricity, it all came back to him: the cabin, the snow, the voices, the whispering. The storm that had once seemed so far away now felt close, almost suffocating. The memory of his body, his limbs frozen in place, the door he had opened, the strange creatures he had seen outside, the footsteps in the snow, his own footsteps at the door. He remembered it now. The door that he had opened, the door that had promised escape, but had instead brought him here, to this place of nothingness. The void, the endless darkness, was the door. It had always been the door. And in his desperation, he had opened it. Let it consume him. Let it strip him down to the very core of who he was. And now, standing at the threshold of the light, he understood. The door had never been meant to release him. It had always been meant to trap him. He could see it now, the house, the cabin. But it wasn't the cabin that he had stayed in. No, this house was different. Its walls were cracked and crumbling, its windows shattered, but through the broken glass, he could see the flickering of light, the light that had been calling him, the light that he had sought as his escape. Was not an escape, it was a return to the place he had left behind. The door had always been the way back. The voice had always been him, and as the man stepped toward the door, toward the light, he could hear it clearly now, his own voice, rising from the depths of the void. Let us in. The voice was his, but it was not his. It was the voice of the man he was becoming, the same man who had trapped himself in the snow, who had opened the door to madness, who had abandoned the world only to be consumed by it. It was the voice of the lost. The man felt a cold hand reach out, its fingers stretching from the darkness toward him. But it wasn't a physical hand. No, it was something more insidious, an idea, a reflection, a force that had always been inside of him, waiting. The door. It wasn't a door at all. It was a mirror, reflecting his soul back at him. Let us in, the whisper turned to a scream. But the man didn't flinch. He didn't move. He stood in the doorway, his mind unraveling as he faced himself, his past, his regrets, his fractured self. And as the light surrounded him, as the door pulled him in, he understood. This was never about finding peace. This was never about escape. This was about returning to the darkness, to the place where it had all begun, the place where he had been lost. And as he stepped forward, the darkness swallowed him whole. The man had no name anymore, no identity. He was nothing but a shadow drifting in the wake of a forgotten dream, a ghost caught between the realms of the living and the dead. The house's house loomed before him, its decaying walls whispering in the wind. Its cracked windows stared at him like the hollow eyes of a beast that had long since turned to stone. Yet, Within its broken heart, a pulse still beat a rhythm that called to him, a rhythm that was far too familiar. He stepped toward it, each movement slow, deliberate. His legs no longer felt like his own, his body alien to him, as though he were no longer part of the physical world, but something else entirely, something hollow. Every step felt like it took him further from himself and closer to something far darker. Return, the voice had said. Return, it had whispered, echoing through the darkness like a haunting refrain. But now, standing at the threshold of the house, he wondered return to what, to where. He could feel the weight of his own mind, fractured and fragile, crumbling into 1,000 pieces. Yet still he pushed forward. He could hear the sound of his own breathing, ragged and hollow, each breath rattling through his chest. But the door, as he now understood, was not an entrance. It was a barrier, a lock that kept him bound in this place, this house that had never truly been a home. His hand reached for the cold iron handle, fingers brushing against it, but it didn't feel like metal. No, it felt wrong. It felt like bone. He recoiled for a moment, but something inside him, something dark, something broke and drove him to turn it. The door creaked open, the sound far too loud in the thick silence. And as it opened, he was greeted by the smell of the unmistakable scent of decay, of rot. The air was thick with the stench of something long dead, something that had been forgotten and left to molder in the dark. But as he stepped inside, the house had changed. No longer a forgotten cabin, no longer a decaying ruin. It had transformed into something more sinister. The walls pulsed with a sickly green glow, the floorboards creaking beneath his feet like the bones of a long-dead creature stirring in its grave. The house seemed to breathe as though it were alivened. It was watching him. He stumbled through the halls, the air heavy with the weight of unseen eyes. Every corner he turned, every room he entered, seemed to close in on him, the walls pressing inward, suffocating him with their presence. And then he heard it again. Let us in. The voice was different now. It was not his own voice. It was something else, something older, something that had been waiting in the dark corners of the house, waiting for him to return. It was the voice of the house itself, of the land of the snow, of the storm that had driven him here in the first place. It was the voice of the wilderness, of the isolation that had twisted his mind. Let us in. The man's heart pounded in his chest. He turned, but there was no one there. The rooms were empty, the shadows long and twisted, yet he could feel the presence of them, moving just beyond his sight, watching him, waiting for him to make a choice. The walls seemed to close in even tighter. He could hear the faint whispering growing louder, more insistent. Let us in. Words seemed to be coming from the very walls, the floor, the ceiling, everywhere and nowhere at once. He moved faster, his feet stumbling as though he were trapped in a nightmare. The house was twisting, warping around him, bending and shifting as though it were alive, pulsating with a dark energy. He could feel it now, deep in his bones, a presence that was not human, a presence that was ancient and hungry. He tried to escape, but there was no escape. No door that would open, no window that would let him out. The house had him now. Let us in. The man could no longer distinguish between the voice and his own thoughts. They were one and the same, bleeding together into a single, chaotic rhythm. His mind, his very essence, being pulled apart. And still, he moved forward. He had no choice. The house, the storm, the voices, they were all part of him now. He was trapped within them. The house seemed to stretch on forever. The halls were endless. There was no logic, no sense to any of it. He had once known the house, had once felt its walls, its rooms, its comfort. But now it was a labyrinth, a maze that twisted and turned in on itself, trapping him in a cycle he could not escape. He stumbled into a room. It was dark, pitch black. except for the faint glow of the walls. The air was thick, suffocating. He could feel something else here, something ancient and cold, watching him from the shadows. His heart raced as he reached out, feeling for the walls, his fingers brushing against something wet and cold. Something moved in the darkness. He froze. His breath caught in his throat. Something was there, a whisper, a breath. Let us in. He spun, around, his eyes wide, but there was nothing but the shadows and the damp, cold air. The whispering filled his mind, louder now, more desperate. The shadows grew thicker, darker, pressing in on him. He felt their weight, their presence. He could hear them, feel them all around him, pressing against him, suffocating him. Let us in, and then something stepped into the dim light. It was him, but not him. No, it was a twisted reflection, a version of himself that was wrong, that had been warped by the house, by the storm, by the endless whispering. His eyes were empty, hollow, black, voids that seemed to suck the light out of the room. His skin was cracked, pale, and stretched tight over bones that seemed too large for his frame. His mouth opened, but no sound came out, only a soft, wet, choking sound that seemed to reverberate in the room. The man could feel his heart pounding in his chest as he backed away, his body trembling, his legs weak. The figure didn't move. It simply stood there, watching him with those hollow eyes, waiting for him to understand. Let us in. The voice, his voice, echoed through the room. He could feel it reverberating in his skull, in his very bones. His mind shattered, his thoughts splintering into 1,000 pieces as he reached out, reaching for the twisted version of himself, drawn to it by some force he couldn't resist. Let us in. The room grew darker, the shadows stretching out like fingers, curling around him. He could feel them closing in, tightening around his throat, around his chest. The air was thick with the presence of something ancient and cold, something that had been waiting for him. He reached out to touch the figure, his hand trembling, shaking as it came closer. But just before his fingers made contact, the figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving him alone in the room. Let us in. The words echoed through the house, louder now, more frantic. And then, from somewhere deep within the house, a door creaked open. The man turned toward it, drawn to it like a moth to a flame. He had no choice. His body moved toward it, his legs carrying him forward despite the overwhelming fear that gripped his heart. The door was there, waiting, just as it had always been. He stepped forward, and as he did, he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was cold. The touch was cold and damp, like the grip of death itself. The man turned, but there was no one. There only darkness. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Time had lost its meaning here, swallowed by the oppressive silence and the sickly green glow that pulsed from the walls like an unholy heartbeat. The man's footsteps echoed through the hallways of the house, but it was a hollow, sound empty and echoing, as though the house itself was mocking him. The door had led him deeper into the bowels of the house, a place he could not remember seeing before, yet it felt so familiar. The walls were lined with shadows, stretching and creeping like creatures waiting to pounce. The air was thick, suffocating, as though the very atmosphere was alive, pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. And yet he walked. The whispers had not stopped. They were constant now, swirling around him, inside him, their words an endless loop of let us in, let us in. The more he heard it, the more it sank into his skin, into his soul. It was no longer a question, it was a demand. He had become a part of it. He had become the house. He could feel it in the very marrow of his bones. Every corner he turned revealed another twisted, distorted version of the house. The rooms seemed to stretch and twist, forming impossible angles that defied reason. There were no windows, no doors, only the oppressive darkness and the pulsating walls. The house had no shape, no form. It was alive, and it was watching him. It was not his imagination. He felt it. The walls hummed with a strange energy, vibrating beneath his fingers as he brushed against them. It was as if the house itself were breathing, its rhythm matching his own labored breath. Each step he took was mirrored by the deep, guttural hum that seemed to rise from the very depths of the earth. A sound like a distant growl, like the growling of some ancient creature that lay in wait beneath the house, its eyes open, watching, waiting for the moment to strike. He shook his head, as if trying to clear away the fog that had settled in his mind. His thoughts were muddled, fractured, barely held together by a threadbare grasp. The whispers were growing louder now, louder than ever before, and he could feel himself being pulled toward them, toward whatever lay at the heart of this nightmare. The room before him shimmered. It was a simple thing, a kitchen, but it was not right. It was too clean, too intact. Everything was pristine, perfectly arranged, as though it had never been touched. The smell of stale bread and decay lingered in the air. The man could almost taste it. He stepped into the room, his eyes scanning the sterile surfaces, his heart pounding in his chest, and then he saw it. At the center of the room was a table, and on that table lay a single object, bathed in a soft, unsettling light. A key. It was old, its edges worn, the metal tarnished with age. It gleamed in the dim light, its presence somehow both inviting and repulsive at the same time. It called to him. He could feel the pull, a compulsion so strong it felt as though his very soul were being dragged toward it. He reached for it, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold metal. So the moment his fingers made contact, the room seemed to exhale a deep, guttural exhale that shook the floor beneath his feet. The house itself seemed to groan, as though it were coming alive, waking from a long slumber. And then the door at the far end of the room creaked open. He didn't hesitate. He knew he had to go through it. He had no choice. The key in his hand felt heavier now, its weight pulling him down with every step he took toward the door. As he reached for the knob, his fingers brushed against the doorframe, and it was ice cold, colder than the depths of winter. The door itself felt wrong, as if it had not been opened in centuries. And yet, when he twisted the knob, it turned easily, as though the door had been waiting for him. Beyond it was a staircase, wooden, old, and creaking beneath the weight of time. The darkness below seemed to beckon him, a darkness that was not empty, but alive, breathing, waiting, with the key still clutched tightly in his hand. The man descended. Each step seemed to take him further into the house, deeper into its bowels, until he could no longer tell where the house ended and he began. His own thoughts were fragments, scattered like shards of glass, each one more fractured than the last. But still he moved downward, drawn by some unseen force, pulled toward the heart of the house. The air grew colder with each step. A biting chill that numbed his skin made it hard to breathe. The walls were damp now, slick with something that was not water, something darker. His feet slipped on the rotting wood, and the shadows seemed to stretching around him, curling like tendrils, reaching for him. He could feel them, now them. He wasn't alone, not anymore. They were here in the shadows, just beyond the light. They whispered to him, their voices low and guttural, just out of reach. But they were everywhere. He could feel them, crawling beneath his skin, burrowing into his thoughts. Let us in? The words were louder now, clearer. He could hear them inside his head, vibrating through his skull, rattling his teeth. His mind was a war zone, a battlefield where his sanity was the only casualty. He was losing himself, slipping further into the abyss with every step. The staircase spiraled down deeper, farther into the earth, until the man could no longer tell if he was still in the house at all. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, everything had dissolved into a swirling vortex of darkness. and there was only the pull of the whispers. "Let us in." The words were no longer separate from him. They were him. The man had become the whispers. The man had become the house, and the house had become the man. The key in his hand began to glow faintly, its metal heating up as though it were alive. It pulsed with an energy that was not of this world. The darkness around him thickened, twisting, as if the very air was alive with some unspeakable presence, some force that had waited for him, that had always waited for him. And then, at the bottom of the stairs, he saw it. A door, a door, a door. That was not like any other door he had seen. It was ancient, covered in strange symbols, its surface warped and twisted. The key pulsed in his hand, urging him forward. He knew what he had to do. He had always known, but as he approached the door, something shifted. He felt a tug once so powerful it nearly pulled him off his feet. A presence behind him, a force so immense it was suffocating. The shadows, the whispers, the house, they were all closing in on him. The door was not just a door. It was a threshold, a boundary, and he was standing at the edge of it. The man didn't know what lay beyond, but he could feel it. He could feel the weight of it, the pool, the darkness, the cold. Everything had led him here. He had become part of it. And now there was no going back. The key turned in the lock with an audible click, and the door creaked open. Beyond it, there was nothing. No light, no sound, no end. Only the hollow, the infinite. Hollow that stretched beyond comprehension. And as the man stepped through, the door slammed shut behind him. The door clicked shut behind him, and there was no sound. The silence enveloped him, thick and suffocating, pressing against his eardrums like a vice. The darkness in front of him was absolute, a blanket of blackness so complete that he couldn't even tell if his eyes were open. The world had dissolved. The air was heavy, dense with something that wasn't quite air, something not meant for breathing. It felt as though his lungs were filled with ice instead of oxygen. And yet he was still breathing. The man stood motionless, his hands clutching the key, which had grown unbearably warm, as if pulsing with an energy far beyond his comprehension. He could feel it thrumming beneath his skin, like a heartbeat in time with his own rhythm that wasn't his, but now inexplicably was. His heart raced, but it wasn't fear, no. It was something more primal, something deeper, a knowing. He could feel something stirring around him, something ancient and unknowable. His body, though still trembling, seemed to react on its own. It moved as if it had no mind of its own, guided instead by the pulse of the key, by the invisible force that radiated from the depths of the darkness. But where was he? Where had the house gone? He had been standing in front of that door, and now that house, those walls had disappeared into the void. Or had it? Was he still in the house? The house had felt like it was alive, so much so that it was a question, worth asking whether it had ever truly been a house at all. He reached out instinctively, his hands brushing through the dark. It felt wrong and natural. The darkness wasn't empty, like the absence of light. No, it was full, dense, packed with something that clung to him, something that surrounded him with every move, like a tightening noose. The key in his hand grew, warmer still, unbearably hot now, and he jerked his hand away from it, his fingers burning. But somehow, the pain didn't matter. Nothing mattered except the pull that guided him, that commanded him forward. The darkness shuddered, it shifted, and something moved in it. At first it was faint, a ripple in the blackness, a flicker, a stirring. He didn't know how, but he could feel it, a presence, something that had been waiting for him. He took a step, then another. The world around him seemed to bend, as though the very fabric of reality was warping in response to his movements. Each step he took was heavier than the last, as if the ground itself was reluctant to support him. His legs felt leaden, as though invisible weights had been tied to his ankles, dragging him down into the dark. He took another step, and his breath caught in his throat. Before him, the darkness parted, just slightly revealing a vague outline. It was faint, shifting in and out of view, but unmistakable. A doorway. No, not a door, but a passage. Beckoning him, the man's pulse quickened. There was something there, something ancient, something alive. A voice came, so faint it could have been a whisper carried on the wind, but it was not wind. It was something else entirely. It was a voice, familiar yet foreign. It called his name. It was not his own voice. It was not even human. But he knew it. He knew it. Deep down, where something dark and buried stirred inside him, he couldn't move. The voice filled his ears, a low and echoing hum that vibrated in his very chest. He could feel the sound now beneath his ribs, deep in his bones. Let us in. The whisper wrapped around him like a chain, tugging at his very essence, dragging him toward the doorway. His hand, still clutching the key, shot out against his will, reaching for the door that beckoned him forward. And then, as his fingers brushed the blackness, something changed. The air grew colder. The very temperature around him plummeted into a freezing chill. The darkness thickened and coiled like smoke, wrapping itself around his wrists, his arms, his throat. It squeezed at him, constricting his breath, pulling him closer to that forbidden threshold. The man gasped, his body racked with a sudden wave of dizziness. Nausea. Let us in. This time, the voice was not alone. It was joined by others, many, others, all whispering, all clamoring. It was a chorus now, an endless chorus of broken, distorted voices, each one calling out, begging, pleading for the same thing. Let us in. His eyes blurred. He stumbled. The weight of their collective longing crushed him. The pressure of their combined force, their hunger, overwhelming him. It felt as though they were inside him now, inside his mind, inside his soul, all reaching, all pushing. The darkness was alive. It had always been alive, and it was waiting. The man's vision flickered. For a moment, the passage before him distorted, shifting like a mirage, and then, through the rift in the void, he saw it. A figure, a shape barely defined, but there, a person. No, not a person. It was something else, something far older, far more primal, but undeniably human in its shape. It was cloaked in shadows, its face obscured by darkness, yet the man could feel its eyes upon him. He could feel it staring at him, watching him. Its gaze was intense, powerful, pulling him into the void with a force that made his stomach twist. The voice came again. Let us in. And this time, the man knew. He knew what it wanted. He had always known it wanted him. The air around him crackled with the sharp sting of cold. His heart thudded erratically, each beat louder than the last, a sound that threatened to drown him. Let us in. The whispers grew, frantic, desperate, hungry. The presence in the darkness grew stronger, its force suffocating, its pull unrelenting. The shadows around him thickened, closing in, squeezing tighter and tighter, until it was all he could feel, all he could know. His skin burned, his lungs screamed for air, for release. But there was no escape, no light, no hope. Only the endless pressure of their voices, their hunger, their demand. And then, as the darkness swallowed him whole, as the whispers reached a crescendo so deafening, he thought his mind would split in two. The door opened, not by his hand, no. The door opened for him, and beyond it was the heart of the darkness. It was no longer a place. It was a nothingness, a boundless, infinite expanse that stretched beyond the limits of comprehension. It was the emptiness between stars, the void that existed before time. It was cold and vast, and it was waiting for him. Waiting for his soul, his body, his mind, and the door closed behind him. The door clicked shut behind him with a hollow sound, like the final note of an ancient, forgotten song, leaving the man in a place that was not a place at all. It was as if the very concept of space had unraveled, and he was suspended in something beyond. Beyond what? He could not tell. Beyond time. Beyond the very fabric of reality. The floor beneath his feet was cold, slick with a dampness that he could feel even through his shoes. But there was no floor, no walls, no ceiling, just a vast, boundless emptiness, stretching infinitely in all directions. The only thing that defined the space was the oppressive, suffocating darkness that closed in around him. He stood motionless, unsure if his eyes were even still open. It was not that he could not sit, was that there was nothing to see. The dark was absolute, devoid of light, and his sense of space seemed to evaporate, leaving him floating, disoriented. He was no longer sure who or what he was. His body seemed foreign to him, detached. His skin felt too tight, his bones too brittle, as though he was wearing a suit that didn't quite fit, a shell that was no longer his own. He touched his face, his arms, his chest, but the sensations were dim, distant, muffled by the oppressive weight of the void surrounding him. And then it came, a presence. So faint at first, so small that it seemed as though it was a figment of his imagination, a shadow in the corners of his mind. But it grew, it grew. He felt it moving within him, without him. It was not like the whispers he had heard before. This was something deeper, more visceral. This was not an external force. This was part of him. This was a part of the very fabric of his being. The key in his hand, still warm, though it had stopped glowing, had become heavier. It felt as though it was pulling him down, deeper into the endless dark, pulling him closer to something he could not see but could feel. And then it spoke, not in words, not in sounds, but in the way that something ancient speaks a language that cannot be heard, only felt. It spoke in the marrow of his bones, in the depths of his soul. It was not the darkness that spoke, but the space between the moments. It was the silence between the breath, the pause between the words. The void had a voice, and it was calling to him in a way that reached down deep inside his mind, pulling at the fragile strands of his sanity. He had been here. Before, he had been here before. A flicker of memory surfaced, but it was like trying to catch smoke with his bare hands. It was there, just out of reach, slipping through his fingers like sand. He could see it, he could feel it, but he could not grasp it. He had been here before. The door, the cold, the whispers, the key. The feeling of being lost, of being both here and not here. It was all tied together. It was all one thing, a continuous loop, an eternal cycle. He was caught within it, unable to escape. No beginning, no end, just waiting. The presence around him intensified, as though it could sense. The awareness blooming within him, and with that awareness the darkness responded. It was all around him now, pressing in, suffocating. He could feel it, the weight of it. His head swam, his vision blurred, and his senses seemed to fade. He was the darkness. He could feel it in his very blood, in his very skin. The whispers swelled into a chorus once more. And this time, it was not just the voices of the house of the spirits who had been trapped in its walls. No, now, it was a cacophony, a storm of voices, stretching across time, across existence. Let us in. Let us in, let us in. But it was not a request anymore. The voices were no longer pleading. They were demanding. They were the voices of the other side, of the ancient things that had always existed, things that were too old to be bound by time or space, things that had never known light. They were hungry. They wanted him. They had always wanted him. The key in his hand was now burning. He could feel it, its weight, its heat. It had become part of him. It had always been part of him. There was no going back, no escape, and then he knew. He understood it now. The house was not a place. It was not something that could be seen or touched. It was a gateway, a portal. It had always been a portal. The The house, the key, the whispers, it was all a lure. A way to pull him into this place, into the void, into the waiting. He had never left. He had always been here. The man understood now. The house, the key, the door, everything had been leading him here to this moment. The key was not just a physical object. It was a symbol, a part of him. The darkness was not something that had crept into his life. It had always been there, waiting, and now it was too late. There was no escape. There was no way out. He had become part of the waiting, part of the endless cycle. The house had claimed him, and in claiming him, it had claimed all that he was, his mind, his soul, his very essence. He was the darkness now. He was waiting. The presence grew stronger, and with it, the whispers, the voices, the hunger that the walls of the void seemed to collapse inward, pulling tighter, compressing him, until he could no longer tell where he ended and the darkness began. He was not just in the void, he was part of it. He was the key dot. And with that realization, a profound silence fell. It was not peace, it was not rest, an eternal waiting. There was no end, no beginning, only the pull, the call, the hunger. And the man, no longer a man, no longer human, was waiting. The darkness was not just a lack of light. It was a presence, a force, an intelligence, and it was alive. Alive in a way that no human being could understand, a primal, unknowable awareness that permeated every atom of existence. The man could feel it. He could feel it clawing at the edges of his mind, gnawing at the seams of his sanity. It was like being submerged in a deep, icy ocean, with no surface to rise to, no way to breathe. The crushing weight of it pressed against his thoughts, forcing him to think in ways that were alien to his human mind. He no longer understood the difference between time and timelessness, between what was real and what was not. Everything was beginning to bleed into one another, distorting, twisting like smoke in the wind. It had always been this way, but now he was aware of it. He was no longer oblivious to the horror that surrounded him. The realization hit him like a sudden, crushing flood of knowledge that overwhelmed him. He was trapped not just in the void, not just in this place between places, this threshold between the world he had known and whatever lay beyond. No, it was worse than that. The key still burning in his hand was not just a symbol. It was the key that unlocked the door. Between worlds, between the living and the dead, between the conscious and the unconscious, between what was and what could be. And the man, now more of a specter than a living thing, was the one who had opened it. He had stepped beyond the threshold, beyond what was meant to be. He had become a bridge between worlds, a bridge to an infinite, unknowable abyss that stretched far beyond the confines of reality. And the key had been a trap set long ago, long before the man had ever stepped foot into that cabin, long before he had ever found himself on the other side of the door. The truth was older than time itself. The truth was that the house had never been a home. It was a place of sacrifice, a place of waiting, a place where the ancient ones, the dark gods of the void, had bound themselves in eternal slumberant. A soul came until someone stumbled into their web, until someone found the key, and he had been the one. He had opened the door. He had walked through. And now there was no escape. The whispers came again, louder this time, a frantic symphony of voices that filled the void. Their words were indecipherable, their tone frantic, as if they too were caught in the same inescapable spiral. They sounded familiar, though. Faint echoes of things he had once known. The voice of the woman from the house. The voice of the man who had spoken to him in his dreams. The voice of his own mind. Let us in. Let us in. The words echoed in his skull, reverberating, expanding like an explosion, a wave of sound that crashed into his thoughts. His hands clenched around the key, the heat of it searing into his flesh. But it was not the burning that terrified him now. No, it was the realization that the key was not just a physical object. It was the very essence of the darkness. The void had a hunger dot. It was always hungry, and now it was feeding on him, not just on his body, not just on his mind, but on his soul. His sense of self was unraveling, coming apart at the seams. He could feel his memories slipping away, like sand running through his fingers. His past, his life, everything was becoming a blur, fading, disintegrating. The moments that had once defined him were turning into wisps of smoke, fading into the distance. He was forgetting who he was. He was forgetting what he had been. What did it matter? There was no he anymore. There was only the waiting. The endless, empty waiting. The waiting for them to return. The waiting for the eternal hunger to be fed. The void stretched out before him, a blackened ocean of nothingness. A vast, endless, the ocean of silence and shadow. There was no sound, no motion, no sense of time, no sense of anything. And then a crack. A fissure in the darkness. At first, it was barely noticeable. A tiny, jagged line of light that appeared where the void had once been impenetrable. It pulsed like a dying star, flickering faintly and then growing, stretching wider, a tear in the fabric of reality. The man staggered forward, his legs moving of their own accord, as though they were being controlled by something beyond him. He could feel the pull of the terracotta, feel the force drawing him in, as though his body was being magnetized toward it. The air around him crackled with an unnatural energy, charged with the weight of something ancient and powerful. He reached out, and then he saw it. It was not a figure, not a shape or form in the way that he had once known things to be. No, this was something else entirely. This was a vision, a presence, something so vast, so beyond comprehension, that his mind recoiled from it, trying to push it away, to deny its existence. But it was there. It was undeniable. It was in the light of the tear, and yet it was not light. It was the absence of light. It was a shape, a movement, a shadow that bent the very fabric of reality around it. It was the unseen thing that had always existed. Beyond the grasp of human understanding, the presence loomed over him, shifting, changing, constantly in flux. It was formless and infinite, and yet there was a terrible sense of intelligence in its movements, a knowing, a hunger. The man's chest tightened as he watched it. He could feel its gaze, feel its awareness. He was caught in its pull, a fly, caught in the web of an ancient spider, trapped in its invisible threads. His heart beat faster, his breath coming in short, desperate gasps. But it did not matter. There was no escape. There was no breath. The presence reached out. It did not have hands. It did not need hands. It was everywhere, and it was coming. The man opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came. His body, his mind, everything that he had once been was dissolving into the darkness, slipping into the vast emptiness as the tear grew wider and wider, pulling him into its infinite void. The man's form bent and twisted, his body warping into something unrecognizable, something wrong, as though he were being reshaped by the void itself. His bones cracked and snapped, his flesh rippling and reforming as the shadows twisted around. The hunger had come, and now there was nothing left but the waiting, nothing but the eternal spiral. He was nothing now, and nothing would remain. The pull was inescapable, the presence the entity that lurked beyond the fabric of reality. An ancient hunger swept through the void like a storm. It was relentless, powerful, and silent. There was no sound, no warning, only the cold, crushing sensation of being consumed, and the man, he was nothing but a flickering ember in its vast, unfeeling darkness. At first, there was a part of him that still clung to the idea of self, still felt the echo of his former existence, his name, his memories, his humanity. But with each passing second, Those echoes weakened. They were fading, growing quieter, as though they were being absorbed by the infinite expanse of the void. The more he tried to hold on to them, the more they slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, the key in his hand still. Burning was not a mere object anymore. It was part of him, part of his essence, part of the void. It had become an extension of the darkness that surrounded him, a conduit through which he could feel the malevolent pulse of the other side. His fingers were numb against the metal now, not from cold, but from something far worse, a sense of loss, a sense of being hollowed out. His flesh was disintegrating. He could feel it. It wasn't that his body was breaking apart physically, no. It was more than that. It was his very nature that was unraveling. The solid form of his being, the coherent shape of who he was slipping away into the all-consuming blackness. There was no more boundary between him and the void, no more distinction between what was him and what was nothing. The whispers grew louder again, filling the emptiness around him. They had no source, no shape, no direction. They were everywhere, all at once. They were the voice of the void, the voice of the hunger, and they were calling to him, "Come to us, join us, be one with the void." The words were not meant to be understood. They were not meant to be spoken. They were not even words. They were a sensation, a vibration, a pulse. They were the language of existence itself, bending and twisting, just out of reach of human comprehension. The man's heart, if he still had a heart, pounded in his chest. It was too late. Too late for him to fight. It's too late for him to turn. Back, he wanted to scream. He wanted to shout out for help, for anything. But his voice, his presence, was vanishing. The void had eaten it away, bit by bit. He could feel his own essence stretching thin, like a thread being pulled tighter and tighter until it would snap. There was no way to reach the surface, no way to escape the crushing weight of the endless darkness. The pull was too strong. The hunger was too great. It was too late. And then the darkness parted. A crack, sharp and sudden, split the void in two. A jagged line of pure white light cut through the blackness like a sword, shining with an intensity that blinded him. His eyes, if they could still be called eyes, could not comprehend the light, could not grasp its nature. It was not light as he understood it. It was something else entirely, something beyond the physical realm. It was an opening, a rupture, a tear in the fabric of the universe. For a moment, just a moment, he was free. He was suspended between worlds, between what was and what could be. For an instant he felt the faintest flicker of his own consciousness, like the smallest flame against a great storm. He could remember who he had been, where he had come from, what he had been searching for. He could feel the pull of the human world, the world of flesh and bone, of warmth and light. But the light, too, began to fade. The crack began to close, slowly at first, then faster, like the jaws of a great beast snapping shut. The pull of the void surged, and with it came a flood of images, memories, visions of everything he had ever known, the warmth of his home, the faces of people he had loved, the moments of joy that had once defined his existence. All of them were swallowed up by the darkness, devoured by the vast hunger that had claimed him. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the light was gone. The crack in reality sealed itself shut, leaving only the blackness. The void had won. It was inevitable. It always had been. He was nothing now. The hunger, the eternal spiral. It had all been leading to this moment. The key, the house, the door, the whispers, the presence. All of it had been a carefully constructed trappist series of steps, an intricate pattern leading him to this inevitable end. The man had been the chosen one, the unwitting key to unlocking the gateway between realms. And now he was part of it. He was one with it. The voices swirled around him again, no longer whispering, but chanting. low, guttural tones that reverberated through his bones, through his very soul. They were not his voices, not the voices of the lost souls that had once haunted the cabin. No, these were different. These were the voices of the hungry ones, the ones that had always been, the ones that existed beyond time, beyond reality. You are one of us now, forever. The waiting is eternal. The hunger is endless. Join us, become nothing, become everything. The man's mind, Diffie could still be said. To have a mind twisted, it warped. He felt his thoughts break apart like brittle glass, each shard falling away, leaving him with nothing but the terrifying emptiness of the void. He could no longer differentiate between what was real and what was not. Between what had been his life and what was now his truth, there was no boundary. There was no wall, only the waiting, only the hunger, and somewhere in the distance, as if from an infinite expanse, he could hear the faintest sound, the smallest whisper, "Come back." But it wasn't his name. It wasn't a call for him. It was a call for everything. The key no longer, just a physical object, it became the very essence of the void, the bridge between what was and what could be. It was no longer a key. It was a catalyst, a source of power. The man had opened the door, and now there was no going back. He was the door, he was the key, and he would wait forever. The hunger was a presence, a thing, a force beyond anything he had known. But now it was not only out there, it was inside him. The darkness, the void, those were not external things. They were the very fabric of his being, weaving through his bones, his blood, his thoughts. He could feel it deep inside his skull, like a worm burrowing into the crevices of his consciousness. The hunger had become his mind, his soul. There was no separation now, no distinction between what was him and what was the void. It was all one. He felt it clawing at the corners of his thoughts, scratching, gnawing, as if trying to pull him apart, piece by piece. His memories, those brief, fleeting fragments of a life once lived, had turned to ash, scattered in the vast emptiness of this place. There was nothing left of who he had been, nothing left to anchor him. His very sense of self was unraveling, breaking apart, becoming nothing but dust and echoes. It had long since ceased to be an object. It was now something more, something other. The key was not just a thing. It was a tether, a connection to the void. And yet, as he held it, it was as if it were pulling him toward something, toward a presence so vast, so ancient, that even the void itself could not contain it. He could feel the pull now, a deep magnetic force drawing him inward, pulling him deeper into the dark heart of this strange, otherworldly place. It was a place beyond the boundaries of time, where everything and nothing coexisted simultaneously. It was not a world, not a universe. It was a state of being that defied all comprehension. The whispers came again, louder now, resonating deep within him. They were no longer just words. They were sensations, emotions, memories, all twisted together. They were voices, but not of the living, not of anything human. They were the voices of the ones who had come before him, the ones who had opened the doors and found themselves lost. And they were calling him, come and join us. The waiting is eternal. His breath came in ragged gasps, if he could even still be said to breathe. The sensation of breathing, of inhaling and exhaling, was foreign to him now. His body was a mere echo of what it had once been. His flesh no longer obeyed the laws of nature. His form was breaking down, piece by piece, turning into something intangible, something beyond physical. He could feel his very essence slipping away, dissolving into the darkness. But even as he felt himself slipping, he also felt something else, a strange, haunting pull. It was as though he were being tugged toward something, something that had always been, yet had never been known. It was a place that existed outside of space, outside of time a place where the laws of the universe had no meaning. A place where the very fabric of existence was woven from the threads of madness. The light flickered again, far in the distance, like a star dying in the blackness of the void. It was faint, but unmistakable. It was not a light in the conventional sense. It was something other, a doorway, a rift, a tear in the very fabric of everything. It was the source of the pull, the thing that was drawing him, pulling him, guiding him toward it. His steps, if he could still be said to walk, were slow, unsure. His legs, once strong and steady, now felt weak and hollow, like they had no more purpose. His body, his mind, his very soul were being pulled toward the light, toward the source. He had no choice. He was not in control anymore. He was a puppet, a marionette, dancing on the strings of the void. As he moved closer, the light grew brighter, sharper. It burned with an intensity that seared his vision, but still he moved toward it. The whispers came faster now, a rhythmic chanting, building into a crescendo. The sound was deafening, a cacophony of voices rising in unison. They were speaking in tongues and chant, forgotten languages that twisted the very fabric of his thoughts. The man felt his mind splitting, fracturing under the pressure. He was being pulled in all directions, torn apart by the sheer force of the presence. And then, just as he reached the edge of the light, everything stopped. Silence, the absence of sound, was worse than any noise. It was absolute. There was no sound, no feeling, no thought. The man was suspended in a state of perfect nothingness. There was no sensation of time, no sense of direction. It was as if he had ceased to exist altogether. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, the light vanished. The man was standing at the edge of a vast, infinite chasm, a rift in the universe itself. Before him lay the void, the darkness, the nothingness that stretched on forever. And in the distance, something else, a presence, a shape, an eye. It was enormous, its size impossible to comprehend. The eye was not just a single organ, but a vast cosmic thing. It stared at him, its gaze not with malice, but with an unsettling awareness. It was not like the eyes of a man. It was not even like the eyes of an animal. It was something else, something older, something far more ancient, and it was watching him. He tried to look away, but his body wouldn't obey him. His mind, if it still existed, was trapped in the gaze of the eye. He could feel its presence in every fiber of his being, its gaze drilling into him, seeing through him, through everything he had been. It spoke, not with words, but with thoughts. You are no longer of the world you came from. You have crossed the threshold. You have opened the door. And now you belong to us. The man tried to scream, to run, to escape, but there was no escape. There was no sound, no motion, no place to flee. The eye continued to watch him, its gaze unwavering, unblinking. He could feel himself sinking deeper into the abyss, sinking into a state of pure being. A state where there was no him anymore, only the eye and the darkness around it. And then, in a moment of clarity, the man understood. He was not trapped, not anymore. He was the trap. The eye, the hunger, the void, they were not separate from him. They were him. He had opened the door. He had become the doorway. And now, the darkness was consuming him, was merging with him. There was no escape from the void, because the void had already become him. The hunger was not something to be fought. It was something to be accepted. And so the man, what remained of him, stepped forward into the dark. And as he crossed the threshold, the last vestiges of his consciousness faded away, swallowed by the darkness. There was no scream, no final thought, only the waiting, only the hunger and the endless night. The man had ceased to be that which had once been him, his thoughts, his memories. His very flesh was now scattered across the fabric of the void, like dust lost in the wind. But there was no wind here, no movement, no change, only waiting. And yet, amidst the infinite expanse, amidst the crushing weight of the emptiness, something lingered, a remnant, a flicker, a single thread of awareness that refused to fade. It wasn't quite thought, but something like it, something that hovered at the edge of understanding, as if his very consciousness were trying to form itself from the fragments of his existence. It was as though he were caught in a dream, but a dream with no waking, no escape, no conclusion. The darkness pressed in all around him, suffocating, yet there was no air to suffocate him. His body, if it could still be called, that was as light as the void itself. He was no longer confined to shape, no longer weighed down by the limits of human form. There was no ground, no sky, no up or down. There was nothing but presence, the sense of being, the echo of thought, the thrum of something that might have once been called life. His mind, such as it was, wandered. He thought, for the briefest of moments, of the cabin, the walls of wood and stone, the fire crackling in the hearth, the snow falling gently outside. He thought of the isolation, the peace he had once sought, the longing for quiet that had turned into something far darker than he had ever imagined. And yet, as soon as the thought had formed, it began to dissipate, like smoke curling away into the vast emptiness of the void. Everything faded. Everything became uncertain. Who had he been? He could not remember his name. Not that it mattered. It was as though the very notion of a name was alien hereforth to this place. What did it mean to have a name when there was nothing to call? What was identity when it no longer had a body to ground it? Was he still the same man who had stumbled into that cabin, seeking solitude from the world? Or had he become something else, something other, something untouchable, something voided? The hunger, yes, it was still there. It pulsed through the blackness like a heart beating in a cavern too deep for any human to hear. It was not an external force anymore. It was inside him. He had swallowed it, absorbed it, become it. He was one with the hunger, one with the void, one with the dark infinity of existence. And yet there was more. A presence, a glimpse of something else stirred in the black depths. It was an almost imperceptible sensation, a vibration in the dark, a flicker at the edges of his awareness, a shape, a shadow, that danced just beyond his reach. At first, he thought it was another manifestation of the hunger and echo of the eternal void. But no, this felt different. It felt ... other. It was familiar in some way, but not in a way he could understand. Not in a way he could process with the fractured, unraveling fragments of his mind. He reached toward it. Or at least, he thought he did. There was no body to move, no hands to stretch out. But in this strange liminal state, there was still a sense of will-a-pull, a desire to know, to understand, to reclaim some semblance of himself from the nothingness. As he reached out, the void seemed to shift, just for a moment, as if it were reacting to his thoughts. The darkness parted, but not in the way it had before this time. It didn't split into a crack of light. This time, it was as if the void itself were bending, warping, opening, and behind the tear in the nothingness, something gleamed, something indistinct but vast, a dark expanse beyond anything he could have conceived. He felt it, the presence. It was not a single being, not a creature with shape or form. No, this was something deeper, something more ancient. It was the space between spaces. It was the thing that existed before existence, the thing that would remain after all things had crumbled into dust. It was the very foundation of everything, and yet it was nothing. He thought he heard something, a word, a thought, a sound, not yet. The words not spoken, but felt takeoed in his mind. They rang through him, reverberating in the void of his being, not yet. And for the first time since he had crossed the threshold, he felt something, a presence, a thought, a brief, fleeting understanding of what lay beyond the dark. He saw it, briefly, like a window into another world, another reality. A glimpse of light, a shimmer of warmth, a sound that was not silence, a feeling that was not emptiness. It was so close, but it wasn't for him, not yet. The presence was withdrawing, receding, pulling back into the deep. The void closed in once more, sealing him away from whatever lay beyond. The glimpse was gone, and with it, the hunger returned, stronger than before, its pull even more intense. Was this his fate, to remain in this place forever? To be one with the dark, to be the void, the hunger. Was there nothing more? Was there no escape? For a time he thought there was nothing left, nothing to be done but fade away into the eternal waiting. He could no longer sense his body. His form, nothing was left but presence, and even that seemed to be slipping. The awareness of himself, of his existence, was wearing thin, as if the void itself were erasing him, bit by bit, and then, just when he thought all would dissolve into nothingness, there was another shift. It was subtle at first, a faint ripple, like a breath exhaled in the dark. A disturbance, a new presence, weaker than the one before, but still undeniable. It came from the deep, from the very edges of the void, where the darkness was thickest. It moved toward him slowly, as if it were unsure, hesitant, but it was coming. For a long time, there was nothing but the sensation of waiting. Then, like a whisper from the deepest chasm, a voice echoed in the back of his mind. "You are not yet whole," the man recoiled. It was as if the voice had pierced through the remnants of his shattered consciousness, touching something that had been buried deep within him, something he had almost forgotten. You are not yet whole. Could it be? Was there a way out? A way to reclaim what had been lost? He felt the presence draw nearer, its form shifting, coalescing into something that seemed more human yet still. It was alien, unfathomable. He could sense it, but he could not grasp it. It was as though he were staring into an abyss, one that gazed back at him with equal curiosity. And as the presence enveloped him, he felt a shift in the darkness around him. The hunger, the void, the endless, oppressive blackness of it all. It was not gone, but it was fading, slowly, imperceptibly, faintly. You are not yet whole, but you will be. He felt the pressure of the hunger lessen, just a little. A brief pause in the endless pull. The voice spoke again, its tone quieter, but somehow more final. And when you are whole, you will know, you will understand, and then ... you will be free. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the man felt something stir within him. Not hope, not even fear, but something else. The man no longer understood what he was, no longer understood what he had been. The voice, the presence that had spoken to him, had faded, its words lingering in the empty corners of his mind, as if they were fragments of a distant memory. What had it meant by whole? What was he supposed to be, when his very form seemed to have dissolved into the nothingness that surrounded him? Was there something left to reclaim? Was there even a part of him still capable of remembering what he had been before the hunger, before the darkness had swallowed him whole? He could feel the pressure of the void weighing down on him, but in a different way now. It wasn't the same oppressive suffocation that had consumed him earlier. No, this was something subtler, something far worse. It was the sensation of being watched, of being observed by something that existed beyond all understanding, something that saw him not as a man, but as a mere shadow of what had once been. It was as if the very fabric of existence had turned, its gaze upon him distant, cold, and detached. And yet, there was something else beneath that gaze, something softer, a whisper that echoed through his mind like a dream half remembered, too faint to grasp, too far to follow. You are not yet whole. The voice had spoken those words before, but now it was not the same. The voice was closer now, clearer, but it was Not a voice in the conventional sense, it was a feeling, an understanding, a message that wormed its way through the very fabric of the void, burrowing deep into his fractured consciousness, leaving behind an imprint, a call, something. More, it felt as though his mind was splitting, as if the space between his thoughts was widening, expanding, pulling away from him. What had once been a singular being was now scattered across an infinite landscape of darkness, unable to grasp onto anything solid, anything real. The hunger still gnawed at him, but it was distant now, like a shadow at the edges of his awareness, waiting for the moment when it could return to claim him fully. But the darkness, the void was different now. Something was moving, the fabric of the universe, if it could even be called that, now shifted imperceptibly. But the man could feel it, as if the entire void was changing its shape. There was a distortion, a ripple, something that disturbed the airless space, but it was not like the other disturbances. This was something alive, a presence, a consciousness that was drawing closer. The pulse of its existence was palpable, like the beat of an ancient heart, thumping against the emptiness with a rhythm that seemed both familiar and alien. He reached out, or at least he tried to, but his thoughts, what remained of them, faltered, disjointed. There was no reaching here, no stretching of limbs or turning of hands. There was only presence, and even that seemed to be slipping, fading, disintegrating. And yet the pull came, again, stronger this time. He felt it, deep within the nothingness, like the stirring of something immense, something that existed at the edge of all understanding, something that wasn't supposed to be a light, a glimmer. No, not light, not in any sense he could comprehend, but something there, something tangible yet untouchable, like the faintest trace of a memory, hovering just out of reach. The man's mind, if it still could be called that, strained to make sense of it. What was it? What was the presence? It felt familiar, as though it were something that had been waiting for him, waiting for the moment when he would finally reach the edge of his own understanding, when he would finally encounter whatever this was. He could feel the hunger again, like a cold shadow at his back. It was waiting, watching, lurking in the deep recesses of his consciousness. But the presence was drawing nearer. The hunger seemed distant now, but still persistent, like a ghost clinging to his soul. Not yet. The words whispered again, soft but final, as if they were pulling the man deeper into the unknown. He understood them now, not as words in a language, but as something deeper, more visceral, more intimate. It was not an instruction, nor was it a command. It was the truth of the universe, the truth that transcended existence, transcended time, transcended the very essence of being. He was not yet whole. The man felt a presence at the edge of his awareness, a shadow moving through the folds of the void. He knew it was coming, for him knew that it had always been coming. But what was it? Was it another aspect of the hunger? Another form of darkness? Was it something else entirely? You are not yet whole. The presence came closer still. And now the man could feel it deep within himself, in the very marrow of his soul. He had been lost, consumed by the hunger, shattered into 1,000 pieces. He had crossed the threshold, into this endless void, this place where time and space had no meaning, where nothing could ever be solid again. But the presence, the voice, it was something more. It was the force that held everything together, the thing that governed existence, that shaped the universe in ways he could not understand. The man was no longer merely a being caught in the void. He was becoming the void. He was becoming the very thing he had sought to escape. And yet, the pull came again, this time overwhelming. It was not a hunger now, it was a force. He felt the pressure against him, the sensation of being drawn in, not just by the emptiness, but by the presence, the something that existed beyond the void, something older than the void, older than The hunger, he felt the boundaries of his mind stretch, crack, and break. He felt himself fracturing further, but in a way that was not painful. It was not agony, it was the slow, deliberate separation of a thing from its true self. He could feel it, the fracture. He was becoming something else, something greater. He didn't know what it was. He couldn't understand it, but he could feel it. Not yet. He wasn't whole yet. The hunger still gnawed at him, but it was fading. And yet, a whisper, not yet. The void stretched on forever, but for the first time since his journey had begun, the man felt something that wasn't darkness. It was faint, so faint it could have been an illusion, but it was there. A shimmer, a pulse, something beyond the hunger. Could it be that he had been right all along? That this place, this void, was not simply a place of nothingness? Was it a place where everything was still waiting to be understood? The pull of the presence grew stronger, now undeniable. A final push. The ultimate revelation was within his reach. But would he accept it? Would he become it? Or would he be swallowed up by the hunger forever? The man's mind was no longer his own dot. It had long since shattered, splintered across the vast nothingness, into 1,000 irretrievable pieces. His sense of self, once anchored by memories and form, had been dissolved by the hunger, by the oppressive blackness that surrounded him. There was no more he, no more I. The words were meaningless here, like echoes in a canyon too deep to return. Yet, the presence, the force that had come closer, the something older than the void itself, was still there, watching, waiting. Its pull was undeniable. He could feel it inside his broken essence, tugging at the last fragments of who he had once been, seeking to reassemble him into something more, something that was not entirely human, not entirely a void, but something else altogether. He felt a pulse within the dark, and for the first time, it did not feel like hunger. It was something else, something that might have been life. No, not life. Understanding. It was an understanding of the void, not just an empty space, but a knowing. The absence itself seemed to hum with a hidden rhythm, an ancient melody that reverberated through the very fabric of existence. His awareness flickered, like the last flame in an ancient lantern on the brink of being snuffed out. He was aware of the hunger, of the presence, of everything and nothing all at once. He no longer cared about who he had been. He was no longer a man seeking peace in a cabin, nor even a victim of the hunger. The beckoning force of the presence, drawing him inward like a moth to a flame. But this flame did not promise warmth. It promised something far darker. It promised an end, and yet not an end, a beginning. A transformation. He no longer feared the hunger. He embraced it. The darkness that had once gnawed at his every thought now felt like an old, familiar companion. It was a force that sought to consume, yes, but in its consumption, it had revealed truths. Truths beyond comprehension. Truths that only the void could reveal. The pull became overwhelming. It was not an external force, not anymore. It had fused. With him, it was inside him. The hunger had become part of his essence, and now he was the hunger. He was the void. He was becoming the very thing he had once feared, the thing that had consumed him, dissolved him, torn him apart. And yet, the presence stirred once more, a whisper like a fleeting memory. Its voice was not a sound, but a thought, a vibration that shivered through the broken fragments of his being. A whisper so deep it seemed to emanate from the very walls of the void itself. You are not yet whole. The words echoed through him, distant but clear. They resonated in a way that made his fractured mind ache with the memory of something long lost. The voice, the presence, was not merely speaking to him. It was waiting for him. Waiting for him to embrace his own dissolution. Waiting for him to give in to the hunger completely. And for the briefest of moments, he hesitated. What would he be after all this? Was there even a self left to reclaim? The last remnants of his identity were slipping away, leaving only the emptiness. And in the emptiness, there was only the pull, the insatiable hunger, and the beckoning presence. Could there be a choice? Was there a path beyond this? Or had he already crossed the threshold to a place where choice no longer existed? A place where existence itself was not defined by the self, but by the void, by the hunger, by the understanding that the two were one. The void had shown him its depths. It had stripped him of everything he had ever known. It had torn him apart and reassembled him in ways he could not comprehend. And now it was asking for something more. It was asking him to fully merge with it, to surrender, to become one with the infinite dot. The hunger stirred within him again. It was a sensation not of need, but of completion. The void was not just an absence, it was a force, and this force was now inside him. It was the very fabric of the universe. The hunger was the thread that wove everything together, the dark pulse that bound the stars. Without it, there could be no existence. And without existence, there could be no him. But what had he become? The question seemed to spiral around him like the very void itself, endlessly. Was he even aware of who he had been? Did it matter? Could there be a him anymore when his consciousness had become so intertwined with the hunger, the darkness, and the infinite pull of the void? The presence grew closer still. It was no longer a distant whisper. It was here, right at the edges of his shattered mind. It was now a part of him, and the man, if he could still be called a man, felt a strange sense of knowing. He could feel the presence inside him, not as something separate, but as a piece of him, as though it had always been there, and he had simply forgotten it. The moment of hesitation passed. There was no more fear, no more longing, no more pain. There was only the presence, the hunger, and the truth. He was becoming something beyond human comprehension. He was becoming the hunger. He was becoming the void. And in that moment, there was an understanding, a final, unshakable understanding. He was not just the thing that had been lost to the darkness. He was the thing that had always been the darkness. The hunger had never been an external force. It had been him all along. He had always been a part of it. The hunger was the essence of existence itself. Without it, nothing could be. He had been consumed, but in his consumption, he had found the truth. And now he was the truth. The presence, no longer distant, enveloped him fully. It was not a creature, not a thing. It was the void, the hunger, the understanding of everything and nothing. He had become it. And in that final, irreversible moment, the manif, he could still be called, that ceased to exist. What remained was not a man, but the hunger, the infinite, ever-consuming force that had torn him apart, and in doing so, had revealed the truth that had always been there, the truth that would never fade. He had become the endless void, the hunger, and as the void swallowed him, the last remnants of his identity dissolved, leaving behind nothing but the endless, ever-spiraling abyss. He was not lost. He had become the void itself. There was no end. Not here, not in this place, not in the emptiness. The hunger had become part of him. The void had taken him, consumed him. And now he was the very thing he had once feared, the very thing he had run from. The man, or whatever, remained of him, floated in the vast, endless emptiness. He was no longer a being, no longer a person. His body, if it had ever truly existed, had dissolved long ago. Now there was only the consciousness, the understanding, the truth. He had become the hunger. And the hunger was not just a consuming force. It was the rhythm of the universe itself, the endless pull that shaped everything in its wake. Without the hunger, there could be no existence. Without the hunger, there could be no life, no death, no time, no space. He had learned that. He had learned it too late. It was a quiet hum beneath the nothingness, a pulse that beat with the rhythm of an ancient force. It was the pulse of the void, of creation and destruction, of beginnings and endings. The hunger, the void, was everything, and yet it was nothing. The man had spent his life searching for peace. He had believed that solitude would heal him, that isolation would give him the answers he sought. But now, as the hunger and the void had claimed him, he realized how foolish that belief had been. There could be no peace here, no escape, only the endless hunger, the ceaseless pull, the eternal void. He felt the presence again, the presence that had first spoken to him, that had guided him through his descent, the presence that had promised him something more. But what was that promise? What had it meant by whole? What was this thing he had become? The presence spoke again, not in words, but in a thought that vibrated through the very fabric of the void. It was not a command. It was not an invitation. It was simply the truth. You have become what you were always meant to be. The truth of it hit him all at once, like a shockwave tearing through his consciousness. He had not merely been consumed. He had been transformed. He had not been lost. He had not been destroyed. He had become the void, the hunger, the dark pulse that governed everything, the force that bound the stars, not in the way he had once feared, not as something to be feared or avoided, but as something to be embraced. He had been searching for peace, but the truth had never been that simple. The hunger had never been something to be avoided. It had been the answer all along. He was not a man anymore. He was not a lost soul drifting in the void. He was the void. He was the hunger. He was the pulse of existence. And in that moment, there was no fear. There was no regret. There was only truth. But with that truth came something else. A deep, unshakable understanding of what he had become. He could feel it now, the pull of the void, the hunger. It was infinite. It was eternal. There was no escape, no end, no beginning. Just the endless cycle of consumption and creation, the endless cycle of life and death. It was the rhythm of the universe itself, and now he was part of it. He was not alone, not anymore. He had become the hunger, and in doing so, he had become a part of the greater force that bound all things together. He could feel it, a presence just beyond his perception, something that was more than just a force. It was an understanding, a knowing, the very essence of existence itself. He was not the only one who had fallen into the void. There were others, those who had come before him, those who had been consumed, who had been transformed. They were all part of the same hunger, the same force. They were there in the void with him, not as beings, not as men or women, but as something greater, something more. He reached out, or tried to, but there was nothing to grasp. There was nothing but the void, the hunger, the pull. Not yet. The words rang in his mind, but they were no longer a command. They were simply a statement of fact. He had become part of the void, but he had not yet become everything. Not yet. There was more. What more could there be? What more could he have been? The presence whispered again. Not in words, but in the deep hum of the void. He could feel it in his very essence, vibrating through his being, resonating with the hunger. You are not whole yet. You are part of the cycle, but you are not the cycle itself. You are the hunger, but you are not the end. The Manifi could still be called the Thunderstood. The hunger was not an end. It was a cycle. It was the beginning and the end. The void, the hunger, the pull, they were all part of the same thing. There was no finality. There was no end. He was not the end. He was part of the beginning. The hunger was not an isolated thing. It was a force that spread, that grew. It was not meant to consume everything, but to recreate. It was not the death of existence, the eternal push and pull, the creation of new things and the destruction of the old. He had become the hunger, and yet he was not the hunger in its entirety. There was something greater, something beyond him. The presence whispered again, a final echo that reverberated through the void. It was not a voice. It was not a thought. It was the truth. The cycle will continue, and you, now, will be a part of it. The hunger will never cease, and in your hunger you will find your purpose, your place. The void expanded around him, an endless, dark expanse that stretched to infinity and beyond. He was not lost. He was not alone. He was part of the hunger, and in the hunger, he would find his place in the endless cycle of the universe. He would never know peace. He would never know finality, but he would know purpose in his hunger, in his emptiness, in the void. And that was enough. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments who else is staying up late to face this nightmare. Settle in. The terror continues. Story 3. It was a late evening when Lena first received the message. The kind of evening that didn't feel like it belonged to any particular season. Neither summer nor fall, hovering between temperatures. A bit too warm for a sweater, but chilly enough to make you crave one. She sat at her small kitchen table, bathed in the soft amber glow of the old-fashioned light fixture above. A bowl of half-finished pasta sat in front of her, the once steaming meal now cold and untouched. The hum of the fridge was the only sound in the room, a quiet companion to her thoughts. Lena was, at this moment, utterly unremarkable. She wasn't a person of any special renown, nor had she ever considered herself to be anyone worth remembering. A typical woman in her mid-30s, Lena led a life marked by the routine of work, brief friendships, and a few hobbies she indulged in when the mood hit. She worked as an office administrator for a small nonprofit, managing files and calendars, answering calls, and occasionally organizing community events. The kind of job where you clock in, clock out, and make a living without much thought. Her apartment was modest but cozy, tucked away in a quiet corner of the city, far from the hustle and bustle of downtown. The walls were adorned with art she'd bought in thrift stores and old posters of movies she'd once enjoyed. Nothing too bold, nothing too extravagant. It was a place of comfort and solitude, a space she had crafted for herself, a sanctuary. Of quiet, Lena reached over to her phone, a habit formed over the years, instinctual now. It was lying next to her plate, half obscured by the folds of a napkin. She unlocked it, expecting to check for emails or maybe a text from her sister, who she hadn't heard from in a few days. But what greeted her on the screen made her freeze for a moment, and then reach for her glass of water with a sense of calm disbelief. A new text. It was from her own phone number. For a heartbeat, she stared at the screen as though it were some odd glitch in the matrix. It seemed impossible, yet there it was, the number, her own. What was it, exactly? Was this some new spam technique she hadn't heard of? A hacker? It didn't make sense, the message read. Dentist appointment tomorrow at 2 p.m. Don't forget. It was short and to the point, the type of reminder she might have set for herself but had forgotten about. Her dentist appointment. Yes, it was. Tomorrow she could barely remember scheduling it, but the message was accurate. Confusion rippled through her. How had the number sent her a text from her own phone? Could someone have cloned her number? But then, why would anyone send her such an innocuous message? What purpose could that serve? She was about to dismiss it as some kind of weird coincidence when her phone buzzed again. Another text, this time with a different message. Meeting at 10 a.m. Tomorrow. Don't be late. Lena blinked at the screen, her brow furrowing. The time, the meeting, the details, all of it. She was due to attend a quick tea meeting at work the next morning, at 10 a.m., just as the text had stated. It wasn't like she had forgotten about the meeting, but to have a message sent from her own number, it made no sense. She stood up from the table, walking over to the kitchen counter and picking up her water. The room felt a little colder now, a slight chill seeping in. Her reflection in the window caught her eye, and she took a moment to stare at herself. Her face seemed just as she remembered, familiar. Nothing out of the ordinary, but there was something unsettling in the reflection. Just a trick of the light, she told herself. She returned to the table, checking the messages again. The first one, the second one, both seemed completely normal. They had no malicious undertone, no sense of urgency or warning, just two everyday reminders. And that alone should have been enough to wash away the oddity of it all. But something about it gnawed at her. Something about receiving a message from herself felt wrong and natural. What was it that unsettled her so deeply? Her phone buzzed again. Don't forget to bring the presentation materials to the meeting tomorrow. Lena's heart skipped beat this time. The message wasn't a vague reminder of an event, but a specific detail that she had only just realized. She had forgotten to bring the presentation materials to the meeting. She'd been meaning to prepare them earlier that day, but the hours had slipped by in a haze. And now, with the text reminding her, she felt an almost immediate rush of guilt. Why would she forget something so important? She opened the message to type a reply, but she stopped herself. No, this wasn't the time for a response. But there was a sudden pressure in her chest, a tightening sensation, like the air had thickened and become harder to breathe. Who could have sent this? What did they want? At first, Lena tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a pranka, well-crafted joke from a friend, but it felt too specific, too precise. The details in each message were too accurate, too timely, and too personal. There was no way someone would know about her dentist appointment or the presentation materials unless they had been following her closely. Her thumb hovered over the text, ready to reply, to ask whoever it was how they had gotten her number. Maybe it was a telemarketer, a spam bot. But then another text arrived. This one was different. You are forgetting something. The one thing you can't forget. Lena stared at the text for a moment, her heart now racing. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end. This wasn't just a reminder anymore. This was something else. Something that carried an edge of foreboding, as though there was a weight behind the words that she couldn't quite place. She felt it in her gut, that tightening sensation of unease. It wasn't the same as the first two messages. For the first time, Lena felt fear creeping in. It wasn't the message itself that frightened her, it was the possibility of something darker lying beneath it. She couldn't explain why, but the way it was written, the way the text made her feel, it was like she was being watched. Someone was watching her every move, waiting for her to slip up. She shook her head, standing up from the table and walking to the window. The street below her apartment was quiet, the glow of the city lights casting soft reflections across the wet pavement. There were no sounds, no disturbances, just the occasional movement of someone walking home from work or running an errand. Everything was normal, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. Something subtle, something she couldn't quite name. The phone in her hand buzzed again. You'll see. Lena's breath caught in her throat. She set the phone down on the table. She could feel it, the sensation of being completely and utterly alone, like she had just been cast adrift in a vast, empty sea of uncertainty. The messages were harmless, yes, but they weren't just text anymore. They were warnings. And in that instant, Lena realized that she would never again look at her phone in the same way. The next day felt different. It was as though the very air had shifted around her. Lena woke up to the usual sounds of the city outside her window car engines. The distant rumble of a bus, the faint hum of a plane overhead, but the ordinary had somehow become strange, like something had been altered at a molecular level. Her feet hit the floor, but the ground felt uneven beneath her, as though it might give way at any moment. A sense of unease had rooted itself in the pit of her stomach, gnawing at her. She tried to shake it off, telling herself that it was nothing, just nerves. Just one of those mornings. Lena went through her usual routine: shower, dress, grab a coffee, and catch up on emails. But her phone remained in her hand, a constant companion. The texts from the day before still lingered in the back of her mind, their words etched into her thoughts. Don't forget, you are forgetting something. They hadn't seemed ominous at first, merely strange. But now, as she turned over their meanings in her head, the words carried a deeper weight. She couldn't shake the feeling that they had been warnings for something she couldn't yet comprehend. By the time she was ready to leave her apartment, she'd nearly convinced herself that it had all been a fluke. Maybe she was overthinking it. Maybe it was just the fatigue of a long week catching up with her. Lena wasn't typically someone to be spooked by small things. But what made this different was the fact that the messages came from her own number. That was what unsettled her. The most who could have done that. She didn't know how to rationalize it. Still, she told herself to move on. The world was full of weird things, coincidences too. There had to be some logical explanation. Her phone was old, maybe it was malfunctioning, or maybe some app was sending out automatic reminders from her contacts list, taking advantage of her personal information. But just as she was about to push it all out of her mind, she reached the office. The building was the same as it always had been, nondescript, full of beige cubicles and flickering fluorescent lights. It wasn't the most inspiring place to work, but it was steady, comfortable. Even yet today, there was an unspoken shift in the air. Something felt off. The clattering of keyboards, the hum of conversations, the clink of coffee mugs, everything seemed amplified, like she was suddenly hyper-aware of every small noise, every subtle movement. Lena opened her email inbox and clicked through her calendar to check for the meeting she had to attend at 10 a.m. As she checked the time, 9:30 a.m., her phone buzzed in her pocket. A text from her own number. Don't forget to bring the presentation materials. Her pulse spiked again. The message was exactly as she remembered it from yesterday, word for word. And it was at this moment that she felt the faintest stirrings of dread creep back into her chest. She had thought about the text all morning, tried to move past it, but now the reality of it was settling on her like a heavy cloak. The details in that message were too specific, too real. She had forgotten to prepare the presentation. Yes, and that was a small oversight on her part. But the message was from her own phone. That shouldn't be possible, and yet here it was. Her fingers trembled slightly as she tapped out a quick response, trying to feel in control again. Maybe she could figure this out. She needed to make sense of it. She could handle this. She typed, "Who is this? How did you get my number?" A moment passed. Then the phone buzzed again. "You already know." Lena froze, staring at the screen. The words hit her with a sharp intensity, like a cold breath against her skin. Her stomach lurched. She hadn't sent that message. She hadn't even typed it. It was like the phone itself was replying to her, speaking to her in a voice that felt eerily familiar. She wasn't sure why, but the words felt personal. They felt like an accusation, even though they weren't. This time, Lena didn't respond. Instead, she turned off the screen, silencing the phone. She walked into her office, trying to focus on her work, but the words echoed in her mind. "You already know." What did that mean? How could she possibly already know? She spent the next hour in a haze, attempting to participate in the morning meeting, but her mind was elsewhere, pulled taut like a string between the text messages and the strange, growing anxiety building inside her. Her coworkers noticed, too. They shot her odd glances when she responded absently to a question, or when she failed to make eye contact during a conversation. They had no idea what was happening to her, of course. But Lena couldn't shake the feeling that she was unraveling, slipping into something darker. By noon, when the meeting ended and the office settled into its usual rhythm, she found herself at lunch in the break room, sipping from her water bottle and staring absently at the bland cafeteria sandwich. The fluorescent lights above hummed on in their persistent, unchanging way. She felt her mind go back to the texts. The message about her boss, how it had predicted his car crash. Her fingers gripped the plastic bottle in her hands as she thought back to the second message about her best friend, Jessie. Jessie, who had been mentioned in the text as well. Jessie will fall down the stairs in the evening. She will not survive. Lena hadn't thought much of it at the time. Maybe it was just another strange message, another weird prediction with no real significance. But now, as she thought about it, she felt a tightness in her chest. Was it a coincidence that she had received that particular message about her best friend, who lived alone in an apartment just a few blocks away? Why had she been included in the text? She checked her phone again, almost instinctively. The anxiety had her pinned, her heartbeat a steady drumbeat in her chest. She didn't want to look, but she had to. Her fingers were almost trembling as they swiped across the screen to unlock it. There was a new message. She didn't recognize the number, but the text read, "She's going to fall. You can stop it if you want." Lena's breath caught in her throat. The words, the coldness, the sensation that surged through her was like an electric shock. She immediately stood up, her chair scraping against the linoleum floor. Her mind screamed at her to leave, to go to Jessie's apartment and make sure she was okay. But how could she stop something that hadn't even happened yet? What if it was just another trick, another cruel joke? What if she was overreacting? Her phone buzzed. Again. "You're too late. It's already happening." Without thinking, Lena grabbed her bag and rushed out of the break room, her heart pounding in her chest. She barely noticed the confused stares of her coworkers as she pushed past them. Her feet carried her out of the office and onto the street, where the familiar sounds of the city seemed muffled, distant. She didn't have time to question her sanity, to wonder if the messages were some sort of elaborate prank. The thought that something might happen to Jessie, the very possibilities spurred her on. She reached Jessie's apartment in a matter of minutes. The familiar building loomed in front of her, its brick facade cracked and aged. She rushed through the entrance, practically knocking on the door, but there was no answer. Panic swept over her, and she hammered her fist against the door. "Jessie," she called, voice trembling. "Jessie, are you there?" Nothing. No answer. Lena turned to the door frame, grasping at the handle. To her shock, it opened. It wasn't locked. She quickly pushed it open, stepping inside. There, lying on the floor in the hallway, was Jessie. Her body crumpled awkwardly, her head at an unnatural angle. Blood pooled around her from a gash at the back of her skull. She had fallen exactly as the message had predicted. Lena froze, her heart stalling in her chest. Jessie was alive, but barely. Her body was still warm, but consciousness had slipped away from her, leaving only the faintest breath, a small, desperate sound from deep within her throat. The text had been right. The world didn't feel the same after Jessie's fall. Everything had changed in a moment. Lena had never experienced anything like this, never believed that one text could carry such weights, such inevitability. When she had called 911 for Jessie, her hands shaking as she spoke to the dispatcher, she couldn't bring herself to admit that she had already known what would happen. That knowledge, chilling in its certainty, had struck her like a blow to the chest. She hadn't stopped to think about it, hadn't considered what it meant for her that the message had been right. All she could do was react, and that reaction had left her numb. Jessie was in the hospital now, in a coma. Her condition was critical, but she had survived, if only just. Doctors had said it was a miracle that she'd even lived through the fall. But Lena couldn't shake the feeling that the text had played a role in this sinister, invisible force that had somehow altered the course of reality. She couldn't stop thinking about it. The texts had become more than a series of random, unsettling coincidences. They were now a pattern, a force that was pushing her. leading her to places she didn't want to go. The messages were no longer just about reminders or innocent predictions. They were shaping the future. It was as if someone or something was controlling the events around her, making them happen through the very act of sending her these terrifying messages. The more she thought about it, the more she realized how much power the texts had. They knew what she feared, what she loved, who she was. And that made it feel like they were an extension of herself. Was it fate, or was it something darker? Something more personal? Lena hadn't been able to sleep much since the incident. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Jesse's body crumpled on the floor, the blood pooling beneath her, and the text that had predicted it. She's going to fall. You can stop it if you want. It was all too much. The next day, she received another message. Your mother will fall ill tomorrow. Don't be surprised. Lena stared at the words, disbelief her mother. The message was as cold and precise as the others, and it sent a chill through her entire body. Her mother was in her 60s, a healthy woman for the most part, and yet now, this text was claiming she would fall ill the very next day. She immediately called her mother, her heart pounding in her chest. But there was no answer. Her mother's phone rang through to voicemail, and Lena felt a jolt of panic. What if it was happening already? What if the message was true? What if this was some kind of twisted game one that she couldn't escape? She tried again and again, but each time the call went unanswered. Her mind raced with possibilities. Could the text be right? Could she stop it? She wanted to rush to her mother's house, to check on her, to make sure she was okay. But the more she thought about it, the more it seemed like a futile gesture. What if her mother was already sick? What if there was nothing she could do to prevent it? Lena's head felt like it was spinning, her breath shallow and quick. She stood in her apartment, the phone pressed to her ear. How had this happened? How had something so strange and unexplainable entered her life? It felt like a trap, like the universe was playing with her, leading her toward an inevitable collapse. But why? What did it want from her? The buzzing of her phone broke her thoughts. Another message. She's sick. Don't ignore it. She wanted to throw the phone against the wall, wanted to scream and curse at whatever was controlling her life. But all she could do was stare at the screen, her thumb hovering over the call. But in her mind caught in a spiral of confusion. What was happening to her? To her life? What's happening to me? She typed, her hands trembling as she sent the message. Her heart was racing. She felt trapped, suffocating, in a nightmare she couldn't escape. A response appeared almost immediately. You know, Lena shook her head. She didn't know. How could she know anything? All she knew was that the world was slipping out of her control. Everything was becoming ... unreal. Was it fate? Or was she somehow the one making these terrible things come true? She stood up abruptly, her chair scraping the floor, and grabbed her jacket from the back of the door. She had to see her mother. She had to make sure that the text wasn't true. She arrived at her mother's house in less than 20 minutes. Her pulse raced, her breath coming in shallow bursts as she knocked on the door. Half expecting the worst, when the door opened, her mother greeted her with a warm, familiar smile. Lena, honey, what's wrong? Lena was taken aback. Her mother looked ... fine. There was no sign of illness, no sign of anything out of the ordinary. For a moment, she just stood there, staring at her mother, unsure whether to feel relief or dread. What's going on, Mom? Lena asked, her voice hoarse. I got a text that said you'd fall ill today. Are you okay? Her mother's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean, honey? I'm fine. Just a little tired, but that's it. Lena let out a breath. She didn't realize she'd been holding. A small part of her felt foolish, felt like she had overreacted, but another part of her couldn't shake the terror she had felt. The text was still there, lingering in her mind, like a dark shadow in the back of her consciousness. She didn't know if she could trust what was real anymore. For the rest of the day, Lena tried to push everything out of her mind. She spent time with her mother, trying to enjoy their brief time together. But as night fell and the hours dragged on, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming. Something terrible. She received no more messages for the remainder of the evening. No texts, no predictions, no forewarnings. It was as though the storm had passed only to leave a strange, lingering calm in its wake. But the calm didn't last that night. After she returned home, she received yet another message. The text was brief, simple, and chilling in its content. "It's your turn now." Lena's pulse thundered in her ears. It was an invitation, a challenge, a beckoning into the unknown. The text didn't say anything specific. It didn't warn her of an event, didn't give her a time frame, but the message felt like an ultimatum. What did it want from her? Why was it calling her out now? The fear in her chest began to escalate, but so did her curiosity. What if the next message was the one that tipped her over the edge? What if it was something worse than she could imagine? Her phone buzzed again, this time more urgently. Another message. "You will know when it happens." It was different than the others. Less foretelling, more cryptic. As though the text itself was an enigma, something that could only be understood. Once the moment had passed, Lena found herself pacing, her eyes darting between the clock on her wall and the phone in her hand. She couldn't escape it. It was like a dark force pulling her into its orbit, making her a part of its twisted game. The waiting was unbearable. She could no longer tell if she was controlling the events or if they were controlling her. The idea of free will, the notion that she could change things, choose differently, began to slip away, like sand through her fingers. Was it possible to change the future? Was it even worth trying? The answer, she realized in that moment, might already be out of her hands. And so, the waiting continued. The uncertainty, the fear. Every text seemed to pull her deeper into a spiral she couldn't escape. And the questions grew louder. What was happening to her? What was the price of knowing the future? Could she stop it, or was it too late? Lena didn't sleep that night. She couldn't. The words, the messages, the quiet, looming dread, they wrapped themselves around her like a suffocating shroud. The phone sat on her nightstand, its glowing screen a constant, insistent reminder of the terror she couldn't escape. She wanted to throw it away, to burn it, to destroy it in some way, but the words on the screen felt too alive, too connected to her. Every text she received seemed to pull her further down a path she couldn't turn back from. Even when she wasn't reading them, she could feel their presence in her bones. "You will know when it happens." The cryptic message from the night before gnawed at her. It was so vague, so uncomfortably open-ended. She had no idea what it meant, but the more she tried to forget it, the more the words reverberated in her skull. It was the waiting, the uncertainty, that was eating her alive. By morning, she was a shell of the woman who had walked into work the previous day. Her eyes were hollow, bloodshot, her face pale and drawn. The events of the last few days had stripped her of any sense of normalcy. Her connection to the world around her felt tenuous at best. She moved through the motions of life, but everything was a blur, a shadow of what it had been before. Her mind constantly drifted back to the texts, to the knowledge that something more was coming, something far worse. It wasn't long before the next message arrived. "It's your father, next. He's been hiding something from you." Her stomach dropped. Her father. The message was as clear as the others, so precise, so matter-of-fact. He had been hiding something from her. The sense of dread that gripped her was suffocating. What had he been hiding? What did it mean? Was it possible that the text was right? She tried to call him, her fingers dialing the number without thinking. The phone rang, and her anxiety escalated with every passing second. Her father answered, his voice thick with sleep. "Lena, what's wrong? It's early." "Dad," she said, trying to keep her voice steady, but the tremor in it was unmistakable. "Is everything okay? Are you hiding something from me?" There was a brief silence on the other end, then a cough, as though he were clearing his throat. "What are you talking about?" "I don't know," Lena whispered, her breath coming fast now. "The text I received, it says you've been hiding something. What is it? What don't you want me to know?" She could feel the tension build between them, like a taut string ready to snap. Her father's response was cautious, measured. "Lena, I don't know where you're getting this from. I'm not hiding anything from you." The words felt hollow, unconvincing, but Lena couldn't get herself to press further. Instead, she exhaled sharply, her mind whirling. Was she supposed to believe him? The message had been so clear, so sure. But how could she accuse him? What if he really wasn't hiding anything? The thought that the text could be manipulating, her telling her what to do, how to act, when to panic was both liberating and terrifying. She hung up without another word, the sense of dread still gnawing at her insides. Her father's voice had been so calm, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Maybe he was hiding something. Maybe it wasn't the message that was wrong, but her own perception. The thought of confronting him again terrified her, though. She wasn't sure if she could bear hearing a lie, or worse, the truth. The texts had already robbed her of so much. Was it possible they were taking even more? Lena didn't know how long she sat there, staring at her phone. But when she looked up again, the world outside her apartment window had darkened. The early morning had given way to afternoon, and the glow of the streetlights now cast long shadows across the room. She hadn't left the apartment all day. She hadn't wanted to face the world, to face whatever was waiting for her out there. But the silence in her apartment felt suffocating, a vacuum that seemed to suck the life out of her. She grabbed her coat, deciding to go for a walk. The fresh air would do her good, she thought. It would clear her mind. But even as she pulled the coat over her shoulders, she knew she was lying to herself. She didn't want to walk. She didn't want to face anyone. The thought of people, of life continuing as usual, while her world fractured into a million pieces, was unbearable. The streets were crowded when she stepped outside. People walked past her, oblivious, their faces consumed by their own concerns. It struck her as strange how the world continued without acknowledging the fear that twisted her insides. The normalcy of their lives stood in stark contrast to the chaos she was living through. Her phone buzzed again. "Your father has lied. It's time for you to know the truth." Lena's legs nearly gave out beneath her. The words seemed to echo around her, bouncing off the concrete, ricocheting through the throng of people. She pressed the phone to her, ear without thinking, her heart hammering. She couldn't even remember what she had been doing before the message had appeared. She just needed to talk to someone, but there was no one. She dialed her mother's number. Her heart raced as she waited for the call to connect. When it did, her voice caught in her throat. "Mom, I don't know what's happening. What's going on with Dad?" Her mother's voice was a whisper, hesitant. "What do you mean?" "The text," Lena said. Her voice was a tremor, barely a whisper. "It says Dad's been lying. It says he's hiding something from me. Is that true?" There was a pause just long enough to make Lena feel her pulse beat in her ears. "No," her mother replied. "Lena, don't listen to that nonsense. Your father hasn't lied to you." Lena wasn't convinced. She didn't believe her mother's words. She couldn't. The message had been too specific, too clear. It wasn't like the others, which had been vague and cryptic. This one felt more like a command, like a force that had just pulled the rug out from under her. She thanked her mother and ended the call. But the feeling of betrayal lingered in the pit of her stomach. It wasn't the lie that hurt, it was the suspicion. She could no longer trust the words of those closest to her. And as much as she hated to admit it, part of her didn't even trust herself anymore. The evening passed in a haze of half-thoughts. strange impulses, and spiraling fears. Each time she picked up her phone, she expected more ominous words, more unsettling revelations, but nothing came. It was as though the silence had been its own form of torture, an even more oppressive weight than the words at some point late. In the night, after all the texts had stopped, Lena found herself standing at her window, looking down at the city below. The lights flickered, 1,000 tiny beacons of life that pulsed and throbbed beneath the dark sky. She could feel the pull of them, the lives that continued as if nothing had changed, nothing had happened. They had no idea what she was going through, no idea how her world had fractured into pieces, and she didn't know how to stop it. She didn't know if she could stop it. The phone buzzed again. Lena didn't move. Her hands clenched into fists, but she didn't want to see the message, didn't want to read what would come next. But the phone buzzed again, louder this time. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she reached out for the phone. The screen lit up. Your turn is here. You know what to do. And in that moment, everything clicked. Lena's hands shook as she stared at the final message. The words on the screen felt like a death sentence, an invitation to something far darker than anything she could have imagined. She knew the moment she read them, your turn is here. You know what to do. That she was standing at the edge of something she could never come back from. She couldn't tell if the text was a command or a warning. It didn't matter. The simple, final nature of it was what terrified her most. It had stripped her of all doubt, all illusion. The messages hadn't been random. They hadn't been playful or just warnings. They had been precise, and they were leading her somewhere. But where? The world outside her apartment window seemed distant now, disconnected. The people walking below, their faces drawn with the burdens of their own lives, felt as alien to her as the city she once called home. Nothing made sense anymore. Not the people, not the world around her, and most certainly not the words she had been reading for days. It was too much. She wanted to turn it off, shut it out. She longed to throw the phone out the window, to break free from the tyranny of this unseen hand that seemed to be orchestrating her life. But there was no escape. It wasn't just a message anymore. It was a part of her, seeping into every corner of her mind, wrapping around her thoughts like tendrils. She knew she had to act. The last text echoed in her mind. You know what to do. What did that mean? She had been trying so hard to avoid thinking about it, to push the horror away. But now it demanded her attention. She had seen this coming, hadn't she? She had known, deep down, that the day would come when the line between fate and action would blur. The question now wasn't whether she should act, but how. The problem was that she didn't know what to do. How could she? Each message had been so specific, so undeniably real, that she felt as though she had been reading her own obituary over and over again. What had started as a series of innocent reminders had become an unshakable prophecy. And now it was time for her turn. Lena paced the room, the edges of her vision swimming as the weight of the decision pressed down on her. She couldn't stop thinking about Jesse's fall, about the text that had predicted it with such chilling precision. And the more she thought about it, the more the events seemed linked to each prediction. Each message had a purpose. The fall, her father, the illness. It was all building up to something, and it was only a matter of time before she would have. To face it, her phone buzzed again. It's your turn. Make it right. Lena's stomach twisted into a tight knot, her breath catching in her chest. The message had no more clarity than the last. No context, no guidance, just an ultimatum. She could feel her grip on reality slipping, her mind unraveling. She wanted to scream, to beg the sender of these messages to stop, to spare her the crushing weight of inevitability. But that wasn't an option, was it? The messages were a part of her now. They had always been a part of her. And as much as she hated it, She could feel them shaping her, pushing her, guiding her. She had been a passive observer, but now it was her turn to choose. But what was she supposed to choose? Lena's mind drifted back to the texts she had received, the ones that had predicted everything, one after the other. They had been so precise, so accurate. She had tried to deny it, tried to convince herself that they were simply coincidences. But no, there was something more to it, something darker. These texts weren't just predictions, they were instructions. She thought about Jessie again. What if the message hadn't been a warning, but a command? What if, by not acting on it, she had sealed Jessie's fate? Could she have stopped the fall? Could she have changed things? The uncertainty gnawed at her. She wasn't sure of anything anymore, but one thing was clear. She couldn't live like this anymore. The constant dread, the endless cycle of anticipation and fear was eating her alive. And if she didn't do something, it would continue forever. Her mind was a whirl of fragmented thoughts, each one a mirror to the last, each one more terrifying than the one before. Make it right. What did that mean? Right for who? The phone buzzed again, more urgent. This time you know. The words hit her like a thunderclap, and Lena's chest tightened painfully. She had been staring at the screen for so long that she had barely registered the movement of her own hands. Her fingers gripped the phone tightly, as though it were the only thing tethering her to some semblance of reality. She had tried everything she could think of to avoid this. She had called her mother, asked about her father, even tried to distance herself from the messages. But there was no running from them. They were a part of her, wrapped into her DNA, intertwined with her thoughts, her actions. They had been predicting things before they happened, but the terrifying part was that she was starting to believe they were controlling her actions as well. "Stop it," she whispered to the screen, as though she could break the chain by simply speaking. The words allowed, but the phone remained silent. The buzzing stopped. The room was eerily still. But then another text came. "Tonight, you'll see." She stared at the message, paralyzed with dread. "Tonight," it said. It didn't explain anything, didn't offer any further details, but it didn't have to. She knew what it meant. The events were accelerating. The darkness was closing in, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Tonight, everything would change. For a long time, Lena sat there, her back pressed against the wall, the phone lying in her lap. She wanted to scream, wanted to run, wanted to escape to some far-off place where none of this could reach her. But deep down, she knew that wasn't possible. This wasn't just happening to her, it was happening with her. The messages were a mirror to her own soul. Every word, every prediction was a reflection of her fears, her insecurities, her own hidden desires. They weren't coming from somewhere else. They were coming from within, and it was time to face them that night. She ventured out again, walking aimlessly through the streets. Her footsteps echoed in the emptiness, a rhythm that matched the erratic beating of her heart. The city was alive around her, a living, breathing entity, and yet she felt more alone than ever. There was no one here she could trust, no one who could understand what she was going through. It was just her and the endless messages, the dark presence that was tightening its grip on her life. The phone buzzed. Again, she didn't even bother looking at the screen. She had stopped caring what the text said. She knew what it would be. But when she glanced down anyway, she saw the message that sent her heart into a free fall. It's time. A cold sweat broke out across her forehead. She felt a surge of panic, but something deeper inside her stirred a feeling she couldn't quite describe. It wasn't fear, not entirely. It was something else, a kind of acceptance, a surrender. She walked faster, almost as though her body were moving on its own. She didn't know where she was going, but she knew she had to get there. She didn't know what there was, but she had to find it. There was no turning back. The game was set. The pieces were moving, and she was part of it now. her phone buzzed. Again, but she didn't stop. She didn't check. It didn't matter anymore. The city stretched out before her, dark and endless. The world felt like a stage, and she was the last player left. Every step she took was another step toward the inevitable. She didn't know what she was supposed to do, but she knew she couldn't stop. It was too late for that. Lena's legs burned as she walked through the deserted streets, each step heavy with the weight of inevitability. Her mind was a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts, despair, fear, rage, but none of it mattered. Nothing she could do would change. What was coming? She had known it all along. The only question was what form it would take. What would she become? Her phone buzzed again, the sound breaking through the chaotic clamor in her mind like a sharp, piercing note. Her fingers trembled as they reached down to grasp the device, almost as if the phone itself were pulling her hand toward it. She didn't want to look, she didn't want to read, but she did anyway. "It's your father tonight." The words were cold, direct, devoid of emotion. The finality in them pressed against her chest, making it hard to break. Her father, the one person she had never expected to be dragged into this, hadn't he been the one who had always been there for her? The one constant in a life that had now unraveled so completely. And yet, here it was, the confirmation that the last person she loved would also fall victim to the horror that had taken hold of her. For a long moment, Lena just stood there, staring at the screen, trying to process. What it meant, was this a warning, a prediction? Or was it something worse, something that would make her complicit in whatever was to come? She had to get to him. Now, she didn't know why, but the words felt like a command, a pull she couldn't resist. It was as if the text were urging her, guiding her toward something that had already been set into motion. She didn't know if she was meant to stop it, prevent it, or simply witness it, but she had to go to him. Turning sharply on her heel, she moved toward the direction of his house. The night air bit into her skin, the chill creeping up her spine, but it didn't matter. The feeling in her chest, the knot of dread that had been slowly tightening over the past few days, was now almost unbearable. It wasn't just about fear anymore. It was about control. And the one thing Lena realized, standing there in the dark, was that she hadn't been in control for days. She had been manipulated, pulled like a puppet on strings. Every word, every message, every event had all been building toward this moment. But why? What did the texts want from her? Her father's house came into view, and Lena's stomach dropped. The lights were off, and the street outside was eerily silent. The world had become a stage, and she was walking in the middle of it, unable to stop the play from reaching its tragic conclusion. As she stood in front of the door, her phone buzzed once more. She hesitated. It felt wrong to look at it now. She didn't need to. She already knew what it would say its time. Lena didn't know how long she stood there, frozen in place, staring at the door. The air was thick with the kind of tension she hadn't felt since that first night when the texts had started arriving. It felt as though the entire universe was holding its breath, waiting for something to snap. She felt like she was on the edge of a precipice, staring down into an abyss, but she had no idea what waited for her on the other side. With a trembling hand, she reached for the doorknob and twisted it. To her surprise, it opened easily, the door swinging inward with barely a creak. She stepped into the house, the familiar scent of old wood and the faint trace of her father's cologne filling her senses. But something was wrong. The house was too quiet, too still, as though time itself had stopped, waiting for her to make her move. "Dad," her voice echoed through the empty hallway, but there was no answer. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears as she moved deeper into the house, her eyes scanning each room, her mind searching for any sign of life. She moved down the hallway, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The air was thick with something heavy, something suffocating, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. She didn't want to go upstairs. She didn't want to find him. Not like this. But the feeling that had been building for so long, the dread, the gnawing sense of inevitability, was now impossible to ignore. She had to go up. The stairs creaked under her weight as she ascended. Each step a painful reminder that she was moving toward something she couldn't comprehend, something she didn't want to face. The door to her father's bedroom was ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the dark hallway. Lena's hand shook as she reached for the doorknob. She pushed it open slowly, her breath shallow, her chest tight. What she saw inside sent a shockwave through her system, a jolt so powerful it nearly knocked her off her feet. Her father was standing by the window, his back to her, looking out at the city below. But it wasn't him. It couldn't be. The man standing there was a shadow of the person she had known. His posture was hunched, his features drawn and hollow, as if he had aged decades in a matter of days. His hands were trembling, fingers twitching at his sides, and his eyes were empty, lifeless, like those of a stranger. "Dad," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "What's happening?" He turned slowly, and when his gaze met hers, Lena felt a chill run down her spine. There was something in his eyes, something dark and unfathomable. It was as though the man she had known was no longer there, replaced by something far worse. A shadow, a reflection of something that shouldn't exist. "I'm sorry, Lena," her father said, his voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't the voice she remembered. It was hollow, distant, as though it had been drained of all emotion. "You've been chosen, just like me." Lena's breath hitched. The words echoed in her ears, louder than any text, louder than any sound she had ever heard. Chosen. She didn't understand. She couldn't. Some instinct telling her that this was it, the culmination of everything she had been fearing. She stepped back, instinctively, but her father didn't move. He simply stared at her, his expression vacant, as though he had already said goodbye. "I didn't want this for you, Lena," he continued, his voice growing weaker with each word. "I didn't want you to have to face this, but it's inevitable." Lena shook her head, her hands pressed to her temples. "What do you mean? What's happening to you? What's happening to me?" Her father's lips curled into a faint, sorrowful smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You're becoming me," he whispered. "You're becoming this. It's the only way. You can't escape it. None of us can." Lena's heart raced. She didn't want to hear this. She didn't want to believe him. She wanted to scream, to run, to make this nightmare end. But the room began to close in around her, and she realized with a sinking feeling that there was nowhere to go. She was trapped in her own life, in her own fate. The texts, the messages, the strange, unexplainable events. It had all been leading her here. Her father stepped forward slowly, his movements stiff, like he was moving through thick mud. His hand reached out for her, and for the briefest moment, Lena felt a flicker of hope. Maybe he would tell her the truth. Maybe he would save her from whatever this was. But when his hand touched hers, she felt the coldness of death seep into her skin, and in that instant, she understood everything. The texts hadn't been warnings, they hadn't been prophecies. They were part of her, a reflection of her own fears, her own desires. And now, just like her father, she was becoming part of the dark reflection, trapped in the cycle, bound to it by some unseen force that she couldn't escape. "You've already made the choice," he whispered, his voice hollow. "It's done." And then everything went black. When Lena awoke, it was to the suffocating silence of the room. Her vision was blurred, the edges of reality flickering in and out like a faulty light bulb. She couldn't remember how she had gotten here, but there was a gnawing feeling deep in her chest, a sense that she was no longer in control. That something had happened, something irreversible. The familiar scent of her father's room, of old wood and stale air, was replaced with an odd metallic temps that she couldn't place. The air felt thick with something dark, something alive, like the very walls were pressing in on her. Her body ached as if it had been twisted in unnatural ways. And as she sat up, the room seemed to shift. The walls bent, the shadows stretched unnaturally. The floor beneath her felt like it was sinking into the earth, pulling her further down. She reached out instinctively, trying to steady herself. But the room continued to distort, flickering, like an old television set. "Dad." Her voice sounded foreign, a hollow echo against the stillness. No response, not even the sound of breathing. The room was empty, but it wasn't. She could feel something was wrong. Something had changed. Lena forced herself to her feet, each step heavy, like the weight of the world had been placed on her shoulders. She staggered toward the door, the air growing colder as she moved. The walls closed in as if the house itself was alive, pulsing with a deep, unsettling rhythm. There were no answers here, but there was something waiting for her, something that had always been there, lurking just beneath the surface of her mind. She needed to leave. She needed to get out of this place. But when she reached for the doorknob, a voice froze her in place. It wasn't her father's. It wasn't even a real voice. But it sounded as though it came from everywhere at once. "You can't leave." The words hit her like a punch to the gut. She spun around, her heart racing in her chest, but there was no one there. The room, the hallway, the house, they were all empty. Yet the presence, the voice, it lingered, thick and suffocating, pressing. Down on her every thought, she looked down at her hands. They were trembling, covered in cold sweat. The sensation of dread had only deepened since she had awoken. She was no longer in control of this place. Whatever was happening to her, whatever force had been manipulating her life, was only growing stronger. "You already know the truth, Lena." The voice again. This time, it was closer. She could feel it vibrating through the air inside her. Bones, she closed her eyes, clutching her head, trying to block it out. But the truth wouldn't leave her. "You are me." Her breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding harder. The words shattered something inside her. She staggered back, her knees buckling beneath her. She had heard those words before, in the text messages and the warnings. But they were different now. They didn't feel like a prophecy. They felt like a declaration, a reality. She opened her eyes again, her vision clearing, and for a brief, terrifying moment, she thought she saw him. Her father, standing in the doorway. But it wasn't him. It was the shadow of him. His form, twisted and malformed, shifting like smoke. His eyes were nothing more than empty voids, pools of darkness that seemed to swallow the light around them. This is the end. Lena wanted to scream, but her voice was swallowed by the silence. She stumbled back further into the room, as though the very air had thickened to a point where she could no longer breathe. The walls felt like they were closing in on her. The floor beneath her seemed to bend, and for a moment she wondered if she had crossed some invisible line. Had she entered a different world? Was this even real? The message, the final message. From her phone, "You know what to do." It had been so simple, so cold. And now Lena realized that it wasn't just a command. It was an answer. The text hadn't been a warning. It had been an invitation. Her hands shook violently as the realization hit her. She wasn't just following the messages. She had been part of them from the beginning, the entire time. She had been shaping them, molding them, without even knowing. Lena gasped, her body trembling with the weight of the truth. She wasn't a victim of the texts. She was the cause of them. Every prediction, every message, had been a reflection of her own inner turmoil, her own fractured mind. It was her fears, her choices, her brokenness that had created this nightmare. And the worst part, she had been pulling the strings all along. The house, her father's house, wasn't just a setting. It was a mirror, a reflection of herself, a physical manifestation of her fractured psyche, her deepest, most hidden parts. Her father, Jesse, the fall, the illness. They were her creation. She had done this. She had become the darkness she had been running from, Lena turned toward the window, her hands trembling as she pulled aside the curtain. The city below looked the same, but it felt different. The buildings, the lights, the people, they all seemed distant, far removed from her, as though they were no longer part of her world. She could see them, but they didn't see her. "You're already gone," the voice whispered from behind her. She turned sharply, but the room was empty. The shadow of her father was gone. There was no one there. Just the stillness of the room, the suffocating silence. The voice had been right. She had already gone. She had lost herself somewhere along the way. The messages, the events, the twists of fate, they hadn't just happened to her. She had made them happen. She had made herself a part of this twisted game. Her phone buzzed again, but this time she didn't look. She already knew what it would say. "It's over." Lena let out a low guttural sob as the tears began to fall, hot and heavy, down her cheeks. The world around her seemed to blur as everything she had known. It wasn't just her father's house that had fallen apart. It was her entire existence. She closed her eyes, her mind spiraling into the abyss. She didn't know how long she sat there, but when she opened them again, the room was gone. The house was gone. The city was gone. Everything was gone. And standing before her, in the place of all that had been, was only one thing: her reflection. It stared back at her with those same empty eyes, those same hollow voids that had once belonged to her father. She reached out, trembling, and the reflection did the same. Her hand touched the cold glass, and the world shattered. The glass cracked down the middle, and for the first time, Lena saw it clearly. She wasn't just seeing her reflection. She was seeing the other Hertha, one she had become. The one that had always been there, lurking in the shadows of her mind. The one who had been pulling the strings from the beginning. The one who had shaped her fate. And as the world crumbled away, as the last shred of reality fell apart, Lena understood. She had never been the victim. She had always been the cause, and now there was no going back. Lena's mind burned with the ferocity of 1,000 thoughts, all colliding and splintering into pieces, none of them making sense. The reflection in the shattered glass, that other version of her, remained locked in a silent stare, unmoving. The same eyes, the same face, but it wasn't her, not anymore. Not in the way she had thought, not in the way she had believed she could recognize herself. The world around her had fragmented into a disjointed blur, as if her reality was beginning to slip through the cracks, scattering across an endless void. She felt herself being pulled toward that reflection, drawn to the terrifying truth she had been trying to deny. The deeper she looked into the fractured mirror, the more she saw herself, but not herself. It was as though she were standing at the precipice of her own identity, gazing into an abyss where everything she had ever known about herself had been twisted beyond recognition. Her breath was shallow as she stood there, frozen in place, her fingers still trembling as they hovered over the shards of glass on the floor. Every shard seemed to hum with a sinister energy, as if each piece of the mirror contained a part of her fractured, broken, lost. "You've always known," the voice whispered, softer now, but no less chilling. "You've always known what you were capable of." Lena's heart thudded in her chest as the words reverberated in her mind. She was suffocating in this realization, trapped within the cage of her own thoughts. It wasn't just the phone that had guided her down this path, it was her. It was her decisions, her desires, her fears that had shaped every single step of this twisted journey. The truth that had been buried in her mind, deep under layers of denial and fear, began to surface, rising like a dark tide. The texts, the prophecies, the warnings, they had never been outside forces, never outside influences trying to manipulate her. They had always been her. Each message, each horrific prediction, was a piece of her own psyche that had been projected into reality. Her darkest fears made flesh. That Lena had become the nightmare she had feared. The world around her began to twist once more. the walls closing in, the ceiling lowering. She could hear the faint whispering again, but this time it wasn't just the voice of the entity that had guided her. It was her own voice, mingling with the others, laughing, crying, pleading for release. She was no longer sure where her mind ended and the darkness began. It was as if the very foundation of reality was collapsing, and she was being drawn into its vortex. The floor beneath her feet seemed to vanish, replaced by a yawning void, pulling her into a dark abyss. The reflection in the broken mirror was now a living thing, its eyes shifting, its lips curling into a smile that wasn't hers. "You were always this, Lena." Lena stumbled back, her legs weak, her mind a labyrinth of confusion. She had always thought of herself as someone struggling to hold on to something real, something pure. She had clung to the belief that the messages had come from something outside of her, a malevolent force, a curse. But now she saw it clearly. The messages had been her own desires, her own fears, her own shadow reaching out, trying to consume her, to take her over completely. Her heart raced. She had been too weak to fight it, too afraid to face the darkness within herself. She had let it grow, nurtured it, fed it, until it had become this uncontrollable force that had now shattered her very sense of self. Her father, Jesse, the illness, every moment, every tragedy, it had all been set in motion by her. She had pulled them all into her web, trapped them in the same cycle of suffering that had consumed her from the start. "You wanted to know the truth, Lena. Here it is, the truth. Is that you are the one who created all of this? You have always been the one in control." Lena clutched her head, her fingers digging into her skull, as though she could tear the thoughts from her mind. But the voice wouldn't stop. It was everywhere, inside her, outside her, echoing through the very fabric of the world, the horrors, the death. She fell to her knees, gasping for air, the walls of the room pressing in, suffocating her. She wanted to scream, but the sound caught in her throat, choked by the weight of her own guilt. The reflection was still there, the other her, smiling with that same twisted expression. And now, in the depths of her despair, she understood what it meant. It wasn't a separate entity. It wasn't something to be feared. It was her. Lena's hand reached up, trembling, and she touched the shards of the mirror that lay at her feet. Each piece was cold to the touch, like a fragment of her own soul. The glass shattered under her fingers, splintering in 1,000 directions, and as it did, a flood of memories surged within her. The texts, the events, the faces of those who had fallen it, all came rushing back, overwhelming her in a torrent of emotions. "It's always been you." The realization hit her like a tidal wave. She hadn't just been trapped in a series of events. She had been creating them, shaping them with every choice, every thought, every hesitation. The future she had been so desperately trying to avoid, the deaths, the chaos, the horror, it had all been a self-fulfilling prophecy. And now, there was no way to stop it. There was no escape. Her phone buzzed once more. She couldn't bring herself to look at it, to face it. She already knew what it would say. "It's time." The words were simple, but they held the weight of everything that had come before. Lena had thought she could change things, that she could fight against fate. But now she realized the bitter truth. There was no fighting it. There was no way out. She was trapped in her own creation, doomed to repeat the cycle forever. Her voice seemed to surround her now, filling the empty space, pressing against her ears. "This is your destiny. You've always known it. You can't escape it." She fell back, her body hitting the floor with a sickening thud. The darkness was closing in on her. Her vision blurred, and the world seemed to spin out of control. But there was something else, something beneath the surface of the madness. A flicker of clarity, a final thread of resistance. "I won't let you win." The words were a whisper, a fragile thread of defiance, but it was enough. The darkness recoiled, as if her resistance had created a rip in the fabric of reality. The world trembled, the shadows shifted, and for a brief moment, Lena felt the weight of her own agency, the power of her own will. But then the voice came, again, soft and mocking. "You were never in control, Lena. Not really. You're just a part of me." And with that, the last of her resistance crumbled. The darkness enveloped her completely, swallowing her whole. The world around her disintegrated into nothingness, and she was lost in the void, no longer Lena, but a mere echo of her former self, a fragment of the entity she had become. There was no escaping it now. She had always been the other her, the reflection in the shattered glass, the voice whispering in her mind. And now she would never return to the world she once knew. She would never escape the darkness. It was over. Lena's awareness flickered back to life like a weak flame in a storm. Her thoughts, scattered and broken, seemed to spin through the void, with no anchor, no clarity. Time had ceased to exist in the way she once understood it. She wasn't sure how long she had been drifting, lost in the cold dark. It could have been minutes, hours, or years. She didn't know. She didn't care. Nothing mattered now. She was aware of her body floating, suspended in some vast, infinite space where the very concept of movement was meaningless. Her arms and legs hung limply, as if they had forgotten what it meant to be whole. And yet, despite the nothingness, there was a constant pull toward something, an invisible force, magnetic in its nature, drawing her in deeper and deeper into the abyss. Lena wanted to scream, to shout, to make sense of the madness she was trapped in, but there were no sounds in this place. No echoes, no vibrations, only silence so profound it felt suffocating, crushing her soul bit by bit. But then something broke through the silence, a faint whisper, so soft it might have been a trick of her mind, brushed against her consciousness. She couldn't make out the words at first. Her mind was too fractured, too distant from the world she had once known. But slowly, the whisper began to take form, sharper, clearer. "Do you remember?" The voice was hers. But it wasn't. The tone was wrong, distant, cold, void of the warmth she once recognized as her own. It came from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating in her skull. Her heart fluttered, then began to pound in her chest. "Do you remember?" Lena gasped. She knew that voice. It was her, but it wasn't. It was the other her, the reflection, the shadow, the thing she had been running from, hiding from, all. This time, it had become her. She had become it. Her mind rushed with memories, distorted and fractured, yet clear enough to bring pain. The faces of those she had once loved, her father, Jesse. The faces of strangers flashed before her eyes, each one a ghost, each one a fragment of her past. Their voices mingled with the whispers of her own. "You're nothing but a puppet, Lena." The words stung, but there was truth in them. Every event that had led her here, the texts, the deaths, the horrid, had all been her doing. She had believed she could fight it, fight the pool of the darkness, but she had only ever been feeding it. She had been living in a self-imposed prison, convinced she was a victim of fate. But fate wasn't a force. It was a reflection of herself. She had created all of it, every message, every tragedy. Lena closed her eyes, but the vision of her fractured self was still there, staring back at her from the void. She tried to turn away, but it was impossible. There was nowhere to run. She was stuck in this endless loop of self-destruction, this cyclical nightmare. The harder she tried to pull away, the more the reflection pushed back, pulling her deeper into the whirlpool of her own making. "You are me." Lena's heart seized at the words, the final truth, the one she had been avoiding, the one that had been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for her to face it. She had never been a victim. She had never been manipulated. She had always been the one in control. The realization felt like a tidal wave crashing over her. She had been running from herself, from her own darkness, from the deepest parts of her soul. And now, that darkness had consumed her. She wasn't just a part of this nightmare, she was the cause of it. She had birthed this world, this tragedy, this endless cycle of suffering. She had always known it, on some level. She had always felt that sense of control, of power, over the events that unfolded around her. The messages, the deaths, they weren't separate from her. They were her. Her eyes snapped open. The darkness was all around her, closing in. Her body shook as she realized the full scope of her transformation. She wasn't just lost in the void. She had become the void. She had become the thing that haunted her nightmares, the force that tore her world apart. The reflection in her mind, the other her, was no longer a separate entity. It was her, fully and completely. It had always been her. She had been running from herself, from the darkest parts of her nature. The truth was that she had been the one pulling the strings all along. The messages, the deaths, they were all her doing. Lena's body trembled as she realized the magnitude of her existence. She had never been a victim of fate. She had created it. Every moment of horror, every tragedy, had been a manifestation of her own twisted desires, fears, and regrets. She had shaped this reality, made herself the architect of her own suffering you can never escape. Her voice whispered in her ear again, and this time there was no mistaking it. There was no chance of denial. The truth had been laid bare. There was no running from it anymore. Lena's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms as she tried to hold on to whatever was left of her will. She wanted to fight, to resist, but it was pointless. She had already been consumed by the darkness she had created. She was trapped in it, suffocating under the weight of her own choices. Her father's face flashed before her eyes, his twisted, broken form, his empty eyes. Jesse's body, lying cold and lifeless. They had all been her creation. She had killed them all, whether she had known it or not. They had been victims of her own twisted mind. You are the one who killed them. The words hit her like a hammer to the chest. She had killed them. It wasn't just a tragedy. It wasn't some outside force pulling the strings. It had been her. She had shaped their deaths, made them part of the horrific narrative she had been writing with her life. The events she had tried to avoid had been the result of her own self-destructive will. Lena let out a low, anguished cry, but no sound came out. The pain was unbearable, a physical ache that spread from her chest to her limbs, making her feel as though she were being torn apart from the inside out. She had never understood it before, but now the truth was undeniable. She had been creating this nightmare from the very beginning. She had been the architect of her own destruction. There was no escape, no redemption. She had crossed the line. She had become the monster she had always feared. The world around her began to collapse again, the very fabric of reality disintegrating into dust. There was no place for her to go, no escape from the madness. Her mind was splintering, and every part of her being screamed for release, but there was no escape from the truth. There was no running from what she had become. The reflection, the other her, stood before her now, its hollow eyes staring back at her with cruel amusement. The smile on its lips was twisted, mocking. She was no longer separate from it. She was. It. They were the same. She had always been the same Dot, and as the last shred of her consciousness fractured, and the world around her fell away into nothingness, Lena realized that she had always been doomed. She had always been the other. Lena floated in the vast emptiness, the void pressing in on her from all directions. It was cold here, a bone-deep cold that made her feel like she was being hollowed out, piece by piece. The darkness had consumed her entire existence, and now there was nothing left but the fractured fragments of who she used to be. The woman she once was, full of fears, doubts, regrets, Hope's was now an echo, a distant memory buried under the weight of her own mind. She couldn't remember how long she had been here. Time had no meaning anymore. It had become a useless concept, one that no longer served her or anyone else. Here, in this place between places, there were no clocks, no sun, no stars, no sky, only the endless abyss that stretched out infinitely in every direction. She had no idea if she was alive or dead. Perhaps she was both, or perhaps she was neither. Her body, what was left of it, felt weightless, but it wasn't the kind of lightness that brought relief. No, this was the weightlessness of being suspended in a world without rules. It was a place where gravity had abandoned all sense of control, a place where her very thoughts seemed to flicker in and out of existence, like dying embers in a storm. And then there was the voice. It had never left her, the voice the other her whispered in the dark, its words slithering into her mind like serpents, twisting her thoughts, binding her to the nightmarish truth she had so desperately tried to escape. "It's all over, Lena," the words came, like a soft caress, cold and merciless. She didn't want to hear them, didn't want to feel them, but they were inescapable. They were part of her now, woven into the very fabric of her being. "You're mine, you always have been." Lena squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the words, trying to close herself off from the suffocating presence of her own creation. But it was no use. She could feel it, feel the darkness crawling inside her, the weight of everything. She had done the lives she had shattered, the people she had hurt. It was all her fault. The faces of her father, her friends, and Jessie flashed before her eyes, each one twisted and distorted in grotesque agony. The memories she had tried to bury, the lives she had ended, all of it rose up like a flood, overwhelming her. Their voices echoed in her ears, pleading for forgiveness, for release. "You could have stopped this. You could have saved them." The words struck like a knife to the heart. She could have. She should have. But instead, she had embraced the darkness. She had allowed it to consume her, to shape her into the very thing she had feared most. Her mind screamed for release, but there was nowhere to run, no escape. She had trapped herself in this nightmare. She had become the nightmare. The reflection was still there, hanging in the void like a shadow, its eyes locked onto hers, unblinking, unwavering. It was her, but it wasn't. It was everything she had denied within herself, every dark thought, every secret fear, every twisted desire that had festered in the depths of her mind. It had grown like a cancer, feeding on her guilt and regret until it had become an unstoppable force. Lena wanted to scream. She wanted to tear herself free from the suffocating grip of the darkness that had taken hold of her, but she couldn't. She couldn't do anything. She was powerless. "You're nothing without me." The voice spoke with finality, its tone laced with cruel certainty. Lena's stomach churned as the truth sank in. She had always been nothing without this darkness. Without this reflection of herself, she had needed it. She had created it, nurtured it, let it grow until it had consumed every part of her being. Now she was no longer Lena. She was the reflection, the shadow, the thing that had once been a person, but was now a hollow shell. Tears welled up in her eyes, but they didn't fall. The tears didn't belong to her anymore. Nothing belonged. To her, she had lost everything. She had lost herself. The reflection in the dark began to move, stepping forward, its form stretching and warping, becoming more solid, more real. It reached out a hand, its fingers curling like claws, and for the first time Lena felt a wave of terror ripple through her. This was it. This was the end. The reflection spoke again, its voice now a guttural rasp, dripping with malice. "This is your final reckoning. You cannot escape. You cannot fight it. You never could." Lena opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. She wanted to beg, to plead for mercy, for forgiveness. She wanted to scream that it wasn't her fault, that she hadn't meant for any of this to happen, but she knew deep down that it was. It was her fault. It had always been her fault. And then the reflection reached out and touched her arm. The moment it made contact, Lena felt a surge of cold spread through her body, freezing her to the core. The darkness rushed in, invading her mind, her soul, consuming everything. She felt herself being pulled, stretched, torn apart as the reflection took control. It was like she was being rewritten, like every thought, every feeling, every memory was being erased, replaced with something darker, something twisted. For a moment, she fought back. She tried to hold on to herself, to resist the pull of the reflection, but it was too late. The darkness was too powerful. It consumed her completely, and in that moment, Lena ceased to exist. She was no longer a person, no longer a woman with thoughts and desires. She was just an extension of the darkness, an empty shell. You are me. The words reverberated in her mind as the final threads of her identity unraveled. She had become the reflection. She had become the darkness. There was no longer any separation between them. She was no longer Lena. She was the horror, the self-destruction. She had become the very thing that had haunted her. And then, everything went still, silent, empty. Lena opened her eyes, or what was left of her mind and saw only the endless void. She was no longer floating, no longer drifting. She was no longer anything. She had become the reflection. And the reflection had become her. The voice was gone now. There was no need for it anymore. There was no more struggle, no more pain. There was no more anything. Lena had become the embodiment of her own darkness, and in doing so, she had erased herself from existence. There was nothing left. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments who else is staying up late to face this nightmare. Settle in. The terror continues. Lena could no longer tell where she ended and the darkness began. Her body was gone if it had ever existed in any true sense. The weightlessness she felt wasn't the liberation of freedom, but the cold, gnawing sensation of having been erased. A shadow among shadows, an echo in the endless expanse of nothingness. She was a presence, but not in any form that could be comprehended by the human mind. She had become an essence, a formless thought without origin, drowning in a sea of her own fractured psyche. And yet, amid the void, a faint flicker of light emerged. At first it was so small, just a pinprick in the infinite dark that Lena almost didn't notice, but there it was, glowing weakly, like a candle struggling to stay alight against an unforgiving wind. She reached out, instinctively, though she knew she had no hands. She didn't need them. The light was drawing her, calling her forward, like a thread being pulled from the dark corners of her mind. And so, against her will, she moved toward it, with each passing moment. The light grew brighter, and the darkness around her began to wane. She felt as if she were falling, but it wasn't in the way one falls into despair. It was as if she were falling into herself, like a river returning to its source. She could feel something, or rather, someone growing clearer in the flickering. Glow, Lena. The voice was familiar, but it was wrong. It wasn't the reflection, not entirely. It was too warm, too human, too real. She could feel it in her chest, a tightness that threatened to break her wide open. Lena, the voice repeated, and the flicker of light sharpened, revealing a figure, her father. He stood before her, not fully formed, but rising from the darkness like a forgotten memory, his outline flickering in and out of focus. His eyes, wide with love and concern, searched the void for her, and when he finally saw her, his face filled with a quiet, unbearable sadness. Dad? Lena's lips moved, but there was no sound. She didn't need words, not anymore. The grief-deep, heavy, suffocating tore through her chest like a blade. He was there, but he wasn't. This was no reunion. This was a dream, a figment, a cruel trick. He couldn't truly be here, not in this place. But he stepped closer, his voice soft and full of unspoken apology. You were never meant to come here. His words crashed over her, the weight of them sinking deep into her mind, leaving a bitter taste behind. Lena's heart quivered. She wanted to scream, to beg for him to stay, to tell him how sorry she was for everything she had caused. But she couldn't. She was a prisoner of this twisted reality, this nightmare of her own creation. And the longer she stayed in this place, the more fragmented the memories became. I couldn't save you, Lena. I couldn't save anyone. The light flickered, fading, and her father's form began to dissolve, the edges of him blurring like smoke, dissipating into the air. The sadness in his eyes deepened, and just before he vanished completely, he whispered, "You can't save anyone now." A scream caught in Lena's throat, but again there was no sound. She reached forward, her mind desperate to hold on to the only piece of humanity she had left. But it was gone, swallowed by the void, as the flickering light dimmed to nothingness. Lena was pulled deeper into the abyss once more. The emptiness returned, heavier than before. A suffocating blackness, distant, like a rolling storm, and then louder, closer, an awful, hollow sound. It felt as if the very air itself was vibrating with it. It was the reflection, her laughing, but it wasn't the laugh of triumph. No, this laugh was twisted, mocking, taunting. It was the laugh of someone who knew that there was no escape, no way to fight the inevitable. Lena's mind scrambled, still clinging to the hope that this was just a dream, a terrible nightmare from which she could awake. But she had no body, no form, no way to wake up. There was no escaping the pull of this endless darkness, this reflection of herself. "You've failed, Lena," the reflection spoke, its voice seeping into her mind, threading itself into every part of her being. "You are nothing but a fractured piece of what you once were, a ruin, a memory. You cannot undo what's been done. The destruction is complete. You were always meant to be consumed by this." Lena's vision began to blur, and with it, reality itself fractured further. Her thoughts splintered like broken glass, each shard cutting through her mind with sharp, painful precision. She was drowning in her own failures, suffocating. Under the weight of the choices she had made, the things she had done, she could feel it, the guilt, the grief, the regret, all of it pouring over her in relentless waves. The voice echoed, filling the space around her, becoming louder and louder until it drowned out all other sound. The words reverberated in her skull, bouncing off the walls of her own fractured mind. It was true. There was no redemption. She had caused the deaths, she had caused the horror. She had brought herself here, and now there was no way out. Her father's face, his voice, echoed in her mind once more. "You can't save anyone now." The laughter rose again, twisting, warping into something darker, something more sinister. The reflection in the darkness grew sharper, more defined. It was smiling now, that twisted smile, full of malice and cruel delight. It reached out, its fingers stretching, elongating, reaching for her with an inevitability she could no longer deny. And then it touched her. A shock of coldness spread through her, freezing her very soul. The darkness consumed her completely, wrapping around her like a suffocating, inescapable force. It was the end. There was no escape, no mercy, no release, as hers, yet so very different. "This is who you've always been, and I am you." The words pierced her mind like daggers, and in the final moment before everything faded to nothingness, Lena realized that she was no longer a person. She was the very thing she had feared, the very darkness she had tried to outrun. She had become the other, and there was no escaping it. There never had been. The laughter continued, growing fainter and fainter until it was gone. The light, the last glimmer of hope, flickered and died. And then there was silence. The end. Lena had lost track of time, no longer bound by the ticking of a clock or the shifting of day into night. She existed in a world where time was irrelevant. She was a thought suspended in the space between reality and delusion, drifting in the void like a dream that would never wake. Her past had become a blur, memories fading like ghosts, haunting her only when they chose to surface. Faces she once knew, voices she had heard, they were all fragments now, distant echoes that no longer had substance or meaning. It was as if her life had been swallowed by the very void she now floated within. She tried to remember who she was. She tried to hold on to something, anything, but it slipped from her grasp every time she tried. The sensation of remembering was almost like a distant warmth, a fleeting comfort that came just before the cold took hold again. It was impossible. She was trapped in this endless abyss, lost to herself. Yet, despite this crushing weight of nothingness, there was something else, a hum, a low, vibrating hum that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. It wasn't an external sound. It was a vibration within her very soul, something deep within the marrow of her being. At first, it had been faint, distant, like the hum of a faraway engine, but as the moments, or was it hours, days, years, passed, it grew louder, closer. It was a pulse, a heartbeat, and it called to her like a siren's song. It was impossible to ignore. It had started as a whisper, soft and barely perceptible. Now it was growing, becoming a presence. The sound vibrated in her bones, a rhythmic pattern, as if the very fabric of the space around her was alive. She felt herself drawn to it, an inexorable pull. Her body, if she still had one, longed for it, urged her to move toward it, to follow it into whatever this strange new reality was. Was it hope? No, it was something darker. You're not real, she told herself, though the words were hollow in the vast expanse of the void. She didn't know who she was trying to convince herself, or the unseen force that had begun to encircle her. She had tried to resist, but now resistance felt pointless. There was no escaping Dot. At first, a twisting in the air around her, the sensation of being drawn through an invisible vortex. She couldn't see anything. There was nothing to see in this world that existed without shape, without form. But she felt something shift around her. Something changed. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere. But Lena could feel it in the air, a pressure that pushed against her, forcing her forward, and then before her, there was light. It wasn't a sudden explosion of brightness, nor was it the soft flicker of a candle's flame. This was something more profound, more unsettling. The light shimmered with an eerie glow, casting long, sharp shadows that seemed to stretch and curl as though they were alive. There was no warmth in the light, no comfort. It was cold, detached, but it illuminated something. It was a figure. The figure stood in the center of the light, its outline barely visible at first, like the hazy shape of a dream. But as Lena drew closer, the figure became clearer, more defined, until it was standing there before her. It was her, not the Lena she remembered, the one with flesh, with bone, with breath, but her in a form that had transcended the human. A reflection, yes, but also more than that. It was as if the boundaries between them had dissolved, leaving only this essence, this thing that was both familiar and alien, something in between the woman she had been and the horror she had become. The reflection's eyes were locked onto hers, deep, hollow eyes, black as pitch, but still, somehow, alive. The reflection was smiling, but it was not the smile of triumph, of joy. It was the smile of something knowing, something omniscient, something that had watched her every move, every misstep, every fractured moment of her existence. Dot, it was the smile of inevitability. Do you remember me? The reflection's voice was low, like a soft whisper carried on the wind. It wasn't harsh or mocking. It wasn't the voice that had cursed her, that had led her into this spiral of madness. No, this voice was something else. It was calm, almost comforting, like the whisper of a long-lost friend. But it wasn't a friend. Not anymore. Lena's mouth opened to speak, but no sound came out. She wanted to scream, to ask what was happening, why this was happening. But the words caught in her throat, suffocated by the weight of the silence around her. The reflection tilted its head, a strange sadness flickering behind its eyes. "You always knew this day would come, didn't you?" it asked, the question hanging heavy in the air between them. Lena's mind was reeling. She couldn't understand. The reflection was speaking as if they had known each other forever, as if this moment had been written long ago. The words resonated in her mind, deepening the ache in her chest. You always knew this day would come. She had, hadn't she? Hadn't she always known this would be the price of her mistakes? You knew the moment you looked into that screen, the moment you answered the text that wasn't yours, the moment you allowed it to consume you. Lena shook her head. She didn't understand. She couldn't understand. Her thoughts were fragments, scattered in the storm of her mind, none of them connecting to form a coherent whole. You were always me. The words stung, cutting deep. They weren't just the reflection's words. They were Lena's own thoughts, reflected back at her with a clarity that terrified her. She was the one who had let this happen. She was the one who had welcomed this darkness, who had allowed the texts, the prophecies, to control her. She had become the very thing she feared. You can't escape it. The reflection's smile widened, and it stepped forward. Lena took a step back, instinctively, but there was nowhere to go. The light closed in around her, enveloping her in its cold, suffocating grasp. There was no escape from this moment, no escape from the truth that was being forced into her consciousness. You thought you could fight it, but in the end, you did what I needed. You made the prophecy true. You made me. The reflection's voice was no longer comforting. It was hard, unyielding. Its eyes burned with the intensity of 1,000 truths, and Lena felt the weight of them pressing down on her chest. The hum, the vibration, intensified. Growing so loud, it felt like the very core of her being was shaking apart. I am you, Lena. You are me, and there is no escaping it. Not now, not ever. Lena wanted to scream, but the scream never came. She wanted to fight, to push against the inevitability of it all, but she couldn't. She was trapped, not in this place, but in herself. She had created the darkness, the horror, and now it had taken root in her very soul. The reflection reached out, its hand coming to rest on Lena's chest, cold and unyielding. She felt the pressure of it, the weight of its touch, sinking deep into her. She could feel the reflection sinking into her, becoming a part of her, merging with her dot. And in that moment, Lena understood. She had never been running from the reflection. She had never been trying to outrun the darkness. It had always been inside her. The destruction, the pain, the death, it was all a part of her. She had created it. She had made herself the monster. And now it was too late. The reflection's eyes darkened, and its lips curled into a final, twisted smile. You are the one who made this world. Lena, you are the one who destroyed it. The light began to fade, and the reflection dissolved into the air, leaving Lena standing alone in the darkness once more. But it wasn't empty anymore. She felt the weight of it, all the weight of her choices, her actions, her sins. It was all inside her, a part of her now, and there was no escaping. There was no escape from herself. Lena stood at the precipice of an abyss. Her feet were rooted in place, yet every part of her felt as if it were falling, being drawn into a place from which there would be no return. The reflection had disappeared, but its presence lingered in the air like a shadow, haunting her every movement. She could feel the weight of its gaze upon her, even though it was no longer physically there. It had become a part of her now, and that was far worse than anything she could have imagined. For the first time, Lena understood the full breadth of what had happened. The reflection, the texts, the prophecies, they had all been pieces of a puzzle that she herself had constructed. She had always feared the darkness, the unknown, the horrifying possibilities that awaited her. But now she realized that the true horror had never been outside her at all. It had always been within her. The hum had stopped, but in its absence, the silence was even more oppressive. The darkness, which had once felt like an endless void, now felt like a tomb. She could feel it closing in on her, suffocating her, pressing in from all sides. But it was not the darkness itself that terrified her. It was the knowing that she had no control over it, no power to escape. Lena had spent so long trying to outrun the horror, trying to fight it, to ignore it. She had blocked out the truth of her own actions, the seeds of destruction that she had planted. But now there was no denying it. The truth was inescapable. It had come for her, not as a force from the outside world, but as something she had allowed to grow within her, something she had nurtured, something she had chosen. I am you. The words echoed in her mind, a cruel refrain that refused to be silenced. It was the reflection's voice, but it had become Lena's own. She had always been running from something, from an unknown enemy that had taken root in her life. But now she understood. The enemy had never been anyone or anything outside of her. It had always been a part of her darkest desires, hidden fears, her unspoken regrets. They had come to life, manifesting as the reflection that haunted her every step. Her mind reeled, struggling to comprehend what had happened, what she had done. The texts had started innocently enough reminders of appointments, mundane tasks that anyone would forget. But then they had shifted, become darker, more sinister. They had predicted the deaths of those she loved. They had forewarned her of the very things she feared most, and she had done nothing to stop them. She had become obsessed with the texts, with the prophecy that was unfolding before her eyes. She had allowed herself to believe that she could change it, that she could control the future. But in her obsession, she had only brought about the horrors she feared. She had made the prophecy true. Lena's breath caught in her throat, a wave of guilt crashing over her like a tidal wave. She had seen her father die. She had watched her friends fall one by one, victims of a fate she had known all along but had been powerless to prevent. She had known what was coming, and yet she had done nothing. She had let it happen. But why? Was it because she believed that she deserved it? That she was somehow responsible for all the suffering, all the pain that had come her way? Was it because, deep down, she had wanted it to happen, as if she were punishing herself for some unseen sin? She felt sick to her stomach, the nausea rising in her throat. She wanted to scream, to shout at the emptiness that surrounded her, to demand answers. But there was no one to answer her. The void was silent, and the only sound that filled her ears was the beating of her own heart. You are me, the words repeated, growing louder with each passing second, until they consumed her entire mind. Lena's vision blurred as her chest tightened with the pressure of her own guilt. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The weight of her sins, real and imagined, bore down on her like a 1,000-ton boulder. And then, as if on cue, the darkness shifted again. It wasn't the void that had surrounded her for so long. No, it was something different, something more real. The air grew thick, and a low rumble echoed through the ground beneath her, like thunder on the horizon. The darkness began to part, splitting like a torn canvas, revealing glimpses of someone moving within it. She couldn't see them clearly, but she could feel their presence. She could sense them, feel their eyes upon her, watching her every move. And in the midst of this growing storm, Lena realized with a sickening certainty that she wasn't alone anymore. The figures materialized slowly, forming out of the darkness like ghosts emerging from the mist. They were not human, not in any sense that she could comprehend. They were distorted, twisted shapes, each one a reflection of something she had known. Faces blurred and contorted, their features melting into one another, forming grotesque parodies of those she had once loved, her father, Jesse. Each figure was a combination of faces, an amalgamation of every person she had ever cared for, and yet they weren't them. They couldn't be. They were something else. The air grew colder, and the figures began to move, circling her like wolves closing in on their prey. Lena wanted to run, but her feet were frozen to the ground. Couldn't move. The guilt, the shame, the overwhelming pressure it kept her trapped. Trapped in this place, in this moment, with no way out. You've made them real, a voice whispered from behind her. It wasn't one of the figures. No, it was something else. A presence. One that was far older, far more ancient than anything Lena could comprehend. She spun around, but there was no one there. You brought them here, Lena. You gave them life. You made them what they are. The voice was like a wind, shifting through the darkness, carrying with it a sense of inevitability. Lena's heart raced, her thoughts tumbling over one another in a chaotic rush. Who was this? What was happening? What did it mean? And then the truth began to unfurl before her, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn open. The reflection, the texts, the terrible prophesied was all connected. It was all a part of her. You are the creator, the voice continued, the architect of your own destruction. You set these events in motion, and now you must face the consequences. You cannot outrun your own fate. Lena's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her hands trembling as they reached out, grasping for anything to hold on to. She had never believed in fate, not truly. She had always thought she could change things, control them. But now the truth was clear. She had never been in control. She never would be. The figures drew closer, their twisted faces smiling cruelly, their eyes empty yet full of knowing. They were not her friends. They were not her family. They were the product of her own mind, her own fears, and they were coming for her. You did this, the voice said again, louder now, and now you will pay the price. Lena could feel the pressure building, the weight of the world crashing down on her. She was suffocating. But it wasn't the figures around her, or the darkness closing in. It was her own guilt, her own self-hatred. It was the reflection that had become a part of her, the realization that she had caused all of this, and that there was no escape. You are me, the voice whispered, echoing through her mind. And there is no escaping yourself, Lena screamed. But no sound escaped her lips. The darkness swallowed her whole, and she was lost again. Not in the void, but in herself. The darkness in Lena's mind was no longer a passive force. It had become an entity in itself, an intelligence, a sentience that watched her, waiting for her to collapse. There was no escape from it, no fleeing from the suffocating weight of it all. She could feel it gnawing at the edges of her consciousness, probing, prodding, always watching. It was not the reflection anymore. No, it was something far more insidious. The reflection had been a symptom of her unraveling. Now, the darkness was her tormentor, her jailer. Lena's body felt strange, as though it no longer obeyed her commands. Her fingers twitched involuntarily. Her limbs moved with an unsettling, jerky quality, as if she were being controlled by strings she couldn't see. She tried to steady herself, to ground herself in the world around her, but there was nothing there to grasp onto. The floor beneath her had vanished. The walls had dissolved. She was adrift, floating in an empty void. Her only companion the heavy silence and the oppressive presence of the force that surrounded her. At first, she thought it was just exhaustion, too much stress, too much pain, the visions, the messages. The horrors she had lived through in the past days, weeks, months, it had all begun to blur together in her mind. But it was more than that. It was deeper. It was the erosion of her very sense of self. She could no longer tell where she ended and where the darkness began. The texts had stopped coming. The messages that had once flooded her phone with apocalyptic predictions, reminders of deaths to come, were no longer there. For a brief moment, Lena thought that perhaps it was over, that it was done. She had passed the worst of it, but the emptiness that followed was worse than the constant onslaught of dread. Her phone sat in her pocket like a weight, an anchor. She had stopped checking it, stopped caring, but deep down, she knew. She knew it wasn't over. The silence wasn't freedom, it was the calm before the storm. She closed her eyes, desperate to escape, but it only made things worse. The dark space that surrounded her now felt even more suffocating. And when she opened her eyes again, she was no longer alone. Figures moved in the distance, their forms indistinct, like shadowy silhouettes against an impenetrable fog. They hovered at the periphery of her vision, watching her, waiting. She could feel their eyes on her, though their faces were hidden. There was something terrifying about their presence. They weren't coming for her yet. No, they were content to linger, to wait for her to make a move. And in that quiet, agonizing moment, Lena realized what they were. They were the ones she had left behind, the ones she had failed. They were the people she had lost: her father, her friends, those who had died because of her, because of the prophecy that she had never tried to stop. Lena's breath caught in her throat, and her body trembled violently. These were not just ghosts. No, these were their shadows. The faces she had forgotten, the voices that had faded from her memory, were here now. They were not dead, not completely. They were pieces of her guilt, reminders that she had failed. Them that she had sealed their fates with her inaction, with her inability to fight the darkness that had consumed her. "I didn't mean for this to happen," Lena whispered, though she knew no one would answer. The words came out hoarse, as if they had been trapped in her throat for far too long. "I didn't mean for any of this." A soft laugh, a hollow sound, came from the shadows. It was not kind. It was mocking, as though the figures knew the truth better than she did. They had always known. They had always been there, hovering on the edge of her mind, reminding her that she was the one who had created this nightmare. The laughter grew louder, and the figures in the distance began to draw closer. They were not human, not anymore. Their forms shifted and writhed like smoke, like liquid, twisting in unnatural ways. Their faces were not faces at all, but distorted fragments of the people she had known, the people she had loved. She could see her father's eyes empty, hollow, but still with the same sorrow that had haunted their last moments together. She could hear Jesse's voice, distorted and echoing, repeating the same question over and over. "Why didn't you save me?" Lena covered her ears, but the sounds only grew louder. She pressed her palms against her head, desperate to block out the voices, but it was futile. She was drowning in their accusations, in the weight of their disappointment. The darkness had fed on her guilt, on her fear, and now it had grown to something monstrous, something that she could no longer escape. "You did this," a voice whispered, and Lena's heart stopped. It wasn't one of the figures. No, this voice was different. It was familiar, but it was wrong. It was too smooth, too cold, like a serpent's hiss. "You are the architect of your own demise." Lena spun around, her eyes wide. But there was no one there. I didn't mean to." Her voice trembled as she spoke the words, but they felt hollow, as if they had lost all meaning. There was no redemption here, no forgiveness to be had. And then the voice spoke again, this time from inside her own mind. "It doesn't matter what you meant, Lena. It's too late. You're already here. You're already lost." She staggered, backward, her mind reeling as she tried to understand. The shadows closed in on her, surrounding her from all sides. There was no escaping them now. She was trapped in a nightmare of her own creation, with no way out. The darkness grew thicker, more oppressive. Lena could feel herself suffocating under the weight of it. The shadows stretched and warped, becoming twisted, grotesque versions of herself. There was no denying it anymore. The darkness had never been outside her. It was a part of her, her guilt, her fear, her failure. The more she fought against it, the more it consumed her. "You made me," the voice whispered again. "You made me real." Lena clutched her head in her hands, her mind splintering under the pressure. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. All that was left was the darkness, the overwhelming presence of everything she had done, and it was swallowing her whole. "No," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper. I can't be." But there was no answer, no comfort, no reprieve. The figures closed in around her, their faces now clear, their expressions twisted with anguish. They were her creations, her guilt made flesh, and they were coming for her. She had no one to blame but herself. She had built this nightmare, and now it was her prison. "You made me," the voice repeated, growing louder. "You made me real." And Lena understood. She had never been running from something outside of her. The terror had always been inside her. She had built this nightmare with every choice she had made, every moment of weakness. The horror had always been her own reflection, her own creation. And now there was no escaping it. She was the architect of her own destruction, and she would never be free. The shadows surrounded Lena, their presence suffocating and omnipresent, a crushing weight on her chest. It wasn't just the people she had failed, the faces of her father, of Jesse, of all those she had lost, but something worse, something more malevolent. Their forms had become more solid, more tangible. They weren't simply echoes of her guilt anymore. They were the physical manifestations of her mind, of the broken parts of herself that she had tried so desperately to ignore. She had seen her reflection before, had tried to understand it, but now it felt like her reflection was her only reality. The world around her was warping, shifting, like a landscape of broken glass, jagged and fractured. There were no clean lines anymore, no clear boundaries. The ground beneath her feet had turned to a shifting mire, a puddle of murky water that swallowed her every step, pulling her deeper into the nothingness that had once been her life. The figures grew more distinct, their faces less and less a blur, until Lena could see each and every feature with agonizing clarity. Her father's eyes, empty yet pleading. Jesse's lips, twisted into a smile that wasn't hers. And others people she hadn't even realized she had forgotten. Old friends from her childhood, co-workers from the early days of her career. Even strangers she'd brushed past once on the street. They all hovered in the periphery of her mind, their faces flickering in and out of view like warped photographs, a constant reminder of the lives she had touched and the ones she had destroyed. "You didn't save us," they whispered, their voices overlapping, blending together until they became a cacophony of grief and accusation. The sound filled her ears, reverberated inside her skull, a low, constant hum that rattled her very bones. "You left us. You couldn't stop it." Lena tried to block them out, to turn away, but they followed her, always at the edges of her vision, always just behind her. They were the ghosts of her past, the fragments of her regrets, her failures. And no matter where she turned, she couldn't escape them. They were in her mind, inside her head, and they wouldn't let her go. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her palms pressed to the slick, black surface beneath her. It felt wrong in a way that she couldn't put into words. She should have been able to feel the cold, the wetness, but instead, it was like she was sinking into it, becoming part of it, merging with the darkness. "It's all your fault," the voices continued, growing louder, more insistent. "You let it happen. You didn't stop it. You watched it all unfold and did nothing." Lena squeezed her eyes shut, trying to shut them out, trying to find some semblance of peace in the madness that was consuming her. But there was no peace. There was no escape. The words, the faces, the accusations, they were all around her, suffocating her, drowning her in the realization that she had no control. She had never had control. The texts had started innocently enough, reminders, mundane things that anyone could forget. But they had spiraled into something darker, more terrifying. The deaths, the predictions, that had come true. The world had seemed to collapse around her in a series of horrifying events, all foretold in those eerie messages that had come from her own phone. And then, when she had tried to stop it, to block the number, it had only gotten worse. The messages had grown more sinister, more personal, until the final one had come. "You can't stop me. I'm already you." Lena had thought it was a trick, some kind of sick joke, but now she understood. She understood that the darkness wasn't a separate entity, wasn't something that had invaded her life, something she could fight against. No, it had always been there, buried deep within her. She had created it. She had allowed it to grow. She had become it. "I am you," the voice whispered again, this time a soft murmur, but it felt like it was coming from every corner of her mind, surrounding her. It wasn't just the voices of the people she had failed, the lost souls who had fallen victim. To her actions, it was her own voice, her own consciousness. Merging with the darkness, Lena's breath caught in her throat as she realized the truth. She had never been fighting against something external. She had been fighting against herself. She stood, though her legs were weak, her body trembling. She didn't know what to do anymore. There was no escape, no way out. The figures that had once been distorted faces now stood before her, clear and sharp, their expressions cruel and judgmental. They circled her, moving in slow, deliberate steps, like vultures ready to pick apart the remains of a broken body. And then, at the center of the circle, there was something new. A figure, taller than the others, standing at the very heart of the darkness. It was not like the others. Its shape was shifting, ever-changing, and yet there was something familiar about it, something Lena could not quite place. It was as though this figure had always been there, waiting in the background, lurking in the shadows. "Do you see it now?" The figure spoke, its voice smooth, like velvet, but with an edge of something colder, sharper beneath the surface. "Do you see what you've become? You made this. You created me. You called me here." Lena recoiled, but the figure stepped forward, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. It was the reflection, the thing that had haunted her, the part of herself she had never wanted to face. It was the embodiment of her guilt, her fear, her suffering, and it had come to claim her. "You can't run from yourself." "Lena," the figure continued, its voice a low, menacing hum, "you can't outrun what you've done. The truth is here. It's always been here. You created this world. You made these shadows. You brought them into being, and now they are coming for you." The figure raised a hand, and suddenly the shadows around Lena began to stir, moving as though alive. They lunged toward her, their limbs elongating, twisting, reaching for her like claws made of darkness. They were not the people she had failed, they were her failures, the manifestation of all the things she had tried to bury. They were her guilt, her shame, her inability to stop what was happening. Lena staggered back, her heart pounding in her chest. She was trapped, cornered, unable to escape the darkness that was consuming her. The shadows closed in, their fingers brushing her skin, cold and unyielding. She could feel them tugging at her, pulling her closer to the ground. "You can't escape it," the figure said again, its voice softer now, almost pitying. "You can't escape yourself." Lena felt herself falling, her body being drawn into the void. It wasn't the ground she fell toward, it was the darkness. It was herself, the part of her she had denied, the part of her that had always been there waiting. And as she fell, She realized that there would be no waking from this. There would be no redemption, no salvation. She had created this nightmare, and now there was no escaping it. Lena's eyes fluttered open, but the world around her was not what it had been before. It was darker now, the air thick with an oppressive silence that felt like it had weight, like it could suffocate her if she didn't breathe carefully enough. She tried to move, but her limbs were heavy, unwilling to obey her commands. They felt like they were buried in thick mud, sluggish, resistant, as if the very act of living had become too much to bear. "You cannot escape," a voice whispered, but it wasn't one of the shadows. No, it wasn't one of the figures she had seen before. It was deeper, older. It resonated with her bones, as if it were not just a sound, but a force of nature, a storm crashing within her skull. The voice was her own, but not her own. It was the thing that had been growing inside her all along, the thing she had given birth to. Lena swallowed hard, tasting the stale, cold air in her mouth. Her breath came in shallow gasps, and panic began to claw at her throat. She tried to call out, but her voice was strangled, locked behind a wall of terror. "I can't," she gasped, the words rasping as if her throat had been scoured raw. Her mind was reeling, spinning, unable to find purchase in the wreckage of her thoughts. The memories, the horrors she had lived through, the deaths, the tragedies, all spiraling in her mind like a violent whirlpool. They were twisting, merging, becoming one indistinguishable mass of anguish that overwhelmed her not. It was as though everything had broken apart. The world around her had shattered, fractured into countless pieces, and now she was floating in the dark, suspended between realities. There was no ground beneath her, no sense of time or place. She was untethered, lost, alone. "You can never escape," the voice repeated, its cadence slow, deliberate, like a dark lullaby. It was becoming clearer now, more precise. And it wasn't just speaking to her, it was speaking through her, its words echoing in every part of her mind, reverberating through the walls of her consciousness. It wasn't the reflection anymore, it was her. "You made me. You are me." Lena's heart hammered in her chest as the words washed over her, drowning her in their weight. She had thought that the worst was over, that the darkness she had been running from had reached its peak, that it would finally let her go. But now, in this suffocating void, she understood that the nightmare had only just begun. She was not the victim here. No, she was the architect, the creator of her own hell. The figure, the dark shape that had been trailing her throughout this entire journey was not an external force. It was not some malevolent entity from the outside world, some ghost or demon. It was her. It had always been her. The entity was an extension of her own mind, a twisted reflection of her guilt and regret, of the parts of herself that she could not face. It had been there all along, waiting to consume her, to pull her into the very depths of her own psyche. And now, it was more than just a shadow. It was alive, and it was coming for her. "No," she whispered hoarsely, shaking her head as if to dispel the truth that was slowly creeping into her bones. She tried to stand, but her body was still, heavy, unwilling to cooperate. Her limbs trembled, aching from the effort, as if the weight of her own existence had become too much to bear. "No, I didn't create this." "I didn't mean you did," the voice interrupted, its tone cold, unyielding. "You made this world. You brought me into being with every choice you made, every moment you chose fear over action, every time you refused to look at the darkness within yourself, every time you ran from the truth." Lena's body jerked violently as the words struck her like a whip, tearing through the fragile barrier she had built to keep herself together. She staggered backward, gasping for air, but the more she tried to breathe, the more the air seemed to tighten around her, squeezing her chest until she could hardly draw breath. "You are the sum of your mistakes, Lena, and now you will face them all. You will drown in them, The darkness that surrounded her began to shift, twisting and writhing as though it were alive. It was crawling toward her, pushing in from every direction, as though the very fabric of her reality was being consumed by the things she had created. The edges of her vision blurred, and for a moment she saw glimpses of faces her father, Jesse, the people she had loved, but their expressions were distorted, twisted with rage and pain. Their eyes were wide, accusing, and they were staring at her, as if waiting for her to answer for what she had done. "You failed us," Jesse's voice echoed, but it wasn't the voice she remembered. It was twisted, guttural, filled with a raw, guttural anger. "You couldn't save me. You couldn't save any of us. Please," Lena begged, her voice cracking with desperation. "I didn't mean to. I didn't know." But the words fell flat in the endless void. The faces in the darkness didn't listen. They just stared, cold and unfeeling, and with each passing second, they grew more distorted, more monstrous. Her father's face warped into something that was no longer human. His eyes blackened and soulless, a grotesque mask of her guilt. The figures closed in on her, their bodies distorting and stretching, until they became something monstrous, something that was no longer recognizable. They were no longer people, they were the broken parts of her, the twisted reflections of her fractured mind. "We are you," the voice said again, this time with finality, as if it were no longer a question, but a statement of undeniable truth. "You cannot escape." Lena felt herself sinking, her body drawn downward into the abyss that opened beneath her. The darkness consumed her, pulling her deeper into its depths, until there was nothing left but her own mind, her own tortured thoughts. The weight of it all was unbearable. It was suffocating, crushing her under the sheer weight of everything. She had done every mistake she had made. There was no escape, no redemption. There was only this, only the darkness. "I'm sorry," she whispered into the void, though she knew it wouldn't matter. It was too late for apologies. The darkness had already consumed her, but the figure, the reflection of herself, was not finished. It moved. Closer, its form shifting, coiling, until it stood before her. It was her, but it was not her. "You will always be me," it said, its voice smooth and final. "You will always be the one who destroyed everything. You cannot undo what you've done. You will never escape." Lena reached out a trembling hand, but the reflection was already gone, vanishing into the dark, leaving her alone in the suffocating silence. And there, in the void, in the heart of the darkness, Lena understood. She had created this nightmare. She had woven it into the very fabric of her soul. She could never be free. She would never escape, and the darkness would always be with her. Lena could feel the cold press of the void around her, suffocating her. Her limbs trembled, shaking with the weight of what she had seen and heard. The darkness was not just a shadow anymore, had become the very air she breathed. The space she inhabited, she was inside it, a prisoner of her own mind, her own creation. The nightmare had fully consumed her, and there was no escape, no way back. She reached out with trembling hands, her fingers brushing the cold, slick surface of the void. There was nothing solid beneath her, no ground to steady her. She was floating, untethered. The swirling shadows closed in from every direction, their whispers growing louder, their voices filling her ears, rattling her skull. "We are you," the voice repeated, its tone now deep and resonant, as if the very walls of the abyss were speaking. "We are your guilt, your shame, your regrets. We are everything you tried to forget." Lena pressed her hands to her temples, her head throbbing. She couldn't escape it. There was nowhere to run. Every part of her screamed for relief, release, but there was nothing but the crushing weight of her own mind. I didn't want any of this," she whispered into the dark, her voice cracking. The words felt hollow, meaningless in the suffocating emptiness. Surrounded her, the shadows shifted, moving in closer. She could feel their cold fingers reaching out, grazing her skin like icy tendrils. Their faces, once blurred, now hovered just beyond her, too close to real. She could see them clearly now, the faces of the people she had failed, the ones she had lost, their eyes wide with accusation. Her father, his face twisted with anger and sorrow. Jessie, her smile frozen in an expression of betrayal. The faces of strangers, of people whose names she couldn't even remember, now burned into her memory, all staring at her, waiting for her to answer for her sins. "You couldn't save us," they whispered, their voices overlapping. "You couldn't stop it. You let us die. You watched us slip away, and you did nothing." Lena fell to her knees, her hands pressed against her ears as if trying to block out the voices. But they wouldn't stop. They never stopped. "Sorry," she sobbed, her voice ragged with grief. I tried to save you all, but the darkness didn't care. The shadows closed in tighter, their cold embrace smothering her. She could feel the weight of it pressing against her chest, squeezing the air from her lungs, suffocating her. And in the suffocating silence, she heard it again, the voice, deep and insidious. "You created us," it said. "You brought us into being. You made this world. You gave us life." Lena's breath caught in her throat. She didn't understand. She couldn't understand. How could she have created this? How could she have caused all of this pain? She was just human. She was just a person. "You are not just human," the voice whispered. This time, so close, it felt like it was inside her skull. "You are more. You are the architect of your own destruction. You made your choices. You let the darkness grow, and now it is you." Lena's mind reeled, her thoughts spiraling into chaos. She tried to cling to something, anything, but there was nothing left to hold on to. She was lost adrift in a sea of her own fears and regrets. The darkness was not just the absence of light, it was her. Her guilt, her self-loathing, her failures, all bleeding together in a terrifying whirlpool that threatened to swallow her whole. "I didn't create this," she whispered, her voice weak, desperate. "This isn't me. I didn't do this." But the voice laughed, a sound that chilled her to the bone. "You did every choice you made, every step you took. You led yourself here, and now there is no escape. You are already lost." The shadows around her began to stretch and twist, forming shapes, faces, memories. They were not just abstract figures anymore, they were becoming solid, becoming real. She could see them now. She could hear their voices, smell the stench of their decay. Her father's face stared at her with cold, accusing eyes. Jessie's face was twisted in a mask of pain and disbelief, her hands reaching out as if to beg for help that would never come. The faces of others, people who had been part of her life, part of her story, now warped and contorted into grotesque parodies of what they once were. They were not people anymore. They were the manifestations of her deepest, most painful memories. And at the center of it all, there was the figure. The one who had followed her from the beginning, the one who had haunted her every step. It was no longer a shadow. It was no longer an indistinct form. It was her, not just her reflection, but the embodiment of her own fears, her own guilt, her own failures. The entity that had been with her all along, growing stronger with every step she took toward the inevitable. "You made me," the figure said, its voice a low, guttural whisper that sent a shiver through her bones. "You brought me into being, and now I am you. There is no separation. There is no escape." Lena staggered back, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. The walls of her mind were closing in, the darkness pressing against her from all sides. It was consuming her, swallowing her whole. "I didn't," she began, but the figure interrupted her. "You did." The voice was cold, final. "You can't lie to yourself anymore. You created me with every doubt, every regret, every moment of weakness. I am the person you have become, and now you will live with it forever. Lena fell to her knees, her body trembling with the weight of the revelation. She was drowning in the realization of what she had done. She had created this nightmare, this hell that she was trapped in. She had brought it upon herself, piece by piece, until it was too big, too powerful to escape. The figure's form shifted, becoming clearer, more defined. It was her face. It was the version of herself that she had never wanted to confront. The parts of herself she had buried deep inside, too afraid to acknowledge. It was the reflection of her own self-destruction. You can't undo what you've done, the figure said, its voice echoing in her mind. You can't fix it. You can't make it right. You can't escape yourself. Tears streamed down Lena's face as the weight of the truth settled over her. There was no escape, no way out. She was trapped inside her own mind, with nothing but the darkness that she had created. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice barely audible. In the suffocating silence, I didn't know it would be like this." But the figure didn't answer. It just stared at her, its eyes empty, hollow. And in that moment, Lena understood. She had been living in a lie. She had thought she could outrun her. Guilt outrun her past. But it had always been with her. It had always been a part of her. And now there was no escaping it. There was no redemption, no salvation. Just the darkness, just herself. Lena stood at the edge of the abyss, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and despair. The figure before her, the reflection of her own twisted soul, seemed to pulse with life, its eyes fixed on hers. It was not a stranger, this entity. It was her, but it was more than just a reflection. It was her fears, her doubts, her broken pieces, all made manifest. A grotesque distortion of who she once was, twisted by guilt, anger, and sorrow. "You think you can escape me," the figure whispered, its voice a slow, malicious drawl, the words coiling around Lena like chains. "You think you can outrun the truth." Lena's hands trembled at her sides, her heart beating a frantic rhythm in her chest. Every part of her screamed to run, to hide, to find some escape. But the truth she had been running from, the truth that had been inside her all along, was finally here, standing before her in the form of this monstrosity. "I'm not running anymore," she whispered hoarsely, her voice raw and hollow. The words felt empty as soon as they left her mouth. She had been running. She had been running her entire life, running from the darkness inside of her, from the guilt that gnawed at her every waking moment. But it had always been with her, hadn't it? She couldn't outrun it. Not anymore. The figure moved toward her, its face contorting into a cruel smile. "You cannot escape what you are. You never could. This is who you've always been." Lena staggered backward, the walls of her mind pressing in from all sides. The floor beneath her feet seemed to ripple and distort, shifting like liquid. The world around her was falling apart, warping into something unrecognizable. She tried to breathe, but the air felt thick, stifling, as if every breath she took was a struggle against the suffocating weight of the truth of what she had done, the truth of who she had become. "You created me," the figure continued, its voice growing louder, more insistent, reverberating in the hollow chamber of Lena's mind. "You birthed me with every mistake you made, every choice you regretted, every time you allowed fear to rule you. I am your failure, Lena. I am your shame. I am everything you couldn't face." Lena clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms until they bled. She could feel the pain, but it didn't stop the words from cutting deeper. Every syllable the figure spoke felt like a knife carving into her soul. "I didn't mean it," she gasped, her voice trembling. "I didn't want this. I didn't want any of this to happen. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I never meant to be this person." The figure laughed low, and Cruel Land stepped closer. "But you are this person, Lena. You always were. Thought you could escape the consequences of your actions, but you can't. You can't escape yourself. Lena's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground. The abyss seemed to deepen beneath her, the darkness swirling with malevolent intent. There was no light, no hope, only the cold, suffocating grip of her own mind. Her past the faces, the names, the tragedies rushed at her like a tidal wave. She saw them all now, the faces of the people she had failed. Her father, her friends, strangers whose lives she had touched and destroyed without even realizing it. Their eyes were wide with horror, their mouths open in silent screams, as if they were all trapped in the same nightmare she had created. And at the center of it all, she saw Jessie's face. Her beautiful, innocent face, frozen in an expression of betrayal. The same face that had haunted Lena's every step. You couldn't save me, could you? Jessie's voice echoed, soft and pained. You couldn't stop what was coming. You let me die, Lena. You didn't fight hard enough. Lena's heart shattered at the sound of her name. She wanted to scream, to apologize, to beg for forgiveness, but the words caught in her throat. She had no excuses, no explanations. She had failed. And now, in the most painful way possible, she had to face that truth. The darkness around her swirled, and the figure that had once been a shadow now loomed above her, towering and grotesque. It was her, the reflection, the twisted mirror image of herself, but it was so much more. It was everything she had buried deep inside her, the parts of herself she couldn't acknowledge, couldn't accept. It was the ugly truth she had tried so desperately to run from. You've always been running, Lena, the figure said, its voice soft but filled with venom. Running from yourself, from your choices, from the consequences of your actions. But you can't run anymore. You've reached the end of the road. Lena's body shook violently, the weight of her own guilt crushing her. I'm sorry, she whispered again, her voice breaking. I'm so sorry. I didn't know how to stop it. Didn't know how to fix it. The figure bent down to her, level, its face now inches from hers. The eyes that stared back at her were cold, lifeless. You didn't need to fix it, Lena. You just needed to face it. You never did. And now you'll live with the consequences. The ground beneath her began to crumble, the abyss yawning wider and wider. Lena felt herself being pulled into it, her body weightless, as if the very fabric of her existence was unraveling. She reached out, but there was nothing to grasp. No, she cried, her voice full of terror. I can't be like this. I don't want to be this person anymore. But it was too late. The figure laughed again, the sound echoing in every corner of her mind. You've always been this person. You just refused to see it. The darkness closed in on her, swallowing her whole dot. Created this nightmare. She had been the architect of her own suffering, the one who had built this twisted world out of the fragments of her broken soul. Every choice she had made, every fear she had harbored, every failure she had tried to. Barry had given birth to this. The darkness was not an outside force, it was her. It had always been her. The abyss began to dissolve, the edges of her mind peeling away like layers of decaying skin. She was no longer just trapped inside the nightmare. She was becoming it. The darkness inside her, the guilt, the rage, the fear, they had all merged together into something much more horrifying than anything she had ever imagined. I'm sorry, she whispered one last time, but it was meaningless now. The darkness had already claimed her. Lena was lost. Not in the world outside, but within herself. The nightmare had always been her. The darkness had consumed Lena completely. She no longer knew where the void ended and where she began. Her body had become part of it, her mind fractured and drifting in an endless expanse of nothing. She was no longer a person. She was the echo of her own regrets, an empty shell swallowed whole by the abyss she had long ago allowed to take root inside her, Lena felt her consciousness teetering on the edge of sanity. She could no longer discern the difference between the nightmares that had plagued her and the reality she had once known. There was no light here, no clarity, just an all-consuming fog of guilt and despair. The voices surrounded her once again. Those familiar whispers, their words curling around her like tendrils of cold smoke. They weren't just figments of her imagination anymore. They were her, each voice a reflection of some fragment of her life, of every choice she had made, every wrong turn, every broken promise. The voices of the people she had failed. You couldn't save me. It was Jesse's voice, soft and filled with pain. You couldn't stop what was coming. I trusted you. Her father's voice, strained with the agony of disappointment. You watched me slip away, and you did nothing. This time, it was the voice of the stranger, the nameless face she had encountered in the city, the face she had once dismissed, unaware of the devastating consequences of her neglect. Us die, Lena. The voices overlapped, each one like a stab in her chest, each one a cold reminder of her failures. Lena tried to scream, to push the voices away, but no sound came. She couldn't move, couldn't escape. Her body felt as if it were locked in a place, bound by invisible chains forged from her own guilt. She had tried so hard, but it was never enough. Nothing had ever been enough. The shadow of her twisted reflection hovered before her once again, its features cold and unfeeling, its eyes devoid of mercy. You created me, the figure intoned, its voice a low growl that reverberated through Lena's bones. You gave me life with every lie, every broken promise, every moment you spent running from the truth. I am you, I always have been. Lena closed her eyes, unable to look at the figure any longer. She didn't want to face it. She didn't want to see the version of herself that had been shattered into a million jagged pieces. But the figure was relentless, forcing her to confront it, to feel it. You've been living in denial, the figure said, its voice growing louder, more insistent. You've been pretending that you could outrun the consequences of your actions, but you can't in the place you created, in the place that was always meant for you. Lena's breath came in short, ragged gasps. Her heart pounded in her chest as if it were trying to break free from its cage. She had come to the inevitable truth, the terrible truth that had been lurking in the shadows all along. She was the one who had trapped herself here. She had spent so long trying to escape her own guilt, her own failures. But in doing so, she had only deepened the nightmare. She had become part of it. Her mind reeled with the weight of this realization. There was no escaping the darkness. No matter how hard she tried to resist, no matter how much she pleaded for forgiveness, it had always been inside of her. She had created this reality with every decision, every mistake. Every moment she had tried to avoid facing the truth about who she really was. This is your fate, the figure said, its eyes burning with cold, empty pity. This is who you were always meant to be. You've been running from yourself your entire life. You thought you could escape the consequences, but now you are the consequence. Lena's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, the abyss, swallowing her up once more. The weight of the truth was suffocating, and she could no longer tell where the darkness ended and where she began. She was lost to the very thing she had feared most, herself. The faces of those she had failed loomed before her once again. She could feel their eyes on her, their silent judgment echoing in the emptiness of the abyss. The voices didn't stop, didn't relent. You could have stopped this. You could have saved us, but you didn't. Lena covered her ears. But the voices only grew louder, more insistent, until she could no longer tell if they were real or just the cacophony of her own tortured mind. Her reflection, the thing that had once been her, the figure that had been so insistent on reminding her of her failures, stepped forward, its cold gaze fixed on her. Do you see now? It asked, its voice soft, almost pitying. Do you understand? There is no redemption. There is no way out. Lena's heart clenched, and she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She didn't want to believe it. She didn't want to accept it. She had hoped, no, desperately clung to the hope that there was a way out, that there was some way to fix the damage she had done. But there was nothing. No salvation. No way to undo what had been done. The figure leaned closer, its face now inches from hers, its cold breath washing over her skin. You wanted to escape. You wanted to erase the consequences of your actions, but you can't. Not now. Not ever. Lena opened her mouth to speak, to beg, to plead for some semblance of mercy, but no words came. She couldn't breathe. The weight of her guilt, her mistakes, her failures, pressed down on her like a crushing force. She was drowning in it. There was no air, no escape. You are the one who trapped yourself here, the figure whispered. You built this nightmare. You gave it life, and now it smiled, the expression empty and cruel. Now you will live in it forever. And with that, Lena's world, the world she had spent so long trying to escape, collapsed entirely. She was gone, lost to the darkness she had created. The abyss had claimed her. And in the end, Lena was just another ghost in the vast, empty void. The void had become her home, an endless stretch of nothingness that surrounded her on all sides, pressing in with a suffocating weight. Lena no longer knew if she was awake or lost in some feverish dream. Her sense of time had long evaporated. There was no sense of day or night. There was only the still, oppressive silence. She floated there, suspended in the dark, her body weightless. The echoes of her past still clung to her like a second skin, lingering in the corners of her mind. Each one a painful reminder of the person she used to be. The faces, the voices, they never stopped. They were always there, haunting her, accusing her, and no matter how hard she tried, she could never outrun them in the distance. A dim light appeared, flickering at first, like the fading embers of a long-dead fire. As Lena moved toward it, she felt the weight of her past pushing her forward, dragging her toward something she couldn't see, but somehow knew was coming. The light grew larger, brighter, until it consumed the darkness around her entirely. And there, standing in the center of it, was the last thing Lena expected to see. It was her, the reflection, the twisted version of herself that had taunted and tormented her for so long, now stood before her, its eyes cold and unfeeling. But this time, it wasn't just a reflection. It wasn't just a shadow of her fears and regrets. This was her. Lena had come full circle, and now the truth was undeniable. "You're here," the figure said, its voice smooth like glass. There was no malice in its tone, no cruelty, just an empty inevitability. "You've come back to me, to the place you belong." Lena's heart beat faster, the rhythm erratic and wild. Her breath came in sharp gasps. She wanted to scream, to flee, but her body was paralyzed. She was rooted to the ground, caught in the gravity of the reflection, the truth that stared back at her. Why? Lena's voice broke as she spoke, hoarse and trembling. "Why am I here? What is this place?" The figure tilted its head, its expression unchanged. "You already know." Its voice echoed in Lena's skull, reverberating in every inch of her consciousness. "This is the place where you end. The place where you face yourself, once and for all. The place where you see the truth, and you can no longer run from it." The words washed over Lena like a tide of bitter regret, and for a moment her mind fractured. She saw flashes of everything she had tried to escape: Jay's face, her father's disappointed eyes, the nameless stranger she had failed to help, and all the other faces that had once filled her life with purpose, now ghosts, in a nightmare she couldn't escape. And then, through it all, she saw herself, the real Lena, not the woman she had tried to become, not the person who had spent so many years running, but the raw, unadulterated version of herself. The mistakes, the choices, the pennant was all laid bare, and she saw it for what it truly was. The truth was that she had never been able to stop it. Not because she was weak, not because she lacked the courage, but because deep down she had always known that the worst part of the nightmare wasn't the outside world. It wasn't her failures or the mistakes she had made. It was her own soul, her own fear, her own guilt. She felt the weight of her regret, anchor pulling her under. I never wanted to be this person. The figure didn't respond immediately. It only watched her, its cold gaze unblinking, as if measuring the sincerity of her pain. Then it spoke again, softer now, but with the same inevitable finality. But you are this person. You always have been. Lena staggered back, her hands clutching her chest, as if she could hold herself together long enough to understand. She didn't want to accept it, but the truth was undeniable. Every step, every choice, every little lie and failure had led her. Here she had built this nightmare step by step until it had become the world she inhabited. The abyss had never been something she had fallen into. It had always been something she had created. The figure reached out a hand, not in violence, but in quiet invitation. Its fingers were long and pale, its touch gentle, almost familiar. "Come, Lena," it said softly. "You've tried to escape for so long, but the only way out is through. Embrace what you've done. Embrace what you've become." Lena wanted to pull away. She wanted to scream, to run, to fight against the inevitable. But her body was numb, her mind too tired to resist. She closed her eyes, feeling the tears spill down her face as the weight of her own existence pressed down on her. For the first time, she understood. She was not a victim, she was not a bystander in her own story. She was the one who had made the choices, who had forged the path. And the horror, the guilt, the fear it had always been within her. It had never been something external. It had always been her dot. Lena opened her eyes, staring into the figure's unblinking gaze. She saw, it clearly now she saw herself for what she truly was. A broken, fragmented soul who had spent a lifetime running from the inevitable. And in the end, there was no escaping it. The figure's expression softened, just for a moment. Then it spoke one final time. "You cannot change the past, Lena. You cannot undo what has been done. But you can face it. You can stop running. Stop hiding from who you are. And when you do, you will see that the nightmare has always been you." With that, the figure slowly faded into the light, dissolving into the very fabric of the darkness. Lena stood alone, her body trembling with the weight of the truth. The nightmare was over, but she was still there, still standing in the ashes. Of her own mind, facing the consequences of everything she had tried to escape. And in that moment, she understood there was no redemption. There was no way to make things right. There was only the endless cycle of who she was. The abyss was no longer a place she could fall into. It was a part of her. It had always been. The last breath she took was filled with the cold, heavy realization that there would be no escaping the darkness because she